销量第一。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，六边形战士来袭。
Hey, Mecha, how's it going? I need to clear some crap on my desk. You don't get to see the state of my desk, but when Sam and I have, like, a full day at work here, basically, we'll leave the place a bit of a mess. Wait, what? Wait, what happened yesterday? Did you just, like, spam get hydrated or something? Well, I guess we'll be getting through into the arena soon. Already put down some arenas. Let me go get my coffee. And I'll be back, folks. Welcome in, regardless of where you're watching. It's suave with the queue from yesterday. I'm just gonna have to chug a gallon. Alright, be right back, folks.
首先欢迎 Thundertalk Gaming， 上单 Hoya， 打野小黄人，中单 Seda， 下路 EXN， 辅助 Feather。接下来，让我们欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix， 上单 Sheer， 打野 Shadow， 中单 Kier， 下路 Asaf， 辅助俊伟。LPL 第二赛段常规赛组内赛第6周第4日的第一场对决，由 TT 对阵 FunPlus 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Ah yes, 1v1. Let's go. Hello everyone. I have a coffee now. I see we're all on stage. Let's get into it. Did I see a Yasuo locks in there? I think I did. Now why is it that the sound from this arena is so much lower? Weird. Why is TT playing every day? Wait, Shadow's not on TT. Oh, and FPX, FPX, right, sorry. The scheduling, it's meant to be more hype week matchups on the weekend and more hype matchups at the second part of the day. Best coffee in Berlin at the Hapgood House? No, the best coffee in Berlin is Blauer Roastery, which is actually right next to us. Hey, Singed Girl, by the way. Singed Girl. Singed QIRL. I thought it was Singed Girl, then Singed Curl, then I just didn't realize there was... Anyway, hello. Alright, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Okay, so... Shadow with the Yasuo. Casually dogs in location. Look, I'm just saying, I'm not going to gatekeep the best coffee in Berlin. Shadow does go forwards. Doesn't stack up the E that much, but doesn't use onto the Pharisee of that. That's a good trade though. Remember, first rank of W, very high. Doesn't hit the Q the first time. Gets the E forwards. That E's a lot of damage. This is a second Q. Would have killed Hoya with that. 3-stack arrow connects, and that evens up the trade. Shadow missing some important Q skill shots there. Missed another one on the minion. That would have been a kill. That would have 100% been a kill. The extra damage was there. Using up his flow shield now as well. As the knockup stacked again. Of course, the core of most Yasuo 1v1s is getting access to the wave, stacking Q, and then using that as ranged poke in a way that very few mid lane and melee champions can do. Say mid lane. It's been used all over the place. If you're dashing forward with Yasuo, you really want to stack up your E. If you get E onto a couple of targets, it will increase the base damage of it by almost doubles it, I think, doesn't it? At full stacks now. It's like 50% per stack. Something like that. So if you stack it 4 times, I think it goes to 200%. I can't remember. They changed it. I remember it goes to a large amount now. To the point where it's kind of closer towards release. He has to hang on a second. Knocker comes through. Shadow could have used the wind wall, and he does though. I used to have a Yasuo main friend who was up at High Diamond. I learned a lot of stuff from him back in like Season 6, Season 7. Hey Angie, how's it going? Yeah, sorry guys, I live in Germany. I've doxed myself. You have all my personal information. Now, do you want the 16 digits on my credit card? And the 3 on the back? Would that be helpful? Hey Derek, good to see you. Shadow, got good wave control. Has lost a little bit of CS. But why? If I say 1, he's 1 down. Pretty much the same, isn't it? I think it's enough to say that. Has level 6 now. Now, if you get hit by the knockup, you better be under tower. Good poke coming through, use the barrier. Ignite comes through from Shadow, and the ult hits back from the Varus. Gets some good damage down. Shadow can get through the wave, and he gets on Sub with the knockup. First kill goes over to Shadow, and Hoya was not respecting that Yasuo. Gets hit by a bunch of knockups in a row. Should have just been under turret, realistically, because there's no way Yasuo is going to go under turret for you like that. It's going to get 2 plates now, probably. Yeah, Yasuo has very convenient wave clear too if you want to. Hoya's respawned. Gets the empowered recall from the kill. There's a bit of CS up. Has 2 plates. And almost gets a full blade. Damn. Why 1v1 so useless? I mean, it's meant to make the side select feel more interactive and fair. However, once we've now been through, you know, a couple of months of 1v1s. They extend the time on the day by quite a long time. And by the end of the day, I'm like, I kind of wish I had that extra half an hour. It takes a long time to get between series. Shadow jumping forwards again. Again has the item advantage. Has the ultimate off cooldown. Tries to hide the Q animation in the W because it's very similar color. Using the Duskbringer Yasuo, I believe. Ooh, lots of minions there from the wave. Charging up that... Ooh, god, that's a lot of damage from Varus. Gets another auto attack and target. And last Q gets the kill in Shadow this time. He's the one who overestimates himself, and now suddenly the kill, it's a one kill game. Next kill will win. What's the win condition for those of you who are less aware? Is 2 early kills, 1 late kill, or the tower kill. So both of them have got 1 early kill now. Late kill is when the Ring of Fire spawns. Shadow's going to come back. Does have his ultimate. Does he get full blade from this? We shall see. Hoya gonna get an extra plate there too. 3 plates for Hoya. Damn. Huge amount of minions lost to tower too. No blade for Yasuo. They could give a rotation of 10 to 15 banned champions to give us variety in the 1v1s. What the LCP is doing, APAC, is they are only allowing Spirit Blossom champions to be played in the 1v1s. Oh, he misses the cannon! Could have got the early tower kill. Well, the tower gets more resist the more plates you take, and Hoya just taken 3, so I'm not sure about that, really. The -1s in chat. Hoya got shut down. Damn, I did. You know what? I didn't even track that it was a shutdown. It's kind of insane. But yeah, LCP is using only Spirit Blossom champions, so it's like, you know, Ahri, Syndra, Yasuo, Yone, Lilia, Vayne, Teemo. It's probably about 20 champions in there. And it's based on the season, right? Because we've gone into the Spirit Blossom season. I think it's a good idea. I will get hydrated, Mecha. I will do. What the hell is that emote? Drown. Don't let me drown. Ooh, guess that one. He's forwards. Hoya. This next kill will solve it. The knocker comes through. That's the ultimate. I think that might just do it. Hoya. His ultimate was absorbed by the shield. And Shadow gets the 1v1 win wall. Proving too hard to get through. So that'll be FPX with side lights. I'll remind you that Singed, everyone's stage is Asian because everyone in the LPL who plays there is Asian. I don't think there's ever been a non-Asian player within the LPL, you know? I don't think that's the case. TT, I don't like to read into body language too much. Well, that's a yawn. I feel you, buddy. I do empathize with TT. They lost their jungler, who was a big part of their gameplay. And Shadow's Italian bot. That's fair. That's true. But even then, he's of Asian ethnicity, right? Right. So FPX on blue side, no surprise there. I mean, yeah, he's a European. Sure. No, that's worth talking about. What's wrong with Riot? Why aren't they making Yasuo viable? Because when Yasuo is viable, he's played in like 3 roles, and it's a big. The problem, Yasuo if he's good enough in pro is often very broken in solo queue as well. Change up the camera for a bit. Hello, I'm alive. Wait, no, I didn't turn my camera on. So that's not very helpful, is it? There we go. That's hopefully better. Yeah, you're gonna turn on there. That's very helpful. Deactivate, reactivate. Nope, that hasn't done it. There we go. Hello. How's it going? Yeah, the camera's dead, even if I might be alive. I've got my house tucked in. Morning all. Got the color balance there yet? Just yet? No. Maybe I should open the window a little bit. Oh, I think it's so warm. Oh. Shafang's half Russian. I didn't realize. That's very cool to know. I think what we're gonna keep doing, what we'll keep doing is for Champions Select, we'll keep cameras on up here. LPL English does it, and it tends to work pretty well. I think that I think you can put up with our faces for a little bit. I don't know whether Sam's joining us today or not. Yeah, the original camera tint was really off. It's color balanced now. Oh man. I need some more caffeine. I shall remain hydrated. Morning, Banana. Morning, Ortigan. Yeah, no, massive surprise from KT yesterday in the way that only KT can, let's be honest. Should I run another 1 minute ad? I'm gonna run one more 1 minute ad just so we don't, yeah, just so we don't get anything in games. Sam, is Sam covering NLC tonight? I'm not sure. I don't know his NLC schedule, actually. Okay. I survive off of vibes and vibes only. That's one way to live life, I suppose. What's that? It's the Bible verse. Man cannot survive on vibes alone. So, TT FPX, this is a battle for the bottom of the table right now. NIP beating Weibo kind of gives them a bit of clearance on the bottom end of the table. Whereas TTFEX, there's not really much. Wait, finally I can watch some superior League of Legends. I've been watching LCK until now. This person's a real Noah. A real Noah. Yep, that's the first Bible verse I will write into my book. That's the one. Hey Akashi, good to see you. So in terms of this matchup, yeah, TT, they're trying to play some death ball, kind of like big late game team fighting comps with 1xN at the center. Xiaofeng trying to fill in Beichuan's role, but it's quite hard to fill in a player like Beichuan, really. So yeah, it's a hard ask. It's a hard ask. What are they waiting to start? This is a longer delay. Now, after the 1v1 ends, you have a couple of minutes to react to side select, because, you know, most of the time it's like, well, you know, after the game ends or a while in advance, you will know who has which side. That's not the case when you have a 1v1, because the 1v1 in a very short term decides your side select. So they have a couple of minutes to decide that, but that's still only meant to be a couple of minutes. We should be into champion select already. I don't know why we haven't been so far. Does anyone pick red side after winning? Not in LPL. Not in LPL. In LEC, we're seeing more red side pickers, but in LPL, no. Not calling anyone specifically out, but I remember at first stand, someone was like, "Oh yeah, but LPL is choosing red side." Like, and I was like, "No, we're not. We don't choose red side over here. We're as blue as we can get. We're as blue as the ocean." And I remember someone saying that around the event, and I was like, eyebrow raise. Since when have we had any red side pickers here? FPX on that blue side. So we have Gwen, Jace. Although Jace has fallen off priority a little bit. Neferian Vibe both gone. Shinzao, very popular. Let me go get ahead both teams. Champions. This is very cool music. Nico bound away. Yep, that's a no surprise versus Dway of all people. Okay. So we have FPX and we have TT. Good to know. Pantheon Talia. It's a big set to go through. There's stuff like Alistair, which is very big on the table. That'll likely come a little later, though. MF is very big for Assume. Yeah, LeBlanc's ban. Hang on, yeah, LeBlanc ban. What the hell? Why would you ban LeBlanc? It's not that good on this patch. Is there been scrim data or something? Surprised at that. It's the Rumble locked in. No surprise there. Do you go for the Rumble Skarner, or do you take the Pantheon away from the Talia? They take the Pantheon away from the Talia. Okay. And on the other side, Shinzao, tier list pick locked in. And then the Gwen's the Rumbles. They have fine matchup in top side. They have the Talia for global pressure. I will say that Pantheon Rumble is a better combo together, though. Look at that Ahri. Now you have point and click from the Pantheon into double follow-up from the solo laners. Ahri into Talia, it's a fine matchup too. A lot of people are like, oh, but you're a dash champion, isn't that bad in Talia? Your wave clear is actually better than Talia a lot of the time. And if she messes up, you can kill her in a side lane a lot of the time. Okay, so second round is all bot lane. Random Shen bouncy. Well, Shen is actually very strong. Shen is actually very strong right now. And also, I feel like... I was checking through some drafts recently for the last week or two. Just scanning through just loads of picks and bans. Almost every game has about... Well, if it's early in draft, 2 to 3 globals, and even later into the draft, into Fearless, you'll get one or two Fearless globals anyway. Someone like Shen can really help with that. I mean, every draft has... Think it through with me, right? You have, like, Ryze, Galio, Talia, Pantheon, Kai'Sa, Shen. That's 6 I can think of already. And there are others with long-range ultimates, like, I think Jhin and Varus, you can follow up on very long range. I mean, Jhin actually counts, I think, with his W and his R. That actually does count. You know, there's a bunch of champions which all feature right now in almost all drafts. The Ashe as well, sometimes around. Ezreal and Ashe, very powerful for 1xn. I would imagine MF is now the priority pick. I think TT, yeah, I think TT are looking for an MF pick maybe. Yeah, Nocturne as well. Nocturne's in there. Not as popular within the LPL, but Nocturne's in there. It's a very big pick for someone, say, like BDS in the LEC. But every draft right now has globals in it, feels like. Now, currently here we have two. We have the Pantheon and the Taliyah. It's the Nautilus locked in, actually. So you can go towards MF, well, you can't do Rel, but you could go MF Rakan is fine, MF Alistair is fine. You don't have that much engage for FPX right now, but I think, you know, Alistair's fine into the Nautilus because you can pulverize him out of his full combo. What's the last pick for 1xn? Kai'Sa? I think you could Kai'Sa now. MF Alistair is not that strong a lane. I think you can go for Kai'Sa for 1xn. Even though it could double... I think you have to go for the AD build because you have double AP solo laners, but I think you can do that. Yeah, I think you go Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa's good here. It's good for following up on the Pantheon Nautilus kind of snap plays. Jumping onto Taliyah or MF if they're out of position. Hey, what... Wasn't that an educational champion select? Don't you feel like you've learned something? Turns out when I actually bring up the champions which the players play on the screen on the side, it can be very useful. But hang on, wait. Yeah, I can show you this actually. So what I tend to do, by the way, I'll show you this. When I look at pick bans, I have GOL up, so I have something like this, right? And I'll show these kind of picks. So this is FPX. So I can have that, and I can switch between like their two teams like this. I know I'm showing this like while I'm on the actual thing itself, but yeah. So I tend to do that. GOL.gg, very good website to find out stats. It's very, very good. Okay, well, that's our champ select done, and we'll get into our first game of the day. I'll say off you to send to my camera for a little bit, and we'll get into that game. I just hit the Mercedes over. Oopsies. You refuse to learn? There's something very powerful about maintaining your mindset, your point of view. Okay, how did I shall do again. My TikTok brain can't handle that. Well, you could look at my TikTok and look at the cool videos which I make myself. Oops, that's me. That's me. I was just changing my volume to make it a little louder. Alright, let's get into it. Where are our gyos? Anything? There's a cowbell. Any gyos? Oh, what the hell? Kez dead. And 1xn's killed him. Set up Charm Flash into Hook? Looks like it. I mean, I see some regular suspects. I see no Flash. I see no Ignite. And we have a dead Taliyah, who also used Flash. So what happened here? Charm Flash? It's gotta be a Charm Flash, right? Dibs back. Oh, no, it wasn't. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He just walks up to the brush and dies. My dude, there's a Nautilus in the game. There's a Nautilus in the game too. It's like a Charm Flash to follow. And, you know, Setup's gonna... Wait, he doesn't even get the kill. But 1xn getting some extra stats early? That's pretty rough. Those are very loud voice lines. Alistair, thank you for narrating our journey through the rift, but... You know... It's kind of loud. Sehr laut. Charm Start might make the lane a tad annoying. Yes, but you're also down Flash now, so Pantheon can walk it. Look, eventually you're gonna get to level 2, and then that hook was never landing, Feather, my dude. Even gets the headbutt onto him as well, so Feather loses half his HP for that. Has no ignite as well, remember. So combat summoner down. TT will have losing lane now, pretty confidently. We're definitely near the bottom of the table. This is a group of 7, so we do have some teams below them, but yeah. Here up in this upper echelons, it is the lower part of them. It is the middle echelon. Sometimes it's easier to... Ooh, Chum nearly hits there. Does miss out on the Q as well. Shadow needs to really hard hover mid lane now. Xiao Huangren onto top side. Doesn't go to his red. Well, he gets hit now. That's a bit of a problem. W came through. Xiao Huangren healing a little bit now from the camps being started. Finished off that first bit of the camp. First Krog. Oh, wait. Actually does get that other part of it too. Decent HP now. Ghost popped by Hoi, who has taken that into the Gwen. There's a flash available from the Pantheon. Remember, there's no way to knock them back. They don't have any CC. Empowered. Potentially available for Xiao Huangren. Empowered. W and the Gwen goes down. Overheat getting good damage onto Shadow. Can you turn one back? No. Flash follow from Pantheon. No one coming to help them. The mid lane is wanting the hell out of here. There's a red buff on Shadow. Does get some good damage with the wind. Becomes lightning. But Shenzhou becomes dead. So, that was an ill-fated invade from Shadow. Carried the 1v1, of course. Won without in the Aswo. Xiao Huangren coming in to replace the outgoing Bay. Trying to say that phrase a lot because I feel like a lot of people do not respect how crazy that is for a team to have to deal with. He's now got 2 kills. He's going to go back for, what, a full tunneler? This guy's going to be so fed. He's going to have a full tunneler. Maybe plus a... yeah, plus something else. Jesus Christ, he's so fed. 4 minutes in and having that bunch of stats. Nasty as hell. It's like, remember back when... do you remember back when junglers got warrior enchantment? And it was just such a big stat boost that as soon as you completed it, you just had to respect them. This early into the game, getting something like a tunneler for like a bunch of AD and HP, you do have to respect it. You do have to respect it. It's a good amount of stats. Bot lane's winning really hard for FPX. Oh, flick back misses. Now, one of the things for Care is that he has managed to survive through his flash timer coming back up pretty much. Feather's not roaming into his lane. Xiao Huangren was in, you know, busy in his jungle. Cole been brought up by the Kaiser. Satab will start to get more control of the lane now, so a little bit of CS up. Flick back misses. W used to escape that. Of course, Care. I do kind of quote this guy as one of the best RE players in the world. Ult hit from from 6 though, from Satab. Now the flash is lost again. 1 minion off. Care didn't have that level 6. Not that it would have mattered as much, but the extra stats could have helped. Had no flash for most of the game now. So Satab getting a big summoner advantage there. Now the thing is Care can't push up ever now. I say ever, but he can't push up while his flash is down because Xiao Huangren's about to hit level 6. And we're going to get Satab going back to base. Xiao Huangren's going to hit level 6 not too far into the future. Got a couple of kill XP, by the way. Oh, Feather spots Assume alone in lane. Stops the recall. Pushes him further back to recall. Hoya got 2 assists in that top side, remember? In that top side play. Got an extra 150 gold or whatever it was between the two of them. He's the only person tagging onto those assists. Actually, no, it's 150 gold shared. And if it's only one person, it's extra 300 gold for for 2 one-man assists. Chat being normal today, I see. Dragon's available. Growth spawning in a minute. No bot lane is going towards top lane just yet. Sometimes around this kind of time mark, we would see a recall into topside push. See what Setup's doing here? He's just leaving 1 extra minion alive. Just to make sure that Care has to... Hang on a second. Care does get hit by that charm. Care is just not going to get any pressure down. Pops a real full pop. We get some of that HP back. No, Xiao Huangren. Very happily playing around 2 winning solo lanes now, even though his bot lane is behind. They've got a Cole stacking. Has level 6. And now you have to be so careful as FPX. You have to be so careful. If you get spotted anywhere. And there's follow-up from the Equalizer or follow-up from Spirit Rush. You die. You do die. Top side of the map, I think, is very, very dangerous for FPX now. Shadow's about to get level 6 off of Gromp. He'll be a little safer with that. You know, if he's not level 6 or if he doesn't have his ultimate, he also is at threat of that. I think Sheer has his W to be more safe with that too. You picture it this way, right? Pantheon jumps onto you and stuns you. Ahri gets a charm or the Equalizer comes over the wall. What do you have to protect yourself? Typically, Taliyah has, I don't know, Flash. Maybe a good flick back onto the Pantheon as they jump towards you, but it's quite rough. Gwen has W, Shinzao has ult. Grubs are being started. No contest on this, actually. I'm surprised TT are not fighting hard around topside. One's gone down already. Late response. Shadow gets one for free. Sheriff Wongren instead going into Raptors. Okay. That's a time to go towards them. Do you have Kai'Sa heading up the river? Shadow's going to tell now that they're gone. So individual jungle advantage going to the side of Sheriff Wongren quite heavily. I wondered whether there was also an angle for Sheriff Wongren to fight in mid lane pretty heavily there too. And you are more powerful than Shadow by quite a way right now. Dragon started. Teleport down towards Dragon now. So FPX managed to claw their way into both sides of the map for objectives. Kaz the one that teleports down. Zeta's pushing in. I wonder, I really feel like TT have misused a window of power here. I suppose the teleport to bot side doesn't start the Dragon itself, but I wonder whether TT could have not given up that one grub, taken a fight around that, given that Pantheon was so goddamn strong. Zeta, of course, not weak either. Hoyerty, with the early kill participation that they have. Sheer on FPX, a player who I was wondering how he would do in his sophomore year. I think he's been pretty good on an individual level. Now, he was on JDG last year, so I was going to spot out a ward here. Charm misses. Trey on the Roam. Has level 6 on the Alistair. Feather has the same on the Nautilus. TT do have a 2,000 gold lead, but it doesn't feel like it. With the way they're moving around the map, it doesn't feel like they have the 2,000 gold lead. Level 6 from 1xN as well, going on level 7. Alright, second grub's now being stored. Why are TT giving so much objective presence over to FPX? This one's going to go down as well. We're going to have a Pantheon ult at some point. Yes, there it is. Okay, Equalizer's pretty good, actually. Ultimate comes through from the Alistair, trying to buy some time. Hoyer exhausted. Flash away from the flick back. Kai'Sa goes into the play, gets stunned up by the Taliyah, but I don't think it's going to matter. One goes down. The Rumble goes. Assumes going to die too, though, so currently at 2 for 1. One of the grubs has already gone down, though. So FPX still got that. Seto gets another charm, though. Shadow does have the ultimate. Flickback comes through. The disengage is actually pretty damn good. TT. Well over engaging. Xiao Huangran now just going to throw a Q back in, but he's taking a load of damage even from the Taliyah. TT, from 2,000 gold ahead, are losing these fights. That's, realistically, that's a lost fight. Now, it is 2 for 2, all things said and done. All 3 grubs are going to FPX. This is when they have the early game topside. Like, what? What is TT doing? I will get hydrated again. Morning, Katara, by the way. Morning. So, now Dragon's going to get started. FPX is still, 1,000 and a bit gold behind. Oh, God, not the posture check. I love slouching when I'm off camera. Fine, I will change the posture. Dragon started up. TT will take that one. But this is not a bad start to the fight. I suppose the hook missing is whatever, but the equalizer's good. Assume doesn't really get to play the game. Good flash away from Xiao Huangren. This is fine. You do take a good 2 for 1. That's fine. But then after this, a second hook misses from Feather, who's not had the best time of things. This again is okay, but I don't know why Feather is walking so far up like that. You don't have to. There's a lot of counter engage from the enemy team. You're not getting out of there if you're behind the game. I suppose Satab walks out of this with 3 Dark Seal stacks. 2-0-2 on your Pantheon. But I feel like TT should have been so much more rampant across the map with the early lead, and that hasn't come to be. Posture checking him sat in bed. I mean, I've spent many a day over many a year watching LCK and LPL at, you know, 8 AM, 9 AM from bed on my phone. Feather and 1xn, I'm on the roam. You know, actually, hang on a second. Care doesn't have flash. All forwards from Setup, trying to choose the right angle and gets it. Malignant's helping a little bit. Knocked backwards. Setup needs to be careful, but he gets the empowered heal through from the passive. Shadow jumping forwards with his ultimate. 1xn has a barrier. Well, make sure at least it's an extra kill traded. So 2 for 1. 1xn goes down. 5 Dark Seal stacks. Setup playing well on the Ahri to choose the angle. I mean, I'll show you if we get a replay, but basically what he's doing, he's choosing not to like ult like this and charm in this kind of direction, choosing to ult this way, and instead ults in the preferred retreat direction of the Taliyah. Kind of cuts down their available escape options. That's the way that I would angle things if I was an Ahri player. You try and ult so you're kind of like charming in line with the direction that they would love to escape in, right? Use their psychology against them. What's Essex? Yeah, Essex. The Only Way is Essex, famous TV show. For reasons I've yet to discover. Yeah, Mecca, many people think that. Essex is in fact a place. There's Essex, Wessex. No, Suffolk is different. There are a lot of the old kingdoms of England, but Essex was one of them. Okay, so Dragon, 2 minutes till that one. Herald in 30 seconds. 3 kills went over to TT first. They have that dot on the feats of strength. 1 objective apiece. The Grove's going one side, Dragon going the other. No one has turrets just yet. Xiao Huangren has his item completed. His jungle item. Shadow a couple of camps behind on that. Sundered Sky for both as well. Jungle advantage, not been that crazy actually. The Shadows is behind, but you know, they're both at 1 item now. Fingering on, what the hell is that? Okay, whatever. Ult down towards the dot side, and that is the problem. Trying to play as the Taliyah versus the Pantheon and the Ahri. Hard forced onto Malignus come through. I think they should have donated that kill over to the Dark Seal having Ahri. That's one of the core tenets of Medjai's stacking. Hey Sam, how's it going?
How's life?
Well, it's been an interesting early game. 1v1 was won by FPX. Shadow played Yasuo. Won with that one. This game's been really good from Setab, though TT, they had a very early 1 to 2,000 gold lead. And they still let FPX get all 3 grubs. Got a 2 for 2 fight in that too. How it's gone over as well. TT getting good early fights, but I don't actually feel like that map play's been that good. She's gonna get a top lane turret as well, so it's gold over towards the Gwen, which you'd rarely want to be ahead. But yeah, how you feeling today, Sam?
Yeah, not too bad. I've got the Lost Chance series this evening.
Oh, very cool. So Sam is doing some NLC later on. Make sure to tune into that one, folks.
Do you want an assist for the first series? I probably can't do the second.
I'm a little bit worried about your voice. That's the one thing.
Fair. I was a bit worried.
Mate, look, Sam. Not gonna lie. Today's games are not great on paper. Let me do this one.
That's fine. Because I will talk things like lunch then, and we'll go.
That sounds good. Yeah, the series on paper could be a bit of a endurance run. It's in the kitchen, by the microwave.
Thank you very much.
That's alright there. You must have taken off while you were cooking. Took it off while you were cooking. Yep. Okay. Righty. Xiao Huangren goes for that empowered stun. Jungle battle is actually quite powerful here, and this is just a big overextension of the Pantheon. No Ahri to follow up with this. Why is Ahri teleporting into all of that? Charm misses. Might have to ult backwards as well. Combo's coming up in a little while. Doesn't come up now. Setsuma loses most of his HP. Actually wonder whether that Community Large Rod should have gone into a Medjai to try and hyper carry this game. Equalizer coming into the wave play, split them away. Oh, that's nice. Charm into the hook, into death, going towards the ultimate now as well. Setup getting the triple Malignance across the place, knocked back by Dre, and Ori goes down. Bad engage angle coming through from the Ori. 1xN has to try and carry. Don't auto-attack that Alistair, that's a problem. Hook comes through, a little bit of CC, but the Shinzao is damaged at this point in the game and carries the rest of the fight. Shit, double kill for them. Big mistake from the Ori in the mid lane, losing a lot of stacks there. Setup should not have angled that close to Fog of War. Should have gone more in towards the clump of their own team. Left themselves out to dry against the Alistair. Dragon is now available, but you can see how TT, they're not necessarily choosing their fights that well. They're not necessarily choosing their macro that well. So, it's a good equalizer to separate the team away from turret. Flashback into the charm anyway, into the hook as well. This team gets absolutely obliterated. Reset comes through for the Ori. Setup should have known us. Alistair was around the corner. I think makes a mistake there by ulting backwards closer towards the Alistair as well. Could have gone to the right, really. Or down right. And then after that point, you don't have resets. You don't have the extra cooldowns coming through from the Ori. And you lose a lot of your damage. You need to be so careful not to make those mistakes of positioning in teamfights. If you get shut down as the Ori, you lose a lot of those stacks. You lose a lot of your positioning in a game. Thanks for the follows and stuff, by the way, while we're doing this. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Turret's falling so quickly to the 3 grubs. Spread gold between the Misfortune and the Gwen. This Gwen being 2,000 gold ahead. Jesus, that's just ridiculous. I don't know how you deal with a Gwen like this, actually. Presses doubly onto a Nautilus ult or a hook. Fires the needlework back. Yeah, this is not an easy draft for TT to play against a Gwen, if the Gwen gets ahead, which they have done now. Yeah, Karsel, exactly that. Equalizer behind you, Charm and Hook in front. It kind of forces you into a couple of different kind of death options, doesn't it? Yeah, I've gotten this habit of saying "ay Jesus" right now. Don't know why. Like in the same way that I did occasionally just start saying "ay ya" because I had like one of my partner's family said an ex of mine, their family would say that a lot. I just kind of crept into my vocabulary. I was like, why is this white person saying "ay ya"? Further caught up by a combo. Enjoy. Is going to set things up for potentially a kill into Fair. That's a lot of ultimates used onto the... That's quite far now. Shadow finds out Setup, who ults from melee one side of the Shins out to melee the other side. Flashes and dies. Oh, questions upon questions as FPX find another fight.
I was going to show you this.
Faker gets another pentakill? Are you kidding me?
I was on Ari as well. 16,
wow.
16 and 2.
Let's go. I missed that. I'm sad now. Gets an... Faker's only his second ever career pentakill. Damn.
Yeah. Worth a look.
Very cool. Very cool. I'll have to watch about the replay of that later. Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll watch that during the break. Awesome stuff. Man. I was awake a little late for that one. Thanks to the stream streak, by the way. Atakan's going to go down. Even in gold now, FPX have been taking really good fights. They're going to get themselves more petals as well. TT get basically none of them now. So Feather gets caught out early. I thought this was fine, but what happens here? I wonder whether Setup should have jumped at Assume instead. Gets found... but this gets knocked up out of one of the ult charges. Ults and flashes and dies. I don't know, just a really bad set of mechanical plays for the last while from Setup. He's going towards the Death Cap second. It's not that efficient a second item, really, for Ari. It's a... well... takes a lot of gold is the problem before it comes online. It's very good future scaling bonus, but yeah. Yeah, Setup, good early game from himself. Not playing that well in terms of the actual mechanics, though. I can get hydrated, sure, why not? Pantheon Ultimate, wait, was this? This is a replay. I tried to stop a recall, doesn't manage it. Setup. Paying a lot of respect to Shadow now. Shadow's been really threatening in the Shinzo. Carried one of the early game fights, been focusing out Ari in a couple of the other ones too. Pushing towards the bot side. Remember, they have those 3 grubs. Charm does land. Shadow takes a decent amount of damage, but not nearly enough to really be that worried. Joy actually heals him back up with the Alistair Triumphant Raw passive. Boy, thanks for the tower shot with the, what was it we call it? Scrap shield. So, FPX in the gold lead now. They're in the gold lead. With the composition, which I do think outscales pretty heavily. 1xN on the Kai'Sa is ahead of Assume, but He's not really been able to take over fights in the way that he'd like to either. You know, diving into melee range of a Shinzao and an Alistair and a Gwen, not great. Not easy. Ooh, one extend jumped onto. Has to use that barrier, or use that ultimate rather. Doesn't have that to rejoin the fight now. Feather flashes out. Teleport's coming in. Dre has that ultimate, can go for a big combo. Finds out the jungler. This is just before the dragon spawns. If they kill the jungler, that's a free objective for them. There you go. Easy peasy. Shit comes in, fires the rest of the needlework. Shadow. Don't think he wants to go that much for. That's not bad. Stops at the dash. Shadow has to blow the ultimate because of that charm. Not going to match the value of that combo though from Dre. 3-man. Almost dead. The ignite ticking. Does he die? Yes, he does. Too far from Dre. Saw the 3-man clump. Dies for it. So, jungler down, support down. Lots of cooldowns used. I think FPX, the overchase after that was a big problem. Set up charming the Shinzao out of his dash. Crucial to that turnaround. Starting the dragon anyway now. Remember that they don't have that jungler. Teleport coming in. This will be secured by FPX. Because they get it. A little bit close on the smite there. 135 HP. 1xn. Exhaust on the back end. Doesn't have that ultimate to reposition. And that means that you can't get past that damn Talia minefield. So, all in all, 1 for 1. Dragon over to the side of FPX. Stops the soul point from TT. Back onto the map. So, Baron spawning in a minute. Wait, when I left, TT had a 2.5k gold lead at 9 minutes. What happened to them? They failed to take very good fights, and they got out macroed. TT really struggling to find the openings on the map to use their strength in the early game. Feather potentially caught out. Pantheon coming through. Cat caught out. Now it's a little bit bigger, isn't it? Setup jumping forwards. Shahongren forcing the kill. Remember, they get a kill right now. A couple of kills that could lead to a Baron. That's why they're forcing so hard. Setup does get the charm, and Joy is forced to ult. So, Shadow's ult down. Care, flash down. Assume both summoners down. Dre, no ultimate, no flash. 10 seconds till Baron. Do they feel like they can force this? Do they feel like they have to? I mean, with Sheer, with ult, it's a bit scary being stuck in that pit. I wonder, though. I wonder. So, Care just goes 1v1 versus Setup, and Setup out values. Gets 1xn into the play. So, I guess it's a 2v1. Care out the wrong position. And yeah, we are going to start this Baron up. Leandri's damage helping take this one down. Pantheon stacking up that passive. Feather flashing out of that brush with the Hex Flash. Misses the hook. Peel off. They weren't really looking for the flip. They were looking for fight instead. W lands. Teleport back in now. So, FPX. Not going to get punished with the Baron. Instead, now can move into top jungle. A lot of HP lost to the Baron by TT. And because they couldn't flip that Baron, they couldn't finish it off, they're actually going to lose positioning on the map. Essentially even losing a mid lane inner turret. Remember, there's 3 grubs on the side of FPX. TT, a little slow on the Baron take. Don't commit to it. Don't find the fight afterwards. That hook not landing onto anyone means that TT, instead of leveraging a good fight in the mid lane into an objective, they get a good fight and then it goes back to even. FPX still have themselves the gold lead. Who do I think has the better draft on paper here and why? I mean, I would have said TT. Very good ability to make topside plays early and follow up with the Kai'Sa. But the later the game goes, you have, I think, Talia outvalues the Ahri. I think Shinzao and Pantheon is just kind of on par with each other. Gwen is a huge scaling factor. If Gwen gets to late game, which she now has versus a team like this for TT don't have that many ways to deal with Gwen. And of course, Alistair outvalues Nautilus in a lot of situations too. So I felt like TT would have much better early game and still have fights. Them early and mid game should have been better. But FPX managed to fight very well in the early game, out macro. Ahri off to the flank again, has death cap of course. Don't talk to Banshee's third actually. Of course, Banshee's quite a high AP item now. Spots that Shadow on the bot side. He's ahead 1,000 gold. Has double buffs from the team buffs. Past 25 minutes, Baron giving your whole team the buff at that point. So Bloodletter's in Hoya, by the way. So if he hits a target, they'll get shredded and magic resist. Sata will get more damage onto him. Wind becomes lightning, just missing there. Dragon in a minute. Baron up and available. 4 sweepers by the side of FPX, by the way. Only the 1 blue trinket. The amount of pings is disturbing. The thing is, it's the amount of pings from all players on both teams. So it's like double the amount you should have. 1xn just given a little bit of gold. Does that get him to 3rd item? Ooh, if that gets him to 3rd item, that's kind of big. What's the next game? Top Esports versus NIP. NIP just beat Weibo. Solo Kill had a very good game. As did Leave. Yeah, 1xn gets Terminus. So 1xn is actually quite powerful now. Has the empowered Berserker Breeds as well. On this patch, the feats of strength are more efficient, by the way, than they were before. Yeah, so the cannon got 1xn Terminus. He is fairly strong now. Very strong. They spot out Jway. Gonna get the combo. Ults in turn. Has level 2, 3-man knockup. Here comes the bullet time afterwards. Nautilus is completely put around like a trampoline park. Bounce around the place. Gwen into the backline. Did say that the scaling option is a bit of an issue. To 1xn. Posted ultimate still has that barrier. Where's Ari? Not making that many plays. Xiao Huangren, completely separated from his team. Ari's now jumping forward now, but he's separated too on the other side of the fight. TT. Mispositioning picked apart FPX. And Jway particularly finding a great angle. This Alistair getting multiple multi-man combos to split open the team. TT just don't know what to do on the retreat. We're saying, well, you know, Kaiser's strong. You've got good strength on the Ari as well, blah, blah, blah. It's not been the factor that has determined this game. FPX have been much better at choosing fights, much better at their macro, and TT have been floundering. FPX clearly the better macro team as they take the Baron. Dragon's going to get started up by 1xn. Not sure he can... Well, yeah, he'll take this on the other side. FPX, I don't really think they're going to respond to this at all. Gwen's going to push up top side with the Baron buff. 1xn will take the Dragon to get them some heal and shield power, which does technically impact your barrier and your ultimate from the Kaiser. Of course, the tenacity as well. 6% of each of those. Great combo coming from Dre. Feather doesn't get any damage onto the backline, or any disruption onto the backline. Sheer gets a great angle through as well. This Gwen kind of just waiting for them to come online and do horrible things. Exactly what they did there. 1xn basically out of the fight because Sheer just guns towards them. Setup misses the skill check basically. Goes down very easily. Setup, I don't know, man. Had some good moments, some awful ones in teamfights. TT. Some macro and micro plays in the mistake edge, right? Loses 1/3 of his HP to the Ari damage. Had the Celestial opposition though. God damn, those towers fall quickly. Xiao Huangren doing some damage towards the Gwen. Gwen starts firing the needlework back, but while we're in the center of the screen, Feather is being ripped out of the bird again. 2 dead. Setup has to ult backwards. The equalizer not great. Tags onto a team, which is okay. Second E lands onto him too. 1xn has the ultimate. Doesn't want to fly through something like that. Talia minefield. FPX may be angling for the end at this point. 3 items on a team, including more Mortius. Setup using that ultimate. The last charge of it goes down. Charm onto the Gwen. I don't think it's going to matter that much. Shadow jumping forwards again. The Shin's out has been absolutely monstrous through this game. Ori does get a kill. Doesn't have resets at this point, though. Yeah, they kill the AD carry, but they can't kill everyone else. And FPX flying up some old emotes as they take down the Nexus. Flagging up the old 2019 FPX logo. FPX clean win. Alrighty, I gotta watch this pentakill that Faker did. What happens here? Okay. I gotta watch this pentakill. I have to get this. Okay. Gets around the minefield. Starts getting malignance on everyone. Does he have Lich Bane? Oh, good double Q there. Onto 2 people. Triple kill, teleport came in as well. Oh my god, that's insane. Really good dancing around the fight. Now, Anari is not very good at killing the killing stuff like Sion. Pentakill for Faker. It wasn't even the Lich Bane build. He had he went for Leandri's Crippling for better frontline potential. Very cool. Very, very cool. I can't show you on stream because I don't have LCK co-streaming rights. I can't show you. Well, I guess I could react to it on Reddit, right? Yeah, I can do it on Reddit, right? It's just... Yeah, I can. Think about it. Yeah, why not? I guess I can. Get that set up. Okay, let's get this up. Whoops, the wrong thing. This is the one. Cool. Why do I have it cropped like that? That is very badly cropped. Oh, here's our post-game stats. I'll let you see these first. One sec. Base skin, Ari, best Ari. I mean, classic Ari is very good. I actually think her best design was in Ruin King. I think Ruin King is very, very cool. It's a lot more kind of like towards like the more like wild / untamed look. Like the hair is slightly more wild and stuff instead of like more kind of pristine. Zerny Penta was on 2015 Spring on LeBlanc. Yep, I was there watching it. Not watching it live, but I watched it live. You know what I mean? I wasn't at the arena. Look, some of these charms are really good. Seth actually played this game pretty well, but I'm trying to think of who my player of the game is. Probably Shadow, actually. I mean, the early invade was pretty bad, but Shadow was pretty damn good at threatening the backline. Jway as well. Maybe Jway, actually. Jway was really good. Would have thought he'd have more. Yeah. Yeah, for a while, mid laners, it was only really stuff like Jinx and Darius that would get panda kills for a while, you know? No, I would have thought it too, though. Faker for a while in like Season 5 and 6, though, is playing a lot of enchanters like Lulu for his team, though. It's really hard to get Apprentice in Pro, especially in a region like the LCK. Oh yeah, I forgot that Kazel was an Ari hater for reasons I don't understand. Someone in Nivi's chat who, yeah. Forgot they were an Ari hater. These fights from TT were so... They were close to being pretty good, like parts of them, but I don't know, their macro was pretty disappointing for such an early lead. Yeah, Joy's player of the game, actually. This Alistar was insane. Like, the amount of massive combos he got was really cool. I had 1 or 2 times where he went too deep, 1 or 2, but I still think he comes out as player of the game. Sorry, I should have really turned that down, shouldn't I? It's very loud. Charms weren't bad, it's just the charms are happening after the fight's over. No, there's no class today because it's a public holiday in Berlin. It's a public holiday in Berlin today. So there's no class today. And we don't have them on Fridays. Yeah, I think Joy's MVP for me. He was really good. Okay, let's go find this. Let's find this clip. It's taking an age to load. What the hell?
I'm all about that optimism as well, as in goes Carrier looking for that angle.
Cinema mode, yeah. Come on. Why is this thing being so slow? You can, oh, for God's sake. Okay, whatever. That's just not loading very well. Joy gets it. Of course he does. I need to get myself a another coffee. Can TT even win one game? I mean, they can. Like, both these teams have their flaws, right? I think TT looked pretty mentally doomed, though. Very, very well earned MVP. Okay, let's whatever, I'll just like this is the. Now let's go watch this clip through. Oh, this is gonna mess up the cropping again, though. For God's sake. So what happens here? So Nocturnal, how far? They are stupidly far ahead, or at least the Ari's really far ahead. Level 15 to level 14. So Hops. So he has a really good angle. They're stuck in the pit. Make it rain. Charm over. Dodges out on the E as well. The Nocturne stops vision as well, so they can't really turn on very easily. This double Q here is really nice. Gets it through both. Gets the return on both. Perfect. And then there's no damage left. You've got full resets coming through. What happened with that last skill, actually? Oh yeah, Charm hits onto him. Wait, no, that wasn't Charm. Malignus burn onto everyone. Has Leandri as well. Gets the Honey Fruit for just a little bit of extra healing. Q on the return for the true damage. Panic kill. Really nice. Honestly, the biggest part of that was the double Q though. Nice, very cool. Okay, let's do some words on stream. Or I can leave you with that. Yeah, let's see some words on stream. As a weird build, Malignus Leandri's Crypt Bloom, it's fine, it's okay. If you're going into stuff like Scion, Malignus Leandri's is fine, that's a common build. The Crypt Bloom third is... I mean, I prefer Void Staff, but Crypt Bloom gives you more cooldown reduction, which is okay. I have recropped it, right? Beloved, damn, good word. Dove. Yeah, I'm gonna go have another coffee and I'll leave you guys to it. Put another round and I'll be back after that. Not bad hustle. Okay. Raise. There's Bond. Alright. timing. Very good timing indeed. Let's go get this words on the stream off screen so we can look at a draft instead. Ain't that great? Drowning. So, FPX, game 2, FPX, much better macro in game 1, much better macro, and I think that Joy was very, very good. Alrighty, so what I say a lot now. I'm gonna slouch for this one, folks, forgive me. So, Joy not gonna get his Nico again. You know, it's just been banned against him almost every series at this point now. He's genuinely game winning. Very powerful champion for him. Lucian. Away from 1xn. Let me go back to those picks and bans which I had up earlier. Stuff like the Scion was very powerful for Sheer for a while. Neferi and Vi are both available. Sejuani not available with Yone, because the Yone's gone. Misfortune, Varus both off the table in terms of priority. AD carries. Ambassador's up. Could go for an Ambassador game. LCK Prio on Sejuani and Victory is very high compared to LPL. Yeah, I think basically within the LPL, we like playing Sejuani with melee synergy. LCK doesn't need that, not all the time. The Vi's locked in. What do you have in terms of combos with the Vi? What did TT play with that? I mean, normally you go for Ari Talia, both of them are gone. Could go towards Aurora for setup. Setup's not actually played any Akali, weirdly. I thought he had. Sheer does go towards that side. We did highlight that being a big pick, and with the Gwen and the Rumble gone, two of the big anti-tank options are now off the table too. Hoya's not really a Jace player. He's played one game of it. Can't even remember if he won with it. No, he's lost with his one game of that. Did play a Vladimir game, wasn't that impactful? Corki picked up. Now, TT... I mean, did TT want to take a Xayah Rakan to deny Xayah from Assume? Well, I mean... At that point, it'd be Shadow going AP jungle with the double AD carry setup. I don't really get the Xayah at this point. I don't really get that. You can still very much get bombed by a very strong laning phase duo from FPX. Or outranged even. Xayah Rakan is locked in. Okay, a very early Xayah Rakan. This is the first Xayah game of the split for 1xn2. They haven't played it another time. This is not fantastic. Xayah good versus Lilia? I don't think it's fantastic. I don't think it's fantastic. So what does Shadow go towards? Now you'd probably... Well, okay, I guess you can go towards the Corki Rel, go AP mid. Now the problem is... FPS can flex into a longer range composition. You can go towards something like Victor in the mid lane for Care or Azir. I think that Xayah just gets outranged and can't play the game very easily, right? For me, by my logic anyway. I think FPX should slot into a longer range composition at this point. Xayah hates playing against long range, hates playing against poke. When I use a chatbot to do maths questions, I scream profanities at it. I take after my parents. Poor Wolfram Alpha. By the way, if you do actually need maths help from stuff, Wolfram Alpha, very, very good website for that. And it doesn't use chatbots, which are likely to get things wrong. Wolfram Alpha is very, very good. Very, very good website. It can help you do integrations and differentiation and stuff too. Very, very good. I use that many times within uni. Rise taken away from setup, of course one of the other globals which is currently in the meta. Scion I would also count as having a semi-global, by the way, that ultimate. BLG played Xayah versus Tarzan and Lilia. Yeah, but that's also BLG just having such a big hand stiff. For these teams, I don't know whether that logic holds up. What's not in the LPL, Ferguson? Let's have a look. Is Corki flexed in the LPL? Yeah, it is in the LPL. I figured like it was both. Shadow can still go towards that Lilia. You can just wait for bowling balls now. And I think again, you just go for like one long range character for Care as well, and you outrange the Xayah, poke her out, and then she can't do that much. Set up Hui maybe if they want range, yeah, I think that's a good pick. He's played Victor more than the Hui. He hasn't played Hui this split. I think the Victor's good because you can still go towards some I think Rod of Ages Victor is still okay. I think you can go towards that. Hui going towards the Ambassador. Now it's a bit more of a problem if you want to play range because Vi Ambassador is very good at following up on long range targets. And you don't have that disengage in the same way. Hey Darkwell, good to see you. Oh, is Twitch being weird? Oh, sorry. Wonder why Twitch is being weird. Well, that might explain the lower viewership today. Maybe a bit. Okay, last pick Jhin coming through. So that Jhin is longer range. That's good. It can help into the Xayah. So, there are your drafts. I do think the FPX have a much better front to back. You do have Vi Orianna Ambassador to completely nuke one target, but the way the Xayah fits into that comp is really strange to me. Don't think the Xayah is that useful here. So Twitch is working fine for you, but it's not for some people. Weird. Okay, well, hopefully YouTube's fine for everyone. Also, I need to try and start streaming on TikTok at some point, because it's very good for spreading. Not influence. Oh, I forgot to put some freaking adverts on. I'm gonna have to put adverts on now. So sorry, everyone. My bad. Think I'm rough. We'll get into it. So, game 2 coming right up. FPX took game 1. TT will need to choose their fights better. There are some very small gyros in there. By the way, if YouTube is behind, if it is behind, you just go down to the playback speed, put it to ×2, and it'll get up to quote-unquote true live. It will go ahead of that's the way you can get up to speed on like lolesports broadcasts and stuff too. Is Sion unkillable here? No. Vi is actually quite good at killing tanks. And we'll get Black Cleaver to shred for the Xayah, who can also go towards the Lord Dominus regards. If you go towards an LDR third, you're not going to get it second. If you go towards it third, that's pretty big, because you're probably going Essence Reaver, Flicker Blades. I guess you go Essence Reaver, Lord Doms into Flicker Blades, but then Flicker Blades second is really powerful. Unfortunately, they have the sweep, but they do. They clear out a ward going for the early invade. And, you know, we don't see this as often anymore, but you're into a Vi. Vi can't fight level 1 very well at all. So Vi has to go off this way. You get towards the favorite food of Lilia, going towards enemy Raptors. So what's likely going to happen is Shadow can go Raptors to Raptors. Need to be careful. They do have 4th shot loaded up and ready. Q start from Onyx then with a little bit of poke. It's both those minions with the single feather. Nice. YouTube is about 5 seconds behind Twitch, even with True Live. Damn, didn't realize. Maybe it's the plugin I'm using for restream. So Shadow is going Raptors to Raptors. Lilia very big at that. You know, this used to be the big thing for Lilia. The fact that TT were not prepared for that is a big problem. I guess their level 1 wasn't that big. Good level 2 trade from Care there, actually. That being said, the QW back is just as nice. Has Fleet Footwork for a bit more sustain, but doesn't have cookies like the Orianna does. Cookies got nerfed on this patch, by the way, but they're still kind of broken as hell. Fleet for range champions, much worse unless you're hitting champions, by the way, in terms of the actual heal. Another good QW. Setup playing well around that. Setup on the whole last game individually played quite well in the early game. Now has a wave freeze as well. Valkyrie away from the QW, needed from Care actually. He's been struggling in the 1v1. They elected to put this here. They could have put it into bot side. Hoya Rumble just isn't it. I mean, it's been one of his better champions. It's just that Hoya struggled in general. Really? Oh, flash forwards. He'll use early from Feather, but will it be enough to save him? Fourth shot, not quite in range. Assume. Waste that last summoner. Feather makes it out alive. 1xn. Able to pick up the wave safely here too as well, I think. Double flash is used from the bot lane of FPX. Feather, yes, used that heal. We'll lose some XP in bot lane as well. But it's not like you forced the Xayah out of lane to stop her from farming. Dre misses the stun. Close. So I'm actually choosing not to hit that minion, instead hit the enemy champion instead. Shit. Quick Q. Ambassador can struggle against Sion, actually. You can struggle against the Sion in lane. You don't really have the cooldowns to deal with Sion just kind of walking at you and bonking. Xayah, in fact, doesn't mind this solo XP. Yeah, but the Rakan doesn't want to be that far behind in XP as well. Now, you don't have flash on the Rakan. Does get a good double knockup. 1xn uses the flash, has the cleanse, uses that too. 1xn might just make it out alive. In fact, he does. Bowling ball lands. FPX forcing hard on the bot side. Dwayne lucky to make it out alive there too. FPX hard force on the bot side. Not getting anything just yet though. Shadow, double bowling ball. That swell seed will spot out Shah Huangren. Lily, remember, still a camp ahead from the Raptor Steel. Using a precious amount of their time going towards bot side. The Shadow's Lily has been insanely good, by the way. Jumping forwards. Has the jungler in his back pocket. Shadow can get the Q to get the speed up if he wants. Ooh, did actually just land the swell seed there again. Shadow going towards top scuttle. Getting double scuttle. Yeah, that's nice for the Lily. If I went bot side to respond to that bot side gang. Shadow is very far ahead now, folks. Shah Huangren, I think quite lucky with that last game to win out on the invade. When Shadow walked in as Shinzao into his jungle as the Pantheon the last game. I think Shadow made a mistake walking ahead into his jungle with solar lanes which were ahead on the other side. Jue's now roaming mid. Jumping forward to the Valkyrie again. Doesn't know there's a Rel here though. Will he go down? Flashes away instead. Feather. Close enough on the roam to save his mid laner. Trey will now help push in the wave a little bit. One more Frost Bomb should do it, really. Okay, Care hits the level 6. It was a little bit spooky there, actually. Dragon startup by Shao Huangren. Grubs not spawning for another 2 minutes. Of course, on the last patch, Grubs would be spawning in 10 seconds. Would be a direct trade. Not the case now. God, Shadow is so far ahead. He is so far ahead. He's 5 camps ahead of Shao Huangren. You can tell by the jungle item. 5 camps ahead. It's insane. Composition thoughts? FPX, much better front to back. TT will need to find easy ways onto the backline. Corki is always at threat of something like a Vi Orianna. However, the range which FPX have is quite problematic, and I don't see how Xayah fits into the picture for TT. No, Xayah's not. Okay. Not bad damage coming through from Joy and Assume, but Feather doing quite well at getting some peel. Look, Xayah can't walk forward with the rest of the team. If you just play for a bit of Corki poke, a bit of Jin poke, Swell Seeds as well, pretty sure TT just eventually land one combo, and TT can't play the aggressive side of things. Now, the problem is FPX could just overforce into the Xayah with Sion ults, Rel ults, blah, 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 and that can fall apart. But I'm quite worried for TT's top side and bot side. Well, I can tell I'm a little bit tired, can't you? Top side and bot side being a little bit desynced. Shadow going into the enemy jungle. Wrapping around has that level 6. Very far ahead of Shao Huangren, as we were saying. 3 camps ahead of Shao Huangren now. Feather clearing out some vision. They will get hydrated. Corki coming down as well. Swell Seed not landing, but they do land the root onto the Xayah all the same. Double Q. All comes through. Rakan will get CC'd under tower, and a kill goes over to Care. Double kill. As the Vi is nowhere near. Vi is nowhere near. No, 1xn does hit. I'm trying to remember if he had level 6 during that play. Must have done, but couldn't get the ultimate there in time. Levels up the ultimate now, by the way. You could only see the icon coming through there. I'm doing well, Breezy. Britzy. Grub spawning, TT taking topside pressure. They did get the first dragon as well. If they were to get the grubs, they'd be up ahead in terms of the objective markers. Dre gonna crash down over the wall. Big one just missing onto setup. Assume going towards the collector first, by the way. You don't always see that, I suppose, but yeah. Just didn't know, we do normally see that. Jhin has to get ahead in lane playing versus hyper carry. I mean, yes, for sure, because you're meant to be that early. You're meant to be a lane dominant champion, for sure. Jhin has always been a lane dominant champion, actually, ever since season 6. Oh god, he was so stupid for such a long time, actually. Because in late game back then, they didn't have enough of his damage put in towards execute. So it meant that he would just kill you from full HP. Like Q 4th shot was a targeted one-shot late game in season 6 or so. Shadow going for an invade. You do have Vyambessa, and there's no flash on Shadow. You do need to be quite respectful now. Yes, you're ahead 1,000 gold. Doesn't mean you get to get everything for free. So TT have the 3 grubs this time. Drag it over to them 2. A little bit of damage going on towards Ambassador. Oh, 1xn's got to have to come online early. You need to be able to kill this Scion at some point. Sheer can be such a pain in the arse here. Go check his stats, actually. Sheer is 4 and 2 on Scion. 4 and 2. I'm quite impactful on that. Whereas Hoya 1 and 3 on Ambassador. 1 and 3 on Rumble as well, actually. Questions. Plates being taken by 1xn. It's one way to get yourself ahead. You have 3 grubs. You can take away some plates. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Jhin pushing alone bot side. No culls across the board. Just wondering if anyone picked them up. Not today. Well, not in this game. Worth noting, our second game is Top Esports versus NIP. NIP just beat Weibo yesterday. Top Esports have lost a recent series or 2. Not looking the best, actually. Anyone's Legend took a win off of them. The team in 2 and 10? Yeah, it is a group of 10, so, you know, maybe they'd look more mid-table if they played against your likes of, you know, LGD, LNG, EDG, etc. 1 and 3 is a positive win rate. Yeah, I guess with that in mind, yeah, for sure, but still. Boy actually had 1 very good game on the Ambassador, I do remember. It's not been his worst champion. Assume Mr. Cannon, -1. That's full steel caps, by the way. Which makes sense. It helps you with some of that damage combo coming through. Vi jumping to secure some vision. Sion coming down. Now, Sion can face check. This is your problem. Here comes the ultimate as he walks into setup. Spots him there. Goes towards the dragon. Opens up a new front. It's a flash ultimate coming forwards. And Ambassador goes in. However, can't combo in cleanly with the Orianna. CC by Dre. Dre doing a great job of making sure the Orianna isn't really protecting that play. Your jungler's down, but you do have your double carries. 2 shots, 3 misses. Where's the 4th? Forces the ult out of 1xn. Setup's gonna die too. So what's the overall kill count? 2 for 1, I believe. It's TT. Can't cleanly pull away the combo. Dre, heroic set from the rel. Did everyone catch that? The fact that he managed to combo onto the Orianna, so it wasn't a clean combo with the shockwave. Absolutely clutch. Absolutely clutch. What that is full contact team fighting. One of my favorite concepts in League of Legends. So, here is the logic. Here is the logic. You jump onto my teammates, I jump onto you instead. You don't jump into the clump, you jump onto the carries, because the carries are the ones that carry the fight. Dre does a magnificent job there of making sure the combo is not as clean as it could be. Opens up a bit of an option to play a little bit later on. 1xn forced to use that ultimate. Flash and ult now down for that character. Now Shadow's back on the board. Shao Huang Grand forced off for the dragon. Jump forward from Cat. Feather needs to be careful. Cat 3 kills on the Corki, by the way. Scary old Corki. So FPX, good early game from them. Get that dragon. Stop the dragon stacking from TT. It's their first objective of the game. To get themselves the 3 kill part of the feats of strength 2. Shadow gets even more farm. Chooses not to follow for the full Raptor camp. Near enough 2,000 gold lead for FPX. A lot of that is on mid lane. Now, the thing is, TT do have the tools to take away one Fed carry. So it is important that FPX maintain, you know, secondary carries. Shadow not that far ahead in terms of gold, but is in terms of XP, because of those amounts of camps coming through. Ah, by the way, it's Triforce coming through from Xiaohuangra. Interesting. Look down in that infantry. Yeah. Ain't that interesting? Triforce instead of Thunder Sky. Wanting a little bit more... Well, it is better burst pressure, actually. But, well, a little less survivability, a little more individual damage. Assume getting some damage back. Dre coming in. Wanting to remember, has no flash, has no ultimate either. If any of that hit, could have potentially been a kill. Assume does have ultimate, chooses not to open up with it. Maybe afraid of Xiaohuangra and flying over the wall. Estes Riven completed by the Xayah. But yeah, I assume doing very well at trading onto the 1xN Xayah. Sunfire kept built up for shit. Setup being behind is a problem for TT, because that's their only magic damage on the team. Collector built up from Assume as well. Tier 2 boots, you know, nice for Jin 2 to guarantee move speed for your 4th shot. Herald at 30 seconds. Okay, strong on the top side. Strong on the top side, this one is. Lily getting blue buff. They're not going to contest this at all. Shadow does get move speed from farming, of course. It's going to be out towards top side at some point. Get another Q off the wave here. It's a bit of move speed to walk around the map. Quite late, though. Greeting for a blue buff. Shadow getting individual advantage. Could potentially look for a steal, but out of position. Not able to get this now. Sound coming through. Hoya. Gonna get engaged onto. That's your combo onto the Lilia. Can they get the clean kill? Yes, they can. Good damage. Back, though. Both junglers traded. Shockwave missing onto Drake. Ah, setup. Difficult game for him. Decent game 1 on the Talia, but this one is, oh, rather on the Ari. This one's been much less good in terms of individual lead and the playmaking too. Shadow goes down, targeted once again by the kill combo of TT, but it's 1 for 1. Xiaohuangra does get the Herald. Basically, when he ulted, he ended up ulting over the Eye of the Herald and picking that one up. If both Corki and Jin have steel caps and Lilia has Zhonya, it's kind of unplayable. It definitely makes the game a lot harder. I wouldn't say it's unplayable because those carries... The Zhonyas is a problem. The steel caps, you can still one-shot through them. You can still one-shot through the steel caps. Dre on the roam again. Care getting some alone time on this tower. So I'm very happy on the weak side of the map. You shouldn't be able to kill that guy on top side, really. Xiaohuangra might still be going towards the Thunder Sky second, by the way. He's going towards that tunnel. First turret. Ooh, the Herald very nearly getting the first turret. Not quite quickly enough. Shit doesn't have his ultimate, and I said, oh, we'd be safe on this weak side of the map. I was wrong. He died very quickly. Shit trying to clear out some of the waves. Herald going up towards that toss. Remember, they do have the 3 grubs. They do push down towers very quickly. Could be a 2-tower push, all things said and done. So FPX get themselves the feats of strength. However, 2 turrets on the top side. We'll get a lot of gold into Xiaohuangra to set us pockets. Feather Core out. Does have the increased dash range with the Xayah. Rakan gets out to safety. 30 seconds on Dragon now. Setup last case place at LCK, last place at LPL next. Hey, they're already in group ascents. They're above that. Yeah, there's a bunch of teams below them. OMG and RNG would like a word with you. OMG and RNG would like to know your location. It is at the bottom of the group. We're even in gold now. 1,000 gold lead in the jungle. Shadow has Seekers though, which does change things quite a lot. Jump over the wall. Okay, Xiaohuangra. Spot that by Dwayne. Dragon alive, remember. If you're caught out here, it is a problem. Xiaohuangra fails that short Q to cancel the dodge. Shadow flashes out. Sion coming in now, forcing a front line. That, where's your setup though? Where's your follow-up? Not bad from Assume. Some decent damage coming through. But Sion, using that big reposition tool, catch up, go over the wall. Set Sab out of position. We'll have to flash over the wall, you have to imagine. Dragon started up. Where's the damage coming through? Flash away. Dragon started. Pushing in the mid lane now. Dre does have Flash Magnet Storm coming through from Xiaohuangren. Goes forwards and that is the clump they were looking for. Where's the follow-up? Shadow gets a sleep in place. Fourth shot's coming through and the Xayah goes down. Okay, good damage. The combo for this time for TT is just not good enough. They don't kill a carry. They get completely monstered by Dway, who has been a monster engaged player. This split in this year in the LPL, one of our newest supports to the pool in LPL, really making an impact. FPX, last game, walked away with an MVP for their support player. He's had Nico banned away from him almost every single series for himself too. And Israel clutch as hell in that fight. Thought that was going to be pretty difficult for FPX actually. Xiaohuangren was in position to get onto another carry again. Dragon going outside of FPX. Was even in gold. 2,000 gold explodes out of this fight though. In favor of FPX. I will get hydrated again. Worth noting in that fight too, Seeker's arm guard wasn't even popped by the Lilia. So they try and go forward towards the big play again. Orianna has to stay within a certain distance, so walks forwards into the ultimate coming through from the Rel. Shadow doesn't have to use the shot, has to use the Seekers, very safe there. You see how difficult it is for Xayah to play out these fights when you're outranged by Jhin Ultimate, by Swell Seeds, by Corky Rockets. You're often having to play just dodgeball on the backline. That's why he's gone towards the Zeal early as well to a certain extent. Goes towards the Flicker Blades. The move speed is very important here. But you need the Lord Dominus regards too to kill the Scion. It's a problem. Set out going towards Leandries as well for anti-Scion damage, but means you're less good on the burst. I don't know, man. I don't know. TT getting out-team fought by FPX bluntly in the last 2 games. It's a shame. It feels like LPL has slowly been getting worse after Worlds, but I can't tell if the players not getting used to the changes or if they're genuinely not playing as well as they used to. I think objective timers changing definitely doesn't help. I think Fearless is a huge... I mean, guys, you have to admit it. Part of this is Fearless. You wanted Fearless? You wanted entertainment? Sure, okay. Get used to games getting worse. The novelty of seeing different picks is nice. However, you're not playing the same practice champions. Not having those points to pivot around instead of, you know, picking one creative pick in a draft. You're forced to pick in different roles all the time instead of, you know, blind picking stuff like Corky or Tristana from last summer. Yes, that was a bit much, but this is part of the payoff for Fearless draft folks. Now, sometimes you don't get as practice comps getting later into a series when you don't have, you know, your Talia, your Pantheons all the time, stuff like that. It'd be very, very difficult. W landing. It's CC coming through. Tower's gone down. No tower to fall back to. And Rakan, well, leaves Xayah a widow. It's not just LPL. LCK game quality is down too, for sure. You know, it does affect everyone. And now it can lead to entertainment. The entertainment is good. But yeah, the game quality is down. I definitely would agree with that. Double tower push coming in from FPX. Hoyer on the sideline trying to take something. Could teleport into a play. There's still a 2-tower trade and a kill. FPX happy with that. No, I don't want Fearless. I want maxed out Epic Games. Me too. For the best teams in the region, I do. You know, for games like this, I sometimes do prefer Fearless, but yes, it does make them very sloppy. Atacama being started up would be... Is it an objective bounty? No, not quite far enough behind for that. Jway could Hex Flash over the wall. Where's the follow-up? Shit, doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Jway, gonna run into a lot of enemy players there. Feather goes forward for the knock-up. Atacama shredding the team down, remember. Xiaohuangren goes on to one of the carries. Shadow, a lot of damage onto him. Shockwave not there just yet. Feather getting gunned down by Cash. Shockwave's not bad, but the side's down already. So they're already down, and the health bars are so low that Jway can potentially get a solo kill for himself. Magnet Storm. Crash down. Swellsea coming through. Jway will die. It'll go to the halls of Valhalla. Ends up being a 5-for-2 as FPX will also take the Atacama, and that's probably the fight which breaks this game well and truly. The combos onto the carries in the backline are just not potent enough. You know, you don't have quite enough burst. You don't quite have enough DPS to follow up the fight after that point. The Xayah is 0 and 3, achieved very little in this fight. Outranged by the Corky, by the Jhin. struggling to kill the Scion at this point in the game. FPX will cleanly take the objective fight. Assume been very potent on the Jhin. Does go down in that fight, yes, but managed to take down Xayah before that. And this is with, you know, no flash on the Rel from the Magnet Storm, no ult from Sheer. You don't have that to reposition the fight. So Hoya, good position to cancel out the Jhin ultimate. Shadow does Zhonya's through, and that's obviously a lot of damage. What happens here after this point? I mean, Hoya's kind of left out of position now. God damn, that's a lot of damage. Did that get... That was a lot... Was that... I didn't actually see if that was a W or the Atakan killing. You know, Xayah can only do so much. Had flash, had ult. Goes down very easily. Mistakes by 1xM that. Yeah, for sure, man. That was, Care doing a lot of damage. 508 on the Corki. He had a very bad series last time he was playing, by the way. But realistically, Jue is my MVP again for this game. Now, Care's played very well, but Jue has been absolutely critical. That ultimate in River for the Dragon fight was so clutch. Did we see another... Feather died again. He hit the Q, and he got CC to death. Right, that's a hell of a lot of damage. Corki's going towards the Shojin third, by the way. Bit tankier. I think Vi ran it down this game. Vi was 1,000 gold ahead. I don't agree with that. I think the early game was completely fine. Edge of Night coming in second for Hoya, by the way. Wants to go full lethality for the bits afterwards, trying to reset. Jhin, not out of range, well out of range of the big combos. Hoya going into the backline, but it is slept and gets absolutely obliterated. Shadow Wongred also going to go down, soul purified by the Atakan. Shadow walking forwards again, has move speed. Feather trying to get some damage and some disruption in. Not able to. Sonya's coming through from Shadow, sees them out of there. Care jumping forwards again, more damage. Not able to finish off the kill though. Oh, but that will. Atakan very nearly killing off Setup too with the slow after that. FPX rolling through the advantages now, and TT very likely falling to 2 and 11. It's where I say that Hoya is the best player is performing the best on his team, but I do think that Hoya is the one player in this game who's made more of an impact for TT. 2,000 gold behind in AD carry. 1,000 and 1,500 in mid and jungle. Oh, you just can't fight like this when your Xayah's so far behind. You just don't have the damage. 10 stack Medjai's coming in from Shadow. Has Zhonya's as well to protect those stacks. The move speed from Medjai is very impactful at this point in the game. TT, their objective set has been poor. Their objective set has been poor. Their team fighting positioning has been poor. Often getting split up very easily. Allowing Setup, Feather, 1xN to all get picked off and outfought with a superior range of FPX. Good damage from Care. Onto the tower. If I turned and not Lilia when they were looking for the finish on the Atakan? Yes, but also it's more important to get the fight than the Atakan there. The Atakan's not that valuable. Not comparatively. Atakan is not that game winning right now. Feels okay, but it's not that great. I feel like you need to look for a better fight. And I guess with around the Atakan fight, there was no Scion ult. There was no flash on Rel. It was on Hex Flash, you know. That should have been such a green light for them. Comparative to the rest of the game anyway. 1xN dying without using flash or ult was a bigger problem for me, really. He does not have the he does so little damage to Scion. That is so little damage! That W could have actually killed him, you know? Or at least forced flash and ult. Double into the first shot of ult. And very dangerous. And look, you don't do damage to this Scion. He has flash, he has ult. You are not killing Scion! You're not killing him. W lands, Shadow lands this well. See, does he pull the ultimate? No, maybe he could have done that. Wonder whether it would have been worth it. Did I flash? 1xN. Actually, a little bit of risk there getting hit by that fourth shot. Shadow, go, okay. Flash coming through, but there's a Zhonya's. There's a Zhonya's. Hoya can't get the combo afterwards, and Feather whiffs his W. Svi goes down after a quick pick attempt, and they just don't have the damage. They are outgunned, outmaneuvered, and outfought all in all. Care will jump over the shockwave. Well, the Q for the first bit. Shockwave does land, but it feels like it is just a ripple in the pond. Double kill to assume. Xiao Wangran tries to look for that quick pick, but it's so hard to get anything done. 20 stacks on the Medjais now. 20 stacks! It's like, yeah, it's a full novel at that point. Evolved from a novella into a hardback. Baron will go down. FPX cleanly taking this objective. And Baron will go down. Easy as that. I mean, this is not a bad flash cube. I think he greeds for an extra auto attack. He greeds for an extra auto attack. The Q flash is good, but it's a mistake going for the optimal damage combo. And it means that the Zhonyas can come through. That being said, I think even if they killed the Lilia, they still die. I still think this is a lost fight. They don't have the stats. And see, oh my god, the damage. There was a cleanse for reasons, I don't know, maybe thought he had barrier. 1xN, it feels bad being 1xN. For me, he was the star player of this team. I'm intensely mentally beamed to this. Assume out of position. No flash, no barrier. That could be the pick they actually want. Okay, that's the start of something. Dre gets the Magnus Storm to the backline though. 1xN. No ult, no flash, no anything else. And Care is still alive. They have a second AD carry. That's 3-man Shockwave, but it's not that bursty. Still going to end up being a 2-for-1. Care might even make it more than that. Extra auto attacks going down to Hoya. Move speed for Shadow. Very powerful here. Still has the ultimate. 1xN does have the ult this time. Will cleanse off the sleep. 1xN though. Not able to escape the daring Bombardier. Corki. 8-0-11. Shojin built in. Has the phase for the move speed. Sets up hit by a swell seed. And FPX might just take what was a pick onto their own AD carry into maybe a game-ending effort. Okay, he's about to get his Valkyrie back up again. Stacking up his Shojin a little bit. Hoya goes into the backline, tries to get some damage down, but not really achieving that much. Gets a little bit of wave clear. All right, maybe FPX call it off after this one. Heskate out. They get that inhibitor down. They do enough damage. 1xN down for the count again. He has 3 items. But, you know, when Assume and Care are about to hit 4, feels a little bit less important now, doesn't it? God, every carry roll is down 2,000 plus gold. No, Hoya's down gold against the Scion too now. Dre, not sure about that one, buddy. Sharp Wangren does have ult coming up in a couple of seconds. This could be a dead rel. Teleport coming in from the Ambessa. Care's coming down to the bottom side of the map. There is a Magnet Storm, and they thought they caught them out, but now they're out of position themselves. Vi had no choice but to go in for something. They thought they found themselves a quick moment to make a play. Oh, it's just not easy, is it, though? It's just not easy. They lose their jungler before the dragon. That will be Soul if FPX don't end the game. Might do that anyway. 2 dead. Soon to be 3. 2 kills for the Corki. 25 stack Magi's for Shadow. Oh, bloody hell. It's too much damage. It's just way too much damage. The sleep comes through. Zhonyas escapes the quickness. And 1xN. Yeah. Well, there's a reason there's an X in the name. They're an X and gone to meet their maker. Pushing up the daisies. Nexus falls in TT. It is a crying face. Instead of that little mascot this time. FPX cleanly taking the series 2-0. Was never really in question outside of a bit of an early game in game 1. FPX clearly better in terms of macro. Clearly better at playing out the team fights. Shadow's Lilia. Getting a bit of a reputation here now. I will get hydrated, thank you. And I will pause check as well, Sully. Yeah, Shadow is actually 3-0 after winning the 1v1 as well. Shadow actually 3-0 to best of 3. Drown. Don't let me drown. Well, I don't know what TT do at this point. They've lost their jungler. They're, oh, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how you recover from this as TT in terms of a overall organizational standpoint. I actually don't know. You know, you've been completely blasted. It's been a hard time. Hello. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, all. Oops, that's a line. That's not very helpful. Let me give you some in a iPad baby time. 2-0 for FPX. We have Toppies, Wolves vs NIP afterwards. Oh, God. I mean, TT are just completely mentally boomed. What do you do when you lose your jungler midway through a season? It's very, very hard to deal with. It's very hard. This track is very cool. I'd like to know what this track's name is. UEFA, I'm pretty sure that's not a word, sadly, it's an acronym. Peanut! Damn, where's LGD Peanut is best? Was it L? I can't remember. Where is Peanut is best? Oh, friendly Twitch chat user. Oh, we have a fake word. I forgot about that now. We have that now. To anyone who's watching Non-Chim versus Genji at the same time, was it me or Trevi casted almost every charm on Hens? I mean, a lot of the time you do want to kill supports if they're like soul engage. If they're soul engage, killing a support, often they're the easiest person to kill and they're very impactful to kill. If you kill a Renata, for instance, before they get to use their big ultimate, it's huge, right? Or Rel was always a big pick target in the past. I will have to show this on screen. Whatever, you got it. You did well. Hey, you got it. Tuna. Nice. Cool. Perfect round, everyone. You did that one blind. Can't imagine what losing your jungler like that is like. Yeah, because it wasn't their choice, right? No, Beitron was playing well. It's not like you're kicking a bad jungler. You're kicking a jungler which you wanted to have and was a core as part of your team. I mean, I can actually help you with Trig if you want. I did many years of Trig for physics. Why is the sound always so much louder in the highlights? So, by the way, folks, oh man, that's a hell of a swell seed. I actually missed the 4-man sleep in there. But the combo from Dre is what sets it up, really. That's insane. Hey, Tarzan was actually pretty good last Worlds, by the way, folks. I wouldn't blame Tarzan for last Worlds. He had a very good Worlds for one of the first times in his career. Same with Tien. Well, up until, like, the T1 series. I mean, that one was mainly... I mean, Jackala played awfully in that one, but yeah. What even happened in this one? Oh, he got killed by Atakan in the double... It was a W, okay, alright. Are there any Nirvana players that TT could steal to upgrade? Dave Grohl. Chris Novoselic. Milky Way is not an upgrade. Look, I'm sorry, Milky Way is playing bad, and he has been playing for like a year now at this point. His first split was good. My main problem with Trig is proving questions because they don't actually provide the half-angle formulas on the exam formulas. Yeah, it's annoying. You just gotta, you gotta just remember. Oh, that's a nasty combo. The big one probably would have killed anyway. There actually at that point. So fed at that point. Thank you, Blade. Thanks for keeping order in chat. Order. Nirvana used to be one of my favorite bands, by the way. Let me think in terms of upgrades they could have from. Let me have a think about upgrades from Nirvana players. I mean, Xiao Hao is probably the big name, I think. Xiao Hao's good. I think Xiao Hao's good. I mean, LGD are actually doing quite well in Group Nirvana, so I don't think they'll change out those players right now. I mean, maybe you snipe someone like Zuka or something, but you don't actually have the resources to get new players like that, right? TT is not a very affluent organization. Junhao from Ultra Prime? Junhao and Xiaohao? Yeah, Junhao and Xiaohao. How do you explain that most talents in LPL do one amazing season then fall off so fast? Well, Milky Way, I think that obviously the FPX drama is one thing. I think that also Milky Way, a lot of people did not realize how much work his bot lane were doing. Was it Doc Dam and Life for him? Yeah, Doc Dam and Life were actually doing a lot of work for him last split. Hey, Amber, good to see you. By the way, I actually just finished the Stroop waffles, by the way. I actually just finished them. Thank you so much. They were very tasty. They've kept me well fed the last couple of days. Thank you so much. You're very, very kind. Amber in Twitch chat is Amber and Media. I know we have two Ambers right now. They're both great. But Yes, Amber said hi to me at the studio. I'm so sorry I didn't manage to get a photo, by the way, if you did want one, by the way. I saw you did get some with the other talent. But if you ever are around, let me know. Oh. I mean, Dre double MVP, great day at the office for him. Dre just completely broke the spine of this game. Life, if I recall, was huge for Milky Way. I remember Care giving resources too. Yeah, Care was very kind of push and roam last year. So he definitely helped out the jungle. The whole team kind of became Milky Way, right? And he was good enough to justify that, right? Hoping to be back in summer. Hope to catch up then. Cool. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you then. I agree, Mecha. I think RNG, the amount of random predatory contract stuff they've done is just not acceptable, I think, for LPL. It's the same kind of thing with TSM, where TSM had like the bullying claims and their contract stuff. Like TSM needed to be kicked out of LCS. They needed to be, right? Who's number one for MVPs this split in terms of the actual players of the game? I can check, actually. Should be on Leaguepedia. Kanavi and Xiao, Kanavi, Xiaohu, Shun currently. Baytron has 7, by the way. But that's obviously including his TT stuff. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Right, do you want to play another round of Words with Friends? It's not fun. I'm confused with Golf with Friends, which is a Discord game. Wait, no, it's not. It's a Steam game. Or is it? I can't remember. Yeah, Kanavi has 14 MVPs, by the way. Do we have Bake? I do need to run some adverts at some point, but we can leave it for a little bit. Okay, now we have Toppies versus NIP, which will be in NIP's arena, presumably. That's ironic because Dogtime is not having a good go of it right now. No, he's not. He's really struggling.
我是主持人宝宝，再次恭喜 FunPlus 战队拿下本场的胜利。我们为大家采访到的是下路选手阿萨姆，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 的 AD 阿萨姆。
欢迎阿萨姆，恭喜你们啊！痛快的2-0，今天也算是打破了之前的阴霾了啊。那这个赛果是在你们今天预料之中的吗？觉得大家发挥如何呢？
其实没想到今天能直接就2-0，因为最近的话，我们的状态也不是特别好吧，但是赢下来还是比较开心。
意外的惊喜啊！其实，在第2赛段的时候，阿萨姆是加入到 FunPlus 战队嘛，到现在我们是第2赛段一个赛事后期了。你觉得目前为止跟大家伙队友们配合如何了？跟刚刚入队的时候有没有所成长和进步呢？
加入 FunPlus 2个月吧，感觉就是我们的运营会比一开始要稍微好。
5 levels up now. This is hard.
那其实
So we have a hidden letter and a fake letter, and everything's 5 words.
5杀女枪5杀也是亮翻全场啊！想知道当时拿到5杀是什么心情呢？
当时就还好吧，因为还没赢下来，就感觉还是要先赢下来再说。
结果有点可惜，但是上一场的遗憾今天弥补了。在第1局的时候，同样是选择了女枪这个英雄，其实这个英雄我本人也非常钟爱。
So the hidden one is N. Hidden is N.
要不要跟我分享一下当前版本你觉得这个英雄的一些使用 tips 呢？
感觉女枪这英雄就玩 AD 的话，在现在这个版本感觉无脑选，感觉就能上分，然后因为伤害都挺高的这英雄。
就是版本强势的英雄，选就对了，大家也是可以好好的学起来。第1局的时候，我们的 MVP 的俊伟牛头也是表现非常强势啊，见人就开。怎么评价今天下路搭档的表现呢？
就俊伟他玩的挺好的今天。
牛头玩的挺好，同样在第2局也是2连 MVP 了。第2局我们看到 FunPlus 这边是选择了一套多核的偏团战的阵容，这套阵容是怎么针对对方设计的呢？
因为第2把的话就是看到对面有薇这种英雄，然后就想选一些 每个位置都有输出的那种英雄，然后让
He is
位
fake, right?
锁别人的话，我们其他队友还有输出那种。
很好的设计，也
Nice,
是打出了
pass level,
该有的
good stuff.
输出。想聊一下18分钟小龙团的时候
Gnome，
又是均为一个1切4后排，然后配合上 Shadow 的一个3杀。其实从那波之后，我们会发现胜利的
That's
天
right, yeah,
平也是偏向FunPlus 这边了。那波的主扣是谁？你们是怎么沟通的呢？
那波就是俊伟他说
There's another
他们
end start one
进那
unless
个
there's
草
a
就会开，然后他也开到了。
所以还是俊伟的这个领头羊的一个作用啊。
Omens，
其实今天就像我们解说说的，好像第2局这个 MVP 都不知道该颁给谁了。阿萨们心中有没有觉得属于今天的一个队内的关键先生呢？
就给俊伟吧。
还是俊伟自己的好搭档，确实今天其实从表现来看，每个点都是发挥很好。
Holy
要
crap，
不要
let's
评
go
价一下自己的表现？
今天的话感觉自己就中规中矩吧。
中规中矩，还有进步的空間。那
They
下
should
一
be
場
getting ready on the
馬
other
戰隊
stage,
也是要
actually.
有一個背靠背的，也是明天的一個賽程了。
It's alright,
對
guys,
陣
it's
到
all good.
目前積分榜第2的 AL 戰隊，那他們有壓力嗎？
打 AL 的话，感觉因为他们也很强嘛，我感觉就打出是我们自己的东西就行了。
針對他們有沒有說需要特別注意的點呢？你覺得？
感觉就每一條隊線就必須起碼跟他們能對抗的那種，然後才能有機會跟他們打到後面吧。
好的，我們就期待明天雙方
Don't have
來
a secret word yet.
碰一碰了，雙方的一個精彩較量了。當然也謝謝我們的阿薩姆來接受我們的賽後採訪了，給你們加油。那接下來的時間也一
Wow,
同
what
來
the hell?
關注一下本場比賽的
Powerful.
Spotlight。
Secret is R is hidden. So R's are hidden one.
看，我们这里能看。先慢慢打，先慢慢打。先开泰打。能追
没闪，看我。
就泰打。
你没闪。看我，往前了。
我能看巴士。
D is fake, R is hidden.
狐狸看巴士，
我2秒。
看我一下，狐狸在我这。
能追。
我追你们追，我看你，看我在看你，
看一下。
看一下。
没大的。
Nice job, everyone.
波吗？大龙。
哎，他们想抢中中项。
我闭了题。
我要抢，没事，你带线去带线。
还有大沙豆。
有大。
我漏了。
没事，
等我来，开题吧。
我没踢。
慢点，没事，能打，看位置。看位置。
可以包，往前打。我在后面，往前。一波。
好，我死不了啊！没大，没闪。
想没闪。
哎，打到了吗？一波吗？20秒。
算了吧，没戏啊，我感觉。
打龙吧。
打了。
AD 交闪了。
Oh, we said I'm close. Ah, rip. Close. Can NIP take a game from Top Esports? They looked a lot better yesterday. Leave was very good. Top Esports looked kind of crap in their last game too, actually. Yeah. Okay, I gotta go put some adverts on, because otherwise we will be running into adverts. Hidden answers is very tough for sure. Yeah. Damn. Well, on stage we go. Bassoon, that's a good word. Sober should actually be in there. Sans Undertale, and what the fuck? Boss Nass from Star Wars. Try to do it by alphabetical order. So there's another N, I reckon, then. Oh yeah, knobs, probably. Yeah. Teehee. So there's one other... Oh, there could be... Obans? Obans? I reckon there's an O start. Okay, so when it comes to this game, folks, you know, yeah, that is a very pretty dress. Sorry, I should have muted that there. Okay, I reckon we can do one more. Folks. NIP looks a lot better the other day, by the way. Like, a lot better. Fish. Do we have a hidden word yet? No, I don't think so. As if top esports is tier low. They're not. I mean, it's just at... Top esports haven't looked great recently. NIP had a good win the other day versus Weibo. I know it's versus Weibo, but you know. Dogfish, damn. That's a word. I didn't think that'd be a thing. Here's their recent results. So they lost to AL pretty convincingly. Yeah. One more. Might be an H one. No, it's not hi-fi. It's got to be either a G or an H start because of alphabetical, right? And it's between Gosh and Hogs. Oh, worth noting, by the way, folks, solo kill is starting for NIP. Solo kill starting for them. Nice, perfect round. Cool. Good job, everyone. And this is their recent record. They lost a lot. They lost to WE, lost to AL, lost to BLG. WE are looking better now, so it's not, you know, it's not like particularly like embarrassing to lose to them as it was at the start of things. Which I think, was that one of their few wins actually? Did they beat them at the start of the split actually? Yeah, they beat W the first time around. Did everyone see that Aragon was calling W a top 4 team, by the way? Aragon was saying W are a top 4 team and better than BLG. That was a hell of a hot take. I mean, hey, back your team, for sure, back your team. But I'd be very interested to see if that works out. Based Aragon? Potentially. Hey, we'll see, right? I think that they probably... I reckon when we get to best of 5s and playoffs, I reckon it gets more like 6th, really. Where did all these vampire fans come from? Where did you all come from? Did you all just come from Aragon? Damn, he's doing a good job of backing his boy up there. Hey, I mean, you gotta build a brand of a player somehow, right? That's one way to do it. But yeah, I did find it quite funny. I did find it quite funny that Aragon called out BLG and Baytron really shit, and then they 2-0'd AL. That gave me a little bit of schadenfreude. A little, just a tiny bit. Like, I like Aragon. I think it's good to have different opinions in the scene, right? Even if we disagree. But I did find it quite, it's like, oh yeah, Baytron shit, I gave him so much time in different teams. Just smashed anyone's legend 2-0.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到竞彩环节，我是小优。我们邀请到的是滔博的中单选手 Cream， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的。
欢迎 Cream 选手。那首先第一个问题啊，目前你们依然是10胜的成绩位列榜1。那么经历上一场的比赛之后，大家队内在讨论还有哪些细节可以做得更好吗？
觉得做得更好的就是我们中期运营部分吧。
中期的运营可以做得更好。那么第二个问题啊，因为今天的对手是 NIP 嘛，那在经历上一轮的交手之后，你觉得他们是一支怎样风格的队伍呢？
他们主要是一支以双 C 为核心的队伍。
是一支以双 C 为核心的队伍。但是上一场比赛他们赢的那一局呢，他们的下路发挥了比较关键的作用嘛。那么今天的比赛，你会将关注的重点放在哪一路呢？
主要还是在他们中野辅联动上面吧，就前期。
中野辅的联动，那也相信你们今天可以在赛场上有更好的表现。谢谢。欢迎来到前彩环节，我们邀请到的是深圳 NIP 的下路选手 Live， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 LPL 的下路选手Liu。
欢迎Liu啊！那首先第一个问题啊，昨天的大场胜利来之不易啊。那昨天的这场胜利对于队伍的士气和信心有怎样的影响呢？今天的竞技状态有哪些变化？
我觉得昨天的胜利非常的来之不易吧，然后对我们整体的士气提升呢是非常巨大的，因为本来队伍都已经连跪了这么多把嘛，有点心灰意冷。总而言之，昨天的胜利真的是给队伍带来了莫大的帮助吧。
是的，一定是士气大增的。那么今天的对手是滔博嘛？回顾第一轮和他们的交手，你们当时是鏖战54分钟，绝境翻盘赢下的一小局，也是热血沸腾，记忆犹新。当时你的卢锡安也是打出了高额的输出，拿到了当时的 MVP 嘛。那么在第二轮的碰撞前，你们都做了哪些准备呢？
第二轮的碰撞的话，只说我自己的话，我想的是。对线时期要多注意对面打野的动向，不要这么轻易的被他所干扰。再就是自己的位置不要太奇怪的死掉吧。
昨天其实就做得非常好啊，第二局的泽也是拿到了 MVP， 也希望可以保持昨天火热的手感和状态。那么要不要在赛前给队伍加油打打气呢？
继续努力吧。
继续努力，加油！期待你们赛场的表现，谢谢Liv。
God is coming. Wait, has anyone played that really strange game? Is it God is Coming, where you have to like kill squirrels and nail them to an effigy of your dead wife, and then if you kill enough of them, like the squirrel god comes to kill you. And it's like a giant floating beheaded thing. Typing hard, they said that vampire was good, and you went off of them saying that vampire is trash. I think that's missing context there, Burfon. I didn't disable the untrimmed rod. It's just that only for Victor. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm actually Victor from Arcane. That's me. No, that's missing context there, Burfon. That's missing context.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。本场比赛是在彭真不息、未来可期的深圳 NIP 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
What am I talking about? It's a game called God is Coming, and is you end up shooting squirrels, nail their dead bodies to an effigy of your wife, your dead wife. And if you do that like 50 times, the squirrel god comes to kill you. But like, there's just like lots of people just start singing, God is coming, just like over and over, until eventually you turn around. It always appears in your blind spot, so you have to keep turning around, and then this thing fucking jump scares you. Oh, it is completely opposite of Squirrel with the gun. It's also done in like, I don't know, like very low polygon models and stuff.
上单 solo kill。打野阿 K， 中单杜印币，下路 Liv， 辅助 PP God。
It was an indie game. Is the squirrel god a squirrel as well? No, no.
让我们欢迎 Top Esports， 上单369，打野 Kanawi， 中单
Hang on, I can show you. I can show you.
下路 JK Love。辅助 Chris。
Oh, it's Squirrel Stapler. That's the name of the game. This is God is Coming. This is the thing. Yeah, that's the Squirrel God. Yeah, well, now you know. Now you know.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第6周第4日的第2场比赛，由滔博对战深圳。
Hey, thank you for 5 community gift subs. Thank you so much, Hippie. Appreciate an awful lot. Okay, I gotta go grab my coffee from the other room. And yeah, it's called Squirrel Stapler, not God is Coming. But then that's what they sing at the end of the game. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me go do that, and let's get ready for a second game. I can't remember who's doing a 1v1. Ferguson did post it in the Discord, which is very helpful. I just haven't paid attention enough.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
Close the door properly. Ow, got my hair stuck in my freaking headphones. Top Esports isn't in international form yet. Well, they did kind of get blasted by AL, so we'll see, right? Okay, right, this should be our 1v1 champion select. Can't remember who's actually in on this one. Cream versus Turnby, so a mid lane 1v1 matchup. Ninjas in Piljamas or Tapilk Esports? Questions which we will have the answer to today, presumably. Also worth noting that sometimes the volume changes when they change venues because they send different signals out to the clean feed. So I'll have to be checking our game sound and stuff. So what's left available? Jace. What else is typically quite big? Sometimes we see someone like Volibear. Gwen can also be quite big as well. Doing be insta-locks the Jace. He was one of the big players of the bruiser / tank Jace. Okay. Cream hovering over Cinder. Are we gonna have a Jace 1v1? That'd be fun. Dude, it's like all that alternate timeline shit all over again. Did I run out of us? Yes, I did. Good to know. What is this? What even is this conversation? Oh, the host. You're simping over the host. That's fair. Oh, Lucian for Cream. All right, Lucian versus Jace. Cool. We do see Lucian banned away a lot, actually. Lucian, of course, mobile enough to dodge out in the shock blast if you got good reactions. Can poke through the wave better than Jace, because you can use the piercing light through the wave. I forgot it was the 1v1 and we got excited that Rise was open. I don't think Dermby's ever going to be allowed to be play Rise again. Have I ever tried applying for shampoo advertisements? I haven't. I mean, if they paid me well. I did get, you know what? Weirdly enough, at MSI 23, I was sat on the grass outside the copper box. And someone did come up to me and said, like, hey, I was just walking around some places trying to look for people for, like, modeling. And they did give me a card for modeling. But I wasn't available on the day which they were doing, like, I guess, tryouts, or whatever. Auditions. So I was, I guess, briefly scouted for modeling off the street. But, yeah. Sadly couldn't follow through on that. I wouldn't mind trying it at some point, but I think the modeling industry can be quite predatory. Okay, right, let's get into the Howling Abyss, and let's see ourselves this 1v1. Welcome back, everyone, as we get into the thick of things. No, it was like clothes modeling, literally. It was like for like fashion brands and stuff. Can't remember who it was. But... So, Dermby wants to try and get poke. That's okay. Cream doesn't get hit by that first shock blast. Wasn't accelerated though. So accelerated shock blast will be up next. Which skin is that? Is that one of the Battle Academias? Ooh, Q through the way from Cream. Gone for the press the attack, not the electrocute, which you sometimes see on the build. Even when it's without the Nami. So Dermby wants to try and get that accelerated shock blast. What you actually want to do is not stand at max range, because if Lucian stands at max range of Jace, like around here or something, even if he misses, it'll explode. So he wants to stand around this kind of distance. If Dermby fires something at him, oh, doesn't dash backwards from that, does now. Stops the hammer blow coming through. Gets the press the attack, good damage. Dermby started with the cloth armor, so he's taking a little bit less damage. Dermby, oof. Nasty. Cream, of course, was very good at the AD carry mid meta. His Corki Tristana were both very, very good last summer. Then we get a bit brawled around here, actually. How's the Conqueror build? Ah, cannon missed by Cream. -1. Huge loss for Cream. Actually, kind of is, because it's like 100 and something gold. I think the first one is like 100 and something gold. I will get hydrated. I will. Dermby trying to go towards the heal. Cream gets it instead. Ignite going to get dropped. Yes, it is. There we go. Ignite's dropped to deny some of the healing from the thing. The whatchamacallit, the relic. Both summons used by both sides now, actually. Cream going to slowly chip down the plates here. Oh, the Q is so close to killing. 600 gold does end up burning him down with the last bit of what I assume to be minion aggro. Cream will be able to stick around, clear out the next wave. And the Jace, so often the winner in the 1v1s. Getting absolutely destroyed here by the Lucian. Another wave will get cleared open. Cream will have the empowered recall. Gets himself 2 plates of the mid lane turret. So, 1 cannon was missed by Cream, so he missed a bit of gold, but 600 gold for that first kill. Nice for him. Thousand Kite speaks Mandarin and 2 dialects. Everyone speaks Mandarin. Oh, well, I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, the dialect's got to be really crazy given that it's so much random history from it. 3 cloth armors from Durnby, by the way. Cole coming through from Cream, gets a bit of damage down. Procs his double tap, which does give him less cooldown on the E. Trying to get the last tick of damage, not quite able to do so. Durnby forced out. Cream will be able to push in another wave. Cannon will probably be denied by Durnby here. He has to take the long road home, of course. No empowered recall for him. Didn't get a kill. Cream can clear through this wave very, very quickly. Not exactly sure how clean a reset Cream's going to get. Does get the attack speed buff from taking the relic. That's the little red glow around him. 3 plates now taken by him. Gonna get a lot of damage. I mean, Cream, worst comes to worst, could look for the tower kill win condition if you can force Durnby out of lane again. Hasn't gone for a reset here. Takes 1 tower shot. Again, 3 cloth armor on Durnby is really annoying for the Lucian. I actually wonder whether you should go Bramble Vest, you know? I wonder whether Bramble Vest is the plate. Or is Warden smell better with the chip damage? Cream. Really good wave clear here. Durnby has not been able to really play the game. He's not going for a very high damage build, so we can't poke out with the Shock Blast that well. Good double tap again. Just continually auto-attacking the wave. 100% auto-attack uptime for the Lucian, really. Misses 1 minion there. Trying to get some poke through the wave. All summoners are back up and available. Same timing from that relic fight a little early on. Oh, it was the Scorch which killed him earlier. I didn't get that. Okay, right. So that's the last plate down. So Cream has 4 out of the 5 plates. Shock Blast misses. Tags that W. If you hit the W onto the Jace, you will just chase him down for forever. Q through the wave does actually tag him. Durnby is not even able to really recall. Culling is mostly on target, that too. Tower shot goes in. Yeah, Cream does miss a little bit of gold, I think, from missing that cannon, but he doesn't care that much. Remember, if he dies and goes for a 1-for-1, he still wins. He has that 1 early kill. Durnby good wave clear. Oh, and the Ignite comes through. Barrier pressed too late by Durnby. Doesn't come through. Very easy 1v1 as Cream wins the 1v1 with 2 early kills. Yeah, the dialects in Chinese and Mandarin do tend to be much different. Yes, Cream did win the 1v1. He did win the 1v1. Are Top Esports a better team than Weibo? Yes, they are. Weibo are not looking good right now. They got pretty blasted the other day by NIP, who are one of our weaker teams in Group Ascend. Yeah, I think in terms of our power levels, we have like TT. Well, we did have like TT, NIP, FPX. Then I think above that you had like WE and Weibo, and then above that you have like IG, and then you have the top 3, which are top Esports, Anyos, Legend, BLG, and then I guess JDG are in that bracket as well. So I think, yeah, I mean, but that's obviously during regular season where a lot of teams take things a lot less seriously, by the way. Like, a lot less seriously. Yeah. We're almost done with Group Ascend, Group Nirvana, by the way. Every team plays 5 games. We have 2 series left, I want to say. Yeah, we have 2 series of Nirvana left. We have... Are they both happening on Sunday? They are. They're both happening on Sunday. Ultra Prime versus LGD, and then we have... No, that's not true. We have one more elsewhere. RNG versus EDG on Saturday. Ultra Prime versus LGD on Sunday. So we have... Wait, we have 2 3-series days this weekend? Ugh. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I'm not around on Sunday because I'm casting first series for LEC. Monday I'm doing first series as well. Yeah, we'll see what Sam's able to do, really. Okay, let's get ourselves into the draft. Okay. You know the music. It's time to dance. Top Esports on blue side, and the champ select has failed in terms of whatever the heck's going on with graphics. Rise, of course, banned away from Durnby. Annie and Quaid as well on the other side is both the priority aggressive junglers in the Vi and the Neferi, as well as the Yone. I imagine Champ Select is still going on. I reckon the graphics have just broken a little bit, so I'll have to go reload that. I'll refresh that and hopefully that comes through. So with those being picked in, Varus, I think, is the obvious pick, which is through. They've had to go back through to a fallback graphics package, which is fine. We'll move ourselves into the center here. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I'm done sneezing now. Rumble first pick. Varus was obviously up as well. That's now down. There. And the Pantheon. So we have Pantheon Talia potentially from NIP. I think NIP are in position for a very good draft here, by the way. Because what we can potentially have... is Pantheon Talia with a Varus follow-up as well. Top esports, they don't want to lock in the Talia right now. I don't know. I feel like you want to take away that Talia from the other team. Doesn't necessarily... It's okay with your comp, I suppose. Talia is locked in. Yep, you had to take that away from the Pantheon Talia plus the Varus. Now, Durnby, very good with globals. Can obviously lock in the Gallia for yourself as well. That can flex up towards top lane. Instead, maybe thinking about the Sion instead. Solo Kill has been a big tank player. One-on-one on the... he's only played 4 games for NIP, but he is one-on-one on the Sion. Also won his game on his Ambassador. The Ambassador was very good from him, actually. I'll go towards the Sion. Okay, so Sion, I think that's fine into this comp. Playing front to back. You have effectively double global because the Sion ultimate is also kind of classified on there for me. So you have... So yeah, in this game, remember folks, earlier in the day I was saying that globals really are the name of the meta right now. We have Sion, Pantheon, and Talia with 3 in the game right now. Nico banned out in the second round. No player names, by the way. So you'll just have to, you know, make them up for yourself. Ugh. Schneeze. Another Shen game, not in this one. Not in this one. So NIP gonna ban away the Victor. NIP need another damage source. They have the Varus, they need another damage source. So what are you gonna do for the mid lane? Victor has typically been Doomby's go-to. He's not really an Azir player, you know? Has Doomby ever really played that much Azir? I can't remember if he has. No, he's not really. He's only played 11 games of it in his career. It's very low win rate. Goes for the sides, much more his thing. By the way, for everyone talking crap about Knight's Azir, I mean, Doomby won Worlds while not being an Azir player. And people view this guy as one of the best mid laners of all time. Like, oh, but Knight, he doesn't play Azir. Look at Doomby. You tell me. Silas able to steal the Equalizer. Stealing the Shinzo ult is more important, actually. The Shinzo ult is the best ult on the table right now. I think MF is now a go. It's good in lane phase. The Silas doesn't care about stealing your ultimate, so you underpower him as opposed to going towards other AD carries which can lane with the Varus. I guess Jhin could have been fine here as well. You want the Rel here too, I think. I think you want Rel. It's one of the better engaged tools with the MF, and it's also one of the worst ultimates for Silas to steal. So you want the Rel here, and it depowers the Silas. Silas will then only really have the Shinzo ult for good value. Last pick for NIP at that point, probably Alistar, I would imagine. You can tank up the front line, stop Shinzo being a really annoying threat. So Rel comes in. I reckon it's last pick Alistar, because PP got to a player with that too. You would have liked top esports to pick the Alistar, so your Silas becomes mega tanky. I guess Nautilus is easier engage, Alistar is better frontline, and then you'd have very hard ability to get towards the backline. Yeah, I guess you already do have Pantheon Sion, but no, I think the Alistar means it's very hard for top esports to get clean first picks. Top esports draft is so much better. Top esports have 1 engage. Crisp is the only engage for this team. Whereas NIP, I think that it's very hard to kill them. There is not very good tank killing potential on top esports. It's okay. So is the Talia can do a lot of work here. I don't like the Silas pick though. Not now, I don't. I think that the Silas is not consistent damage. The Shinzo ult is the only really good ult you have to steal. Okay, so NIP, much better tank frontline. Top esports have 1 global. On the other side, there are more from the sides of NIP with the Sion and the back up to wherever it was. There we go. Cool. Look at that. And coaches will shake hands. We'll get on to the Rift. Gonna run 1 minute of adverts here. Turn the camera off, and I'll see you after the game. Rumble is also fine. It's fine, but it's not top tier. The only top tier ultimate you have is Shinzao. Everything else is whatever, you know. Ugh. NIP are 2 melee. They need to outposition and drag them apart. Yeah, for sure. Being multiple melee into Talia and Rumble can be quite nasty, especially into the MF as well. So top esports do have a lot of anti-melee champions. However, they don't have the best tank killing. I'll have to figure the way through that one. Let's get into the game, though. Stop dilly-dallying. Let's get into it. Hey, Kobe, good to see you. I don't like NIP's draft at all. I mean, I think they have the extra globals. We'll hear these gyros.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
I did see fake Azari Penta earlier. Yes, I did. Yeah, I think NIP's draft, it's, I mean, you do have, Pantheon Varus for the first pickoff. There's a lot of anti-melee on the side of top esports, and it is a quad melee comp from NIP. Even then, the melees are tanky. You do have Silas with Shinzao ultimate. NIP need to play around their multiple globals better. You know, Pantheon, Sionol, Silas stealing the Weaver's Wall. They want to be making plays very quickly across the map and hoping that top esports don't respond very quickly. NIP also have the bonus of only being... Hang on a second, Leaves God with lethal tempo, by the way. He's going on hit. Which, I guess you have to because there's no good DPS in your team. Silas doesn't feel that great. I will get that. MF Valley really good this game. I don't know if I agree with that. Crash Time misses. MF is one of the worst anti-Sion champions in the game. In terms of AD carry roll. You really struggle to do anything towards the Sion. He has multiple cancels onto you. Pantheon, yeah, you're okay into Pantheon, but even then his E can stop you from doing a lot of stuff, and often Pantheon can ult the other side of you. Level 2 hit in the bot lane. Double knockup coming through from PP God. Jackie Love getting punished here. Double summoners coming through from PP God. However, they're an investment into pushing the lane and getting control of bot side. Her E and R into a ton of melees and someone else can kill the Sion. I think it's chill. I mean, yes, but then you have to factor in that NIP have ways to open up different angles. Normally, MF wants people funneling down the front of it. If you Pantheon not run the side, it's no problem. Dimby is probably going to look to chain forward. Kanavi going to flash forward. Probably going to kill PP God here. Where's the knockup going to go towards? It'll go towards PP God. It'll be a first kill over towards Kanavi. He runs towards bot side. Cream survives in the mid lane. No flash used by either Dimby or Aki. First blood lands to top esports. Kanavi, a guy that famously does not gang bot lane. Actually, he's much more about individual lane advantage. Doing that a lot more recently, though. Aki now heading towards bot side, be able to clear out some vision with the vision plan. But no, I definitely agree, Kirby, that if... I feel like this is, you know, the peak potential of MF very good. If everyone runs down the middle of the team fight into a make it rain, it's nasty as hell. But my worry is Sion opens up one angle, Pantheon and Silas open up another, and you're never really able to fight in one direction in the way that you'd like to. NIP, they only really have one bit of engage they need to be worried about, and that's the Rel. Now, Rel's the only person that can really engage that well. So as long as you kind of keep them in, keep them in check, it's okay, I feel. NIP, no strangers to picking some weird stuff, though, in terms of compositions. I remember that first series versus JDG. You know, they picked some different stuff, too. The Galio mid with the full damage. Full dive into full anti-dive, and they played that out quite well. Dimby Silas, one of his more comfortable champions, of course. See what he can do with that. Even though it is, again, you know, 4 melees into Talia MF. That's kind of nasty. I think NIP, they need to create multiple angles. If they don't create those angles, then it do get a little bit crap. Just a little bit. Yeah, there are lots of interrupts for Misfortune. Yeah, there are. You've got Silas E, you got Pantheon W, Scion everything, Alistair everything. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Aki, of course, down the first kill against Kanavi, who got that kill bot side. Even in terms of camps, actually a camp ahead, because he takes the bot side scuttle. Has flash still. Jackalov and Chris both having flash. PP not. Does he go for another combo? Leave. Getting good damage here, actually. Crashdown comes through. Remember, Aki does have that flash to come through as well. Forces out a Chris. Kanavi coming forwards. Uses dash already. So grand cost there is a little bit of chunk back, but that is some weird gold font, by the way. I just realized that the font coming up for that cannon kill was super weird. It's like 45 gold, but in special font. Ah, weird. But yeah, of course, the flash down on Chris now. Dragon up and available. Actual back. First back of the game. He hasn't gone back for any components just yet, of course. NIP got a burst out of the protractor. Hey, Kites, you can study trig in this game. It's all about angles. Wait until you learn about sec, tangent, cosh. Hyperbolics and stuff in trig. That stuff's fun. Solar Kill doing fine on top side. Of course, Shanji not on the roster for NIP. It's the big thing which has happened with this team this split for those who've watched this. Thank you for the stream by the way, Theo. Theon. But yeah, solo kills coming in for NIP. Apparently, rumor has it on socials anyway. There's been some fractures within the team. Doombi and Shanji potentially not getting on. Just sad to hear, of course, but, you know. Solo kill coming in has looked pretty good. Getting PTSD from all the speaks of maths, I'm sorry. Kites is going through some exams right now, and I'm reminiscing about my days doing physics in uni. Not sure it's positive reminiscing all the time. PP God still no flash. Ah, PP God, you gotta be careful here. The wave's pushing in, but you gotta be very careful. No one's coming after your side. Cream does have ult too. See him just hovering in that top river. This is why I think that the meta right now is very global reliant. Talia push and roam, very important. You do have the ability to steal that with Doombi's level 6 as well. Pantheon can answer very quickly. Scion can answer very quickly. I feel like every single draft I see 2-3 globals. If they're available, of course. Fearless draft makes it a little bit different. You did film and creative media at uni? You know, I wish I'd learned more stuff about that, because now in my current line of work, I wish I did have a little bit more actual educational underpinning for that. Dragon started up, 369 is here, it's level 6. We don't often see top laners fighting for this dragon at this point in the game. He's just sticking his head there though. Hang on a second, Jackalov, you gotta be careful here. Ult into close range, solo kill. Has the flash. Q, not flashed away from. Grass comes through. Solo kill. Trying to do his namesake. And he does just that. Jackalov dies in a solo kill to a Scion. Solo kill will die. There's a teleport coming through from 369. But the Scion will be able to clear out most of the wave. Passive will come through. So Scion commits the teleport to the play. Gets a grasp of it too, by the way. And Jackalov dies in a 1v1. Kanavi will go into the top side, steal away some camps. Aki will do the same on the bot side jungle. Grubs are spawning now. Kanavi gets the better end of that trade, I suppose. Why do you think we aren't seeing Twisted Fate? He's normally the king when it comes to globals. Top lane, he got nerfed in his on-hit build. His items are not fantastic for mid lane. He's a little bit too slow. Doombi might need to pop the ultimate a little earlier here. Uses the E instead. Flick back, flashed away from. Not a great phase check there. He was going into the weak side of the map. I'm really not sure why he did that. Has the Catalyst. By the way, a lot of players are now sitting on Catalyst and not completing the full Rod of Ages. I mean, I think for Silas, you do want that extra level up ASAP, because all of your abilities being maxed out are very, very powerful. Not every champion has 3 very powerful abilities when they're all maxed out, depending on different builds. Mid prior is too important to sack most matchups as CF mid. The thing is before, the E lands for the slow, gets the shred on it too. First Q lands, the shields. Jackalov uses the E maybe a little bit too late. Doesn't flash out of the ult. Quite hard to. Doesn't flash out of the Q. Gets hit by another Roar of the Slayer. And just gets absolutely blasted. So the thing about Twisted Fate before was that even if he built Catalyst and Merc Treads, he could cast Q 2 times on the back line, and he would kill them. That was the big break point. It's like you could queue the wave twice with a couple of points in your queue when you hit the level 6, and you could still wave clear well. So what you could do is you could queue them, clean up with like a red card onto the front line with like an extra auto attack each, and then you could still push and roam. I think the base damage nerfs to queue over the time really hurt Twisted Fate. It's one of the biggest reasons why we don't see him in mid lane. Because now what happens is if you're against, you know, any other mid laner, you have to then walk up to the wave. TF does not actually want to walk up to the wave. He loses most individual trades. He's not a very good duelist, especially early into the game with the Rod of Ages build. And if you don't go Rod of Ages, you are very, very squishy, very easy to catch out. Yeah. Derby, going towards the full Rod of Ages. Got that blasting one in inventory. 1,000 gold lead for top esports, largely spearheaded through the top side. That being said, you know, solo kill. Doing a good job earlier of making sure that Jackie couldn't get himself plates on top side. So it's 2 plates on one side of the map, 1 on the other. But, wait, is that a couple of plates on bot side territory? No, it's not. Okay, cool. NIP. This is the point in the game where I want to start seeing them. We're getting towards that 1 item spike. This is the point where I want to start seeing them opening up really good angles across the map. You know, making sure that Jackie doesn't have flash continuously if you can. Getting the Scion ult into picking off someone without flash in the river. Aki using his ult to open up those angles too. He's also very vulnerable compared to other global mids. No dashes, no movement speed steroid. Yeah, there's a lot that you don't get anymore as TF, which is why, you know, a lot of TF builds have something like a Lichbane for movement speed. Of course, that works in his auto attacks too. But even with AD, you'd go for a lot of the attack speed, movement speed items. So when you built Kraken Slayer and he built Rapid Fire Cannon, both of them were move speed items. Definitely very much help them. Chris off of, well, I say he's off of Vision. They should know he's here now with Kanavi. PP God hanging back a little bit. Level 6 from PP God. He's happy with this. Aki leaves here. They get a good combo on to the Realm. Emerson on hit. Varus, he gets the first kill. The reset from Varus, normally very important, has the Ghost. And Kanavi is caught out. This is the power of NIP's composition. Very quick follow-up. They use the globals for the teleport this time. Big overextension from Kanavi and Chris. Teleport up towards the top side to make sure it's not too much of a problem in terms of plates falling. Good win here for NIP. We said, hey, let's see if they can open up some angles. They do just that. Good stuff from NIP. Good stuff. I shall also drink. It's all good, Mega. I will. Cubby, I can give you a quick German lesson if you'd like. Did you know that when Scion ults in German, he says Feiglinge, which is cowards in German. You know, I'm learning very important things here. Hey, Trespasser, good to see you. Feiglinge. It's one of my favorite things I've learned recently. Equalizer onto the wave. Q to get a nice little wave clear. Oh yeah, true. When you gift subs, you do also get points, so that would be why you've got a bit of a nest egg there. I should really do some more. Hang on a second. Flash forward. 369 has that too. Leave doesn't have his ultimate just yet. 369 will get away with it. Leave, does he get an extra slow? He does. Where's the Pantheon ult going? Not the right way. Doesn't close off the other angle. So, flash blown for both PP God and for 369. Global used for Aki. Big tool for him to be used. 3 growths for top esports, of course, very important. Second dragon taken by top esports. So even gold game, slight objective lead towards top esports. Krankenwagen. Kanavi will take that first dragon for top esports. Okay, 369, 1,000 gold ahead. His rumble has really improved over time, you know. I know that at Worlds 23, when JDG lost to T1, a lot of people were really memeing 369's rumble. And I think a lot of people after that point just like, oh, the 369's rumble's bad. And they said the same about Beard and XYZ. Both of those players have really improved their rumble play over time. I think 369 is the better rumble player than Bin. But this is the problem with people not watching LPL and instead just watching internationals and forming their opinions off of the big content creators which talk about the LPL teams or whatever. Sometimes you don't update your opinions on teams and players. 369, actually a very good Rumble player now. 1,000 gold ahead. 369 turbo choked in 23 worlds. He did a little bit. I think it was just a whole team, just weird day at the office. And it was still a very close series. Yeah, JDG didn't play at peak, but, you know, many years gone now. Have to move on from it, I suppose. Is 369 the best Rumble in the LPL? Yeah, I arguably think that's the case. Doomby, hang on a second. Gets that Shinzo ultimate. Needs to pop it early, though. You need to get some survival in here. Dashes out. Not flick back. Flash forward onto. In a 1v4. Doomby, why are you pushing up like that? Really think he had to flash a little earlier. Ult a little earlier if you could do. Disrespectful from Doomby. Goes down very easily. Flash from Kanavi. Herald is available. Without Doomby here, NIP do lack a bit of damage. Of course, no Shinzo ultimate for Doomby. That top tier ultimate you can steal as well. Vision control down. Do they have to just give this up? Aki, nope, not able to steal. That's a control ward over the wall. Navi will claim that one. Potentially break open the top turret immediately with this. That would be, well, they don't even need it for that one. They'll get the feats of strength. Disrespectful from Doomby. Very quick pounce from Top Esports. Much better macro from Top Esports after that early slip up in the bot side jungle. Been pushing lanes well. LNGT one was even more sus. Absolutely was more sus. And then the Top Esports one was disaster. Absolute disaster last year. Lots of pings on the map. PV God opening up towards bot side. Teleport from Doomby available if he wants to make a play somewhere. 2.5 minutes till the next dragon, so that's not really anyone's concern. Feats of strength by Top Esports, to be said. They feel quite strong in this patch, actually. Ult coming through. 369 doesn't have flash. Here come the globals. And that's exactly what you want. Kill goes over towards Aki. So that Pantheon, evening up the jungle matchup a little bit more. However, by opening up with both the Sion ult and the Pantheon ult, maybe an overinvestment there. Means that the Herald quickly drops into mid lane, no defense. I think it's a bit of an over-commitment from NIP. I wonder if they could have defended mid lane turret. If they committed a little less, had a side ult to wave clear out perhaps. But still. Tower down by Top Esports. Solar Kill will take the bot side turret. Of course, eventually Solar Kill will be really hard to deal with. Bot tower rather, taken by the top laner of NIP. Anything else? Blade the Rune King completed by Leave. Good DPS from that champion now, of course. Leave going for the Ghost. I feel like Ghost AD carry is becoming slightly more popular again. If you need that cleanse, better to get it from Mikhail's, really. Whereas the Ghost gives you so much mobility, especially for the immobile AD carries. Doomby down 1,000 gold, nasty. Hey, Solly, good to see you. 40 stream streak. Jesus, man. Who actually kills Sion later? That is a worry for Top East. With that being said, you know, Taliyah's not bad at tank killing. Rumble isn't bad either, I suppose, at some points too. I suppose when you get full magic resist, it gets a bit problematic. Solar Kill, needs to be a little bit careful under tower here. Just the full wave clear though. Hollow Radiance, pretty good at that whole wave clear thing. Has a better HP scaling on the damage, by the way. Gun towards an unending despair next. For the heal. This tower will fall eventually. Doomby has teleport. There are a couple of flank teleport wards, actually, if they want to make a play. Leave. Not firing that all in mid lane. Bot lane turret falls. Top Esports grouping up as 4 people. 1 in the mid lane. Cream has teleport and ult. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Q's going to go into the brush. Get some damage here. Navi goes forwards onto Solar Kill. Here comes the wall from the Taliyah. Okay, Solar Kill choosing to flash out from this, and the ult comes in from the Rull. Aki, not a bad E coming through from him. And the damage comes through in return. Varasol, pretty good. The bullet time doing even more though on the other side of it. 1 for 1. Doomby has the Shinzo ultimate. Has to flash away from Kanavi. Aki gets himself empowered. Shoots a lot of damage back. Doomby invulnerable while he's outside that duration beat. We got double coming through. Ultimate back into the play for this Pantheon as well. The globals are everywhere. Leave will not be able to survive the Rumble though. All in all, looks like it's going to end up being 4 for 3 in favor of Top Esports. All the globals thrown. Top Esports a much better opening to that fight though. Very easily able to separate out the backline and the front line, and Leave not able to get the damage down which you would have liked. Aki had to go out of the play and back into it with his ultimate. Gessie as well, thank you for the stream. Means a lot. Okay, so into the replay we go. Solo kill caught out. Remember, he's mainly magic resist right now, which means that Kanavi actually does significant damage to him. Peepy got ults early. Aki uses the E. This isn't a bad disengagement in the front line, but just look how much damage Leave takes. Leave he walks into the equalizer a little bit. There's some rocks over the wall from Cream. The bullet time tags onto him. Leave is most of your damage. If Leave is not able to do damage, you're pretty screwed. Derby does get the Shinzai ultimate. That kind of saves the play. Aki repositions with the Pantheon ultimate. You know, gets as much power ability as possible. But the biggest thing about this fight is that Leave doesn't really get to fight in the way that he wants to. Top Esports check that Varus very hard, and he doesn't really get to do that much. I do wonder whether it should have been a poke Varus instead. It does have good damage still, in terms of DPS. And there's no one that tanky on the other side. I wonder whether it has to be the poke Varus, just so you can keep out of the Flame Spitter range. Out of the bullet time. So hard for him to play. Dragon's going to go down to top esports. And while I say that, teleport coming through will. Solo kill. Does have his ultimate if he wants to start a fight. Ultimate coming through from Cream. Goes away from a little bit of the play. Crisp. Soloed out on one side. Solo kill. Now quite separated from his team, actually. Half the HP down. Flick back into the team. Equalizer stolen by Zurnby. Used to disengage. Would have thought they'd be able to get more out of that play. They don't even get any big summoners out, really. Cream, very good defensive wall. Hang on, PP God spots out Cream. Oh, the Alice is doing some work now. No flash on the Talia, and that's the pick that they were looking for. Flash out of Leave, though. Not sure about that one. Well, Chris goes into the play. Bullet time comes over the top as well, and the Varus does not get to play the game. Why did you go on hit? You can't play the game of League of Legends. Simbi gets a bit of a heal. Dashes out, gets an E in. They just don't have any damage left, though. They don't have any damage. The silence is gone. The Varus is gone. Top esports. They take out the people that can carry the fight, and they clean up the rest after. It will be a full 5 players dead from NIP. Just for the cost of Cream and Jacula, they have the benefit of having 2 extra people that can carry the fight, and the Shinzao and the Rumble once the main threats are gone. I just don't see how On Hit can play this team fights. He's 2 items in, but how does Leaf play the game? He has to flash out of the combo here, which means he doesn't have it for the Rel ultimate. You know, PP God doesn't have a cancel now at this point, sadly, for himself. Kanavi gets some extra damage through. The bullet time's good enough. Yeah, and, you know, Derby tries to cancel out the bullet time early. Just ends up taking a load of damage himself. Biggest issue is, how does Varus play these games? I will hydrate again. The thing is, I would agree with you, Honorax, that the flash was egregious. I think he has to, because also you can't afford to be starting the fight at half HP as Varus. Flashing out of that Talia combo to start the fight at full HP is also necessary. It's just, he had to be in that range to do damage towards the Talia. I wonder whether Leave just had to not commit to that kill onto Cream. You have to save your HP and your flash. I wonder if that was the mistake. Riftmaker built up for Dermy now. Is that going to make a difference? Aki uses the E. Varus ult lands, but it's not a poke Varus. And again, he can't do damage from that distance away. Alistair ultimate not going to save PP. Got only the rank 1. W lands onto Leave, and suddenly another 2 dead. Top Eats was much better at controlling the map. I think Cream's ultimates on this Talia have been sublime, by the way. His ultimates to lock off an area of the map have been absolutely game-changing. If anything, I would even say Cream might even be my MVP. His combos have been fantastic. His ability to separate the team. Very few Talias do that to this kind of level. I think Cream's had a very good game. 369 also up there too. 3,000 gold up. He probably will get away with the MVP, actually, thinking about it. He's had a very good game. Won't be bad for him. Cream on the top side of the map now. Leave no summoners. Walking up, no ultimate for him. Flick back misses. Equalizer comes through, though. Doesn't even need to hit it. Leave was pushed up way too far. Doesn't respect the other team. Ult onto Jacula. Is there anyone following up? There's a Pantheon. That'll help. Chris and Kanavi coming through, though, and the disengage and the peel comes through. The pick attempt onto Jacula, not that successful. That being said, he is not the best killer of silence. Try to flash with the body block. A stolen Magnet Storm will attract Toppies what's to a little bit of damage. Kanavi going back. Thunder Sky. Ignite comes through to stop some of that healing, though. And NIP will be able to clean up 2 on the bottom side of the map. 2 for 1 on the bot side, but Leave died on the top side. Sorry, rather 3 for 1 on the bot side of the map. Ends up being 3 for 2 across the entire map. 369 stays on the top side. It's going to get even further ahead now. 7-1-4. Jesus. That is a very, very fed Yordle in a mech. Cream pushing out bot side. 1,000 gold himself, as we highlighted before. Dragon in 50 seconds. NIP, yeah, I don't know what they do with this Varus. I think the Varus going on hit is a big mistake. Fell behind early. Durnby making a couple of mistakes on the map too. Top Beast was playing out the team fights much better than NIP. I don't necessarily think the MF has been the killer here. It's actually been the Talia. The Talia has been the killer. Talia Rumble just zoning off entire areas of the battlefield. Varus is not able to do anything about it. Varus does have flash. Maybe he can play out the next fight at peak. Quite hard though. Durnby choosing to go topside. Has teleport if he wants to respond towards bot side of the map. Unironically, Silas to go towards Spirit Visage. You need extra damage. You can't drop damage. You need to be helping carrying the team fights. You know, I don't think it'd be bad if you had like a carry top laner or something maybe. Just don't think you can do that here. 2 items for Aki. 1,000 gold behind still though. Kanavi almost at his 3rd item. God damn, he's fed. Dragon taken by Top Esports. 2 mountain dragons, which makes it even harder to kill them through. You know, the Zonya's built up for 369. Bits of HP here and there. They're not that tanky a team, but NIP are already struggling to deal with them. Wait, the noises? What noises? Which ones? Oh, the Varus doing the arrow pull? Yeah, hey, I ain't judging. I ain't judging. Baron up and available now. San going into the mid lane. No flash on Jackulov, but still manages to outpace it. And Jackulov preps on the strut and fires back with a bullet time. The engage fails. Aki gets shredded as a solo kill. Durnby pumps some people back into the team, but doesn't really feel like it's achieving that much. All he's done is delivered Shinzao onto his AD carry. Durnby goes into Zonya's. They do manage to get 1 kill back, but it is a 4-for-1 in the team fight. Yes, there's no smite for Top Esports, but with just a cow plaintively mooing on the other side of the rift, Top Esports will claim themselves the Baron after an excellent disengage from Jackulov in the mid lane. Solo kill couldn't land the ultimate. Neither could Aki in terms of his play afterwards. Another great wall from Cream, by the way, to separate out the fight. See this again. No, Jackulov, no flash. You'd forgive them for thinking they can pick him out, but he pops on that strut. Sidesteps one way, doubles back to the other. Cream funnels them into the bullet time with his wall a little bit too. Equalizer on top of it. And Kanavi just goes absolute ape mode on the back of it. He is the gorilla versus 100 men. Does die at the back end of it, but hey, kills the AD carry, job done. This Rumble is ridiculously fed. So ridiculously fed. Cream has a blank Medjay's, by the way, and I approve of this. I think that blank buying Medjay's, when you can keep yourself safe in a team fight, can be very, very important. I also think when you're behind a game, it's very valuable too. Because it doubles down when you're behind a game on slingshot value. Right here, doesn't matter, right? But basically, Cream is not the primary target. He has his flash back up and available. And if NIP over-engage onto him, even if he dies at the start of the fight, he can potentially lose 2 stacks. And then if he's dead, a couple of assists, buys him back all of that anyway. Bot lane. In a turret taken by Top Esports. 3 items on Misfortune, who didn't have summoners that last fight. NIP will have to deal with him having summoners in just, 30 seconds or so. Leave has himself his 2nd item. Solo kill, I guess he could go for an ultimate right now. No, using the equalizer stolen for a bit of wave clear instead. Doesn't have a burn item, makes it a little harder to use that equalizer. One of the reasons why Silas less good with stealing the equalizer than many other AP ultimates, because often the equalizer is best used with burn items, really. No, that's not what I'm saying, Autorax. That's not what I'm saying. Inhibitor turret taken, inhibitor potentially afterwards. Jackulov has his flash up again now. Cream can use that extended distance of the wall at rank 3 of the ultimate. Magnet Storm taken by Durnby. Trying to use it for some engage. Flick away. Missed. Solo kill, not got great ult angles because of his own walls of his base. Pipico trying to go for a engage, not the best place, only onto the Rel. Okay, Shinzo ult pulls through. Again, the Magna Storm's okay. Jackalope is actually caught, but he has the flash this time. Derby goes down before he can kill the MF. The Ignite might do the job, but I feel like Top Esports will just close out the game anyway. A bad series versus anyone's legend for Top Esports happened earlier in the week. Determined not to reprise that performance here, NIP, they felt like they just reached their winning ways. Won a game versus, a series rather versus Weibo. Top Esports though, much tougher competition. Kanabi will walk towards the Nexus. Only Aki alive. Was a 4 for 2, but a lot of the damage is still up and available. Another kill for 369. A JDG from Kanabi thrown up as well. Kanabi, 369 and Hom, a trio left in the Constellations as the LPL playing themselves a Nexus here against NIP, 1-0 up in Shenzhen. Quickly walking off the stage there, so I'll bring myself back up. Hello, my name's Nymaera. I cast LPL, and I've cast LPL for a number of years now. I have cast over 1,000 LPL games, and I consider myself one of the foremost experts on the region worldwide. Of course, there is no official broadcast of the LPL anymore, so we are left with a bunch of streams trying to cover it without resources. Whether you're watching it here or on LPL English or one of the many other co-streams out there, thank you. You continuing to watch this region, even though we don't get paid for it anymore, regardless of where we're at. It makes a large difference. You know, you watching, it makes a lot of difference. Thank you, Trespasser. I think that's about me, but thank you. Where is the older brother of yours? Sam's resting his voice today. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of casting, and he's got NLC later as well, so it's good for him to yeah, rest his voice just a little bit. So yeah, if you're choosing to watch the LPL here, of course, thank you very much. It means a lot to me. But whether that's here, so I'm currently streaming on 3 places: Twitch, YouTube, and then also restreaming to Onivia's highlight channel as well, because there's a big audience there. And if you enjoy what you see, you enjoy what you listen, what you're hearing here as well, and you're enjoying the teams that you're watching, make sure you support your favorite LPL content creators, because it makes a difference to all of us. You know. Hopefully, one day we will get an official broadcast back for the LPL. It's a region which absolutely deserves it. And hopefully that'll come to be. Hopefully that'll come to be. Many talented broadcast personality has come through the LPL. I'd like to consider myself one of them, I suppose. Maybe yeah, whatever. Not going to big myself up too much. But yeah, hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far. Right, we will get some highlights coming through. And then we'll do some stuff in the break, I suppose. Would you say the game was competitive or a stomp? It was a bit of a stomp, Kiwi. It's a bit of a stomp. Top Esports were much better at choosing their fights. I think that Kanavi and Care were very good at kind of like affecting the terrain of the fight. Kanavi too, choosing fights very well, and then Cream kind of walling off an exit from it. It's very important. But 369 on the Rumble was disgusting with the equalizers. He might be the best Rumble in the LPL. In fact, I think he is. 30,000 gold lead by the end of it. Jesus, man. I think Leave made a bad mistake going for on-hit Varus here. I think he made a bad mistake going for on-hit Varus. Yeah, I think Mecha is telling me to just drown at this point. Kanavi did more damage than Cream. He was pretty much hitting people with his face the entire game, in fairness. How do I like Berlin? It's English-speaking persons and casual encounters. Yeah, it's mostly English-speaking in Berlin. Yep. Berlin ist sehr schön in der Sommer, aber in Winter und Autumn ist sehr kalt und sehr grau. Summer is very nice here. For winter and summer is nice in Berlin. There's a lot of, I've found my places which I enjoy here now. You need to know the city. I mean, this was, again, just look at Cream's ultimate here alongside the equalizer. They just like deny huge patches of the battlefield. Whilst all this is happening, Cream is safely over a wall, damaging the Varus. Yeah. Fucking Rumble sounds, man. Put me on the official broadcast if it comes back. I have no qualifications other than being a washed tier 3 siege caster. But the world is all about Nepo hires anyway, lol. True. True. You have no idea how true that is sometimes. Ah, the pasta check. Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. I will unshrimp. Yeah, Siege is very cool. I'm kind of sad that Doa wasn't invited back towards Siege, because Doa is a top-tier broadcast personality. I have no idea why he wasn't invited back to Siege. It's already criminal that he's not involved in League. No, Doa is legendary. I would love to cast with Doa at some point. Monty and Doa are my two favorite casters in League. Love those guys. I think there was maybe a point where NIP could have opened up with more globals across the map, but top esports are just so good at defending like aggressive plays like that. Ah, missed out the E as well. Sucks. Maybe trying to, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Shinzo is very, very broken right now. Feels like you don't lose anything by having him in your team. He does significant damage in a way that he hasn't done for a while. Very good early game. Doesn't feel like he actually falls off now, weirdly. Monty right traded him so badly for nothing. Oh, yeah. One thing which I might do when LPL's in off-season, is I want to do some historical watchbacks, and I want to see if Monty wants to come on stream and watch back some of like Season 3, Season 4, LCK, OGN, rather. Because I'd like to watch back some historical League of Legends, and getting to chat with Monty on stream would be really cool. Also, at some point, by the way, at some point, we did have some plans. I'm not spoiling anything, I don't think. Like, Monty, Rich, and I, because you'll know Rich from the podcast I do about EU and LCK, right? We were going to do a non-league based podcast at some point, which may still come at some point. I haven't heard about any news about it in a couple of months. Well, we were going to, like, play some single-player, story-based games and then chat about that on podcast. We were going to do a bit of a gaming podcast at some point. Potentially, at some point. That was the idea. So, yeah, I need to message them both about that and see how they're feeling about that one still. I think it was Rich that reached out to me about it. 369 gets the MVP. Awesome, yeah, Rumble game. I started watching Pro League more often back when Froskurin was casting. No idea where she's gone to now. She's out of esports. You know, funnily enough, Frosk was quite helpful to me at the start of my career. Because back when I was casting in university, I think a friend of mine won a MasterCard kind of lottery thing, like a prize thing, and it was basically getting a chat to Froskurin to give you the basics of casting and blah blah blah. And she was really helpful talking about industry stuff in terms of rates and day rates and basically helping you not get screwed over by pay and stuff like that. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for Frost, and I'm sad that the way she exited esports happened the way that it did. I thought she was very, very talented. I very much enjoyed the way that she cast the game. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, everyone has bad casts. Now, obviously I had to do a high profile, which sucks. I mean, like, for instance, my first LPL finals cast was kind of crap. No, I had a really good game 3, and then my game 4 and 5 were meh. I had some quite bad, like, I think I said, like, Scout instead of Knight for a big Nico play, which was kind of meh. That being said, you know, I think over time, I think my bigger game casts have gotten better and better. Like, my last LPL finals I thought was good. I think that my regionals casts were good too. Okay, right. Who wants to place? I need to put on some adverts. I can go do that. Donde está lo? Yes, cool. We have this. Okay. You ready for some words with friend? Not words on stream. That's the one. Cool. Good luck, everyone. Glorp. One of the letters is fake. Plural. No, so one of them is fake. Is it A, maybe? Gulp. Wait, which one's fake then? Is it L? Huh? I don't... Huh. Guru. Listen how loud the break music is. The volume of the clean feed has changed today because I don't know why it's been changing over the last little while. It's really annoying. Irregular, nice, good job.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna start typing random stuff. Gala, yes, true. I think L is fake. L is faker. L is faker. Oh my god, hi Ari. Nice. Okay, well we passed the level, that's good. Goal. Glor. I don't even know most of these. Well, like Gower, I don't know, man. But you can tell by alphabetical order, right? So you can tell like which ones should be in there or not, or where likely they're to be. Well, it might be a short day today, folks. Mops. Soup. Soup. Nice, really good stuff, folks. There's... There's also opossum. Yeah, so you have possum and then opossum. Nice. So R is fake.
我们第一轮跟第二轮最大区别就是盖塔图团我们就去接，不盖塔图团我们就没有去接，因为我们第一轮比赛基本都是不接的团，不盖接的团我们就去接了，然后被团灭就游戏输掉嘛。然后现在我们这方面做的比第一轮好很多。我们下场比赛面对 TES， 然后我觉得我们打 TES 主要
There's a lot of S words. There's a lot of S words, by the way.
TES 的中上下三路都是对线很强，而且他们打也很喜欢进攻野区的。这方面我们做好防守的话，我觉得我们还是有机会拿下
Sump's a word.
我觉得以前
I was like, SM, it's the sumo and sums. There's like a letter between O, P, M, N, O, P, Q, R. So there's 3 letters that could have been there. Oh my god, subs, gamer subs. Everyone's cancelling them now because they've really chosen to partner with some really weird people.
就人就感觉很多事情都做不了，很难受。然后第二轮感觉是现在很多比赛嘛，接下来很多比赛感觉是我还是通过我的努力
There's not like
接下来的比赛。
A U start word there for 4, is there?
IP 我觉得他们是一直围绕双 C 的那个打法为主核心的一个队伍吧。然后
I think I'd last one.
上的话，我觉得是需要注意一
下。Oh, let's go.
那个野辅联动的时候。
Perfect. I think we can get one more in. I reckon we can get one more in. I'll need to go take a break real quick.
对这边加辽这两个是他会比较擅长，而且也比较符合他们体系的英雄嘛。就在对上他们的话，就会多注意一下。
Oh, draw the shit.
我觉得现在自己的心态算是一个就平常的心态去看待所有比赛吧。
I remember it's only 5-letter words now.
面对劣势的时候就比较冷静吧，就现在。15.9，我觉得。 这版本中单定位和之前还是没有什么太大差距吧，改动也都是些无关紧要的改动，就可能安妮这个英雄
So E is hidden.
有机会出场的。第二个循环赛我们的目标现在是前2吧，然后个人目标也就是前2。
Nice job, everyone. Mistake. Nice. X is fake then, I reckon. Cool. Items, there's got to be one. Nice. Holy crap, we're almost on a perfect one here. there's one between SK and ST. SK. L, M. Smite, nice, good job. So there's one between ME and MI. Makes mates. So there's one between ME and MI. And then there's one between TA and TE. Teaks, huh. It's like a kind of wood thing, isn't it, Teak? Damn, we're so close to the perfect one there. Should be able to do it just by brute forcing through alphabetical order there. Don't know what that would be then. Cool. Oh, Mike. And we'll save that one for after. We'll do that one end of the game. We'll do that after we've finished the last game. Finish the game. Okay, all right. Let's close that down. I gotta go toilet real quick. And then Robo UMPs soon. Oh my god, do you remember the UMP 45? Call of Duty 4 and 6? Great weapon. Okay, cool. Toilet real quick. Well, it looks like I missed a bit of the start of the draft, but that's okay. We can make up for it. So, Lucian first pick. Ezreal on the other side leaves you open to stuff like Ezreal Leona if you want. You can also carry on for Ezreal Karma if you want to beat the lane dominance of the Lucian Nami. Skarner, very strong front line. Doesn't have a Rumble to combo up with. It's typically been the most powerful way to deal with that. Lucian and the Maokai coming through from NIP. This is very 22-23, and the Lucian Milio is not the Lucian Nami. Okay, it's less lane dominant, but very, very strong all the same. Lucian Milio, very powerful. The Karma comes through for lane dominance. You don't really want to pick a melee champion into the Milio all the time. You sometimes pick, what was I going to say? Sometimes hook champions work a little better there, but the Karma, Ezreal Karma will be destroying laning phase. Second round of bans, top solo laners are now on the table. Doomby not going to get his Victor, one of his best late game carries. Doomby's not been playing that much ranged DPS. No, his he plays Aurora for burst, but in terms of DPS, it's, you know, Rise, which is always banned for him. Thanks to the follow, by the way. No. There's Akali. There's the Victor. Bit of Jace, but that's not DPS again. Talia a couple of times, that's already banned out. He's lost on Lysandra, Lucian, Orianna. His Corki, he's only had single games of these. Doomby just doesn't play ranged DPS. which could be a problem. I mean, you have the Maokai for engage, I suppose. Yone not banned, by the way. Surprised that Yone's not banned. NIP, I suppose, could go for a tank top laner. Yone's banned now. Taken away from... takes that away from DB. That being said, I don't really think his Yone is that good. Only played the one game of it this split, I think it is. No, he's played 2 of them. He's lost both of them. Cream going towards the Azir. That's a problem now for NIP. That's a problem. Double long-range DPS. DMB doesn't play long-range DPS. Oh yeah, of course Milio does shrug off the Impale. That's an important thing. The Milio ultimate does cleanse the Impale from the Skarner. I believe it does. DMB, has he played the Hui before? This would be his first career Hui game. If he plays it, not the easiest champion to pick up and run with. Looks like it's more and more likely to get locked in. Alright, there's the Hui. Top lane last pick for 369. Solokill having to blind pick that. Does he go for the Ambessa? Ambessa Maokai seems pretty good. Can get onto the long range backline. Better than a lot of other damage champions. I think Ambessa's the play here. Then 369. I think he probably goes Renekton, actually. I think Renekton looks pretty good there. Yes, it's into the Milio, but I think it does destroy the Ambessa in the laning phase enough to not care about that. No Hui can Doyenby play that? Damn. And the Renekton's last pick. Hey, I predicted a draft. Ain't that great? And you can see my face. Thinking through it. Yep, so the Ambassador comes through for the combo for the team. You are going to get bodied in lane now. So Solokill had a very good game on the Ambassador versus Weibo just the other day. I think top esports walk away with a much easier composition to play in some ways. I think their lanes are better in terms of the bot lane and the top lane. Mid lane is a bit more of a wash. Hui can very much beat these here. Maokai's good engage for NIP in mid game, but you need to use that very well. And top esports are pretty good on the whole, avoiding that singular engage tool. Having said, it's not like top esports have huge engage on the other side either. It's a Skarner, sometimes a Shuffle, sometimes a Renekton flank. It's not that easy to do. Not that easy to do. Okay, this could very well be our last game of the day, folks. Only 4 games today, if that were the case. It would be a short day. Coach's fist bump on stage. And we'll do that thing where we talk about League of Legends for a little longer. I'm so good with words sometimes. So good with them. Just get ourselves into the thick of things. Alrighty. League of Legends. My favorite. NIP fighting at home. Had some decent games recently versus Weibo, but before that they were on a 3-match loss streak. Struggling to find form. Really struggling to find form, despite having a pretty good split one. You know, they were in a group with Invictus Gaming. They ended up beating them in best of 5s. Then NIP lost to JDG and then Top Esports in the lower bracket. They got a bit destroyed by Top Esports, actually, who went on to win the whole split, so they kind of destroyed most people. Let's get into things, see if there are any Gyos left for us.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Okay, level 1. 369 coming down with them. Cream's here as well. Suddenly, a 4v2 leave. Can't even flash the wall. Goes down at Top Esports. Much better level 1 plan. They don't even blow a single summoner. Get themselves the first blood. Didn't actually see who it went towards. Went towards the Karma. Okay, well, I mean, gets those boots first up. You know what? I actually would have gone for an Abtome. I would have gone for an Abtome. Wait, can you even afford that? No, you can't afford that. Ignore me. You can't afford that with the first blood anymore. It's not 400 gold anymore. Gets the boots first up. So, Chris, walking a little bit faster in lane, able to backstep and front step a little bit more. Movement speed advantage, very important for Karma, of course, because you can get that W and walk out someone. Big mistakes from NIP. And while all this is happening, it's not like NIP even managed to respond anywhere else. You know, normally you'd be like, well, we'll push in through these angles, get some wards into the enemy jungle. Not able to do so. There is a single ward here, a defensive ward from Top Esports. So Kanavi's not even lost any information warfare at the level 1. Aki is now going to be spotted going over towards the bot side. And that ward becomes increasingly important. It's going to go towards a blue buff steal. Kanavi can stay on top side. Jackalow and Chris, you need to be careful now. There is a chance of Maokai ganking bot lane. I suppose it's not like you've got a Leona or a Nautilus or something like that forcing the play with it. Maybe Jack 11 Chris say, look, you have a Milio. You're not forcing a gank here. And if you do, we won't care. We have barrier and heal. Q hits under turret. Aki will hit level 3. Will go towards bot side. But they know about this. In fact, they might even just be trying to buy some time here. Just waste some time with the Maokai. They put some ward into their own tri-brush. They will see Maokai if he heads down towards them. NIP, I think seeing Ezreal leave lane will know... They will know about this. Kanavi walks over a ward on bot side. Aki, I think you've got to get the hell out of here. I think you just got to leave. I don't think you risk it. So, bot lane laning phase. I suppose the CS has been picked up by Leave, but in a second, Kanavi spots out Aki now. Wants to contest on these camps. Has red buff to blue buff. Sapling was used in the brush there. Kanavi uses Exiled Impact, so he doesn't have everything there. Press the attack. Used by Jackalove, but it goes into the barrier of Jackalove and the E from Crisp. So mainly shielded up from. Still have enough HP to fight around here. Barrier still available from Leave. Heal still available for Crisp. Leave jumping forwards again. Jackalove. Oh, getting some good damage back. The root lands onto him. The Hokozi campfire getting some good regen over time. Ilya will keep his AD carry safe, but now the problem is, you are very low HP now. And your bot turret, Aki, is here to defend. Both bot laners really hammering towards bot side. And Kanavi, a player that very typically does not go towards bot side of the map that often. He doesn't like being around there early. He wants to play for individual advantage. Because now both games turn up bot side early. Kanavi will get the bot side scuttle. Important victory means that Aki can't hang out on bot side nearly as easily. Kanavi, if he is on the bot side of the map, can respond a lot quicker. Cozy Campfire again, getting some value. Jackalove landing another Q though. Sapling into the brush, ward on the bot side. Kanavi just making it his full intention to completely make Aki's day very bad. There is a smite available for Aki. Kanavi will still claim some of the small raptors though. When is one of these junglers going to move towards top side of the map? Oh, 369 is going to demolish on tower as well. One of the big things about Renekton that you can do is, control waves very well, walk beyond the wave, force the enemy to wave clear, especially if they're a melee champion. Walk beyond it and get demolished on tower. So 369 gets himself first demolish of the tower of the game for himself. Good Renekton basics there. One of the reasons why Renekton is still picked. Very good at taking early plays. Has a cull as well. Knew that he'd be alone on... top side for a while. Did use the teleport earlier than the Ambessa. I will get hydrated. Thank you very much, Becca. Wait, I'll give you the can opening ASMR. There you go. That's my pilk can. Maybe I should have held it closer to the mic. I don't know. I don't want to like blow the eardrums. Okay, Chris walking up. Kanavis here as well. He has flash. There's no 6 available for PP God yet. Root lands. What does Kanavi do with his big damage? Press the attack. Used by Jamon. That's a lot of damage onto Chris. And he'll go down for the first kill of the game for NIP. Massive overstep. Didn't have that heal left. Kanavi does get a good... hang on a second. Goes for the follow-up order, but it's a barrier bait. It's been a barrier bait all along. The extra healing and shielding. The Aerie comes up clutch. PP God saves his AD carry. It's a kill to both jungle and support, but leaves the one that fuels it towards them. Top esports bot lane, big mistakes. Overestimate themselves and go down. That was a huge mistake from both Crisp and then Jackalove. Surely you recognize the barrier would save them. Kanavi not alling with it. Look, if Kanavi's there for the instant kill, so Lucian doesn't get another skill, another couple of auto attacks through, I think that's fine. But clearly that's not communicated. Initially the root comes through, and that's good. I think that's fine. But then like I don't know, man. Just didn't expect the Maokai to be there. Didn't expect the damage out of the Lucian. The press the attack proc coming up absolutely clutch there. We'll see the HP of the Lucian. 97, 96, 64. Last auto attack into the barrier. Doesn't drop below 64 HP. 55 briefly. And survives through the play. Oh, Jackie and Chris. Big overestimation of their own damage there. Even in gold now in the bot lane, despite their early pressure. Renekton's still ahead. Mid lane's ahead too, a little bit from Cream. Not that much, but a little bit. Aki, great counter gank. 101 going towards the Leandries. We'll be able to add a little bit more in there. Cream, 400 games in the LPL. Feels like he's still, again, one of our newer players in the LPL, but he's been playing so many playoffs matches, been top tier. Well, I say top tier, been like in mid to top table teams for the last 2 years now with Top Esports taking him from OMG in 2024. He's become, you know, one of our commonly talked about mids here in the LPL. No, would I call him an elite tier mid laner? Well, he went through all of the elite tier mid laners in last split, but I think he's struggled to hang on to that title because he has made, you know, some high profile mistakes. He's not been the high profile carry for this team always. He was on Tristana last year in Summer. But it's hard to put him on the same level as someone, you know, like, of course, someone like Knight, who I think is one of the very best players of mid lane in the world. Cream can somewhat struggle with that. Kanavi going for a bit of a punk back, hit by the super fire kick. Kanavi not necessarily able to help out everyone too. And 369 walks into the extra tendril of the Maokai ultimate for reasons I just don't understand. Kanavi will go down to 369. You don't have to get hit by the Maokai ult. Kanavi tanked it for you. He could die for your sins there. You didn't have to as well. Aki, once again, being in the correct position at the correct time, though. 2 great counter ganks. And then LP see themselves in a gold lead. Push in towards the top side. Jack 11 Chris will be able to get themselves something there. Now, while all this is happening, the Ambassador is still behind the game a little bit. So Solarkill would like to recoup some of that when at all possible. Yeah, Fairy Tale mute, bring up and check. No. Knight, Rookie Scout, Shahu, Zombie. Yeah, Shahu was on decent form recently, and then Weibo kind of fell apart again. Worked for a bit though. I think I'll throw Shanks on that list too. I think he's been good for a long time now. Grub's starting to get taken by NIP. Knavi coming over. Still has Smite, so it's going to be 2 at the side of NIP. Smite used by Aki, unlikely to be able to secure the next one. The Impale comes through. Traded for the Breath of Life from PP God. Very important to use that later into the game. Of course, PP God was very good at the Milio in the Milio meta of 2023 for OMG. Him and Abel were playing stuff like Tristana Milio an awful lot on bot side, giving the extra range increase to an already very long range carry. A bit different with Lucian. Because you're very able to give him the vigilance passive with your cozy campfire and your buffs. Derby clearing out of mid. Not really had to interact with the game so much yet on the way. Neither is Cream. Cream, I say this every time he plays something like the Azir. Used to be so famous for his Akali, his Yone, his Silas. He was very much mid lane assassin kind of player. That was his shtick. When he came over to Top Esports, they made him into a mage. I almost wanted to do a Mulan parody of Make a Mage Out of You. I will make a mage out of you. Did they bring me Silas? You know what I mean? It'd be funny. It'd be funny as heck. But yeah, he has become a mage player. He was a big player of Hui, Karma, Azir on Top Esports. They really made him into that long-range DPS option. Oh, the Circle of Suck to the tune of Circle of Life from Lion King? Fantastic. You know, I try to be humble about a lot of things, but I do like the way the best thing. I did a lot of vocal lessons for many years. Just don't really get the chance to do so much anymore, really. I have to save my voice for a lot of things. Thank you, David. Maybe I'll do a karaoke stream at some point. Bring out the guitar. I do have my acoustic over there. I was thinking about it. Leave. Ooh, gets the culling. Largely through on target. Double Q. Barrier brought out. Ult gonna come back from Jackal, but doesn't land on target. Leave. Starting to really pop off on Lucian. Real ones use the TPA Ezreal skins though. So for me, I actually use Nottingham Ezreal because I grew up in Nottingham, or Nottinghamshire, just outside of it. So Nottingham, well, I used to use Frosted before the rework, and then I didn't like the way it looked afterwards. So I don't use that one anymore. I preferred it pre-rework, even though it was basically just a chroma, but I liked it a lot more. The splash was very cool. No, he's Nottingham. Solo kill. Here's the guy that's really far behind. Cream comes down. Aki once again in place for the counter gang. The Maokai was pretty good. No one's taken aggro though, but maybe that changes. 369 goes behind the turret. Someone has to die for it. Once again, wonderful counter gank from Aki. 369 Gets a bit of healing. Not really sure why that flash was necessary. Just trying to cash in the cull. Maybe he was 1 million off the cull. Maybe that's what he wanted to get. Dragon's now spawning though. Aki has now had 3 game-changing counter ganks in a row. So much criticism towards this player. Realistically, fair. But this game has been excellent from him. He was the Maokai guy in 2023 for OMG. He kind of showed the LPL how to play the Maokai Rumble, the Maokai Yone conversations from the LPL. Good double Q from Chris. Kanavi trying to get some value here from the Dragon. 369, again, hasn't popped in that cull just yet. Would love to have that. And will be Dragon to the side of top esports. Even in gold still. Worth noting, still even in gold. Even though bot lane's ahead, jungle's a little bit ahead too. 369 with 1,000 gold lead. And popping in that cull does even things up. 1,000 gold lead in that top side. Still a kill, skipping the Eclipse. Going towards the Shojin instead. It's less valuable going towards the Eclipse anyway on the Ambassador versus the Renekton, because if the Empowered W comes through, it breaks the shield. So you don't get as much value from that. Renekton does well into Ambassador normally? Yeah, he does. And because NIP focused very heavily around their 2v2, with Aki counter-ganking for the 2v2, really hasn't been a handhold for the top lane. Solarkill just said, look, survive as best you can. We'll get through to the late game. You can do what you can against the long-range carries once it gets through to item spikes, you know? This time, good trade on the top side. Oof, fully stacked Conqueror. Aki here again. Aki is a very good Maokai player. This guy's a very good Maokai player. Where has this Aki been all year? On different champions. Different compositions. No, I want to see Aki on more Sejuani Maokai. He was so good at them. He does struggle when he's off of champions that he feels comfortable on. I think his AP junglers really struggled. Really struggled with them, actually. Kanavi eating up a sapling. Really, Andrew's built up for Aki now. Still farming as that Skanu has the Heartsteel. Thank you, Angie, by the way. Very kind comment. By the way, if you do want to see more of me doing music stuff, I have a bunch of it on my Instagram page. I mean, it's pretty old at this point. I do also have a... Okay, I have like a hidden TikTok, which I do some music stuff on, but it's... No, whatever. I don't know how to post that stuff on socials. Another brush sapling doing some damage with the shields from Karma to help shrug that off. Okay. Herald's available. Would be feats of strength for NIP. First turret would be that as well. Kanavi doing a drive-by, but calling it off. 369 does have teleport, does have stride breaker. This is a strong Renekton right now. If you can recall, get into the play, maybe that changes things. I think top esports would prefer just stopping the Herald from being taken and allow their solo laners to do whatever the heck they want. You know, proxy farming for 369 that. Leave jumping forwards, getting the press the attack. That's a lot of good damage, and the call comes through afterwards as well. Here comes the Impale. Not that valuable. The Heart still does a bit of damage on the back end of it. Teleport coming in from Cream. 369 comes in as well. Teleports will press quickly. Questions as to whether they were actually very valuable or not. Remember, there's still the ultimate from the Milio. Gives you that burst of healing and the cleanse as well. Cream using both summoners, having to exit stage right very quickly. Leave on the Lucian. Blasting through HP bars. Jackalov and Crisp have fallen behind in this matchup too much now, really. I think the counter ganks on the top side have changed this game hugely. If this was a winning Ezreal Karma, maybe we'd think about things differently. Earlier this week, we saw Elkanon manage Lucian Nami very, very well with Ezreal Karma. Just the other day. It was just yesterday, in fact. 369 will return to bot side and get himself first turret. However, feats of strength already over towards NIP. They got themselves the first kills and the first objectives. Cream, not sure why you walked into that route. Aki could actually potentially look for a kill now on the turret. Shield. Used. Teleport in from 369. Dimby has flash. Might have to use it. 369 has his stride breaker lands, and he won't even need to use it. Pushed up too far. Maybe felt a little bit too hypey. Landing that ultimate goes down. His first game of Hwei in his career, starting off with a death. Nymaera Lawyer. You know, if I didn't go into gaming, it probably would have been music. I was very big into my music back in the day. Well, I say back in the day, I still am. My favorite band is Linkin Park. Saw them 3 times with Chester. I have Deep Purple's bass pick, because I saw them when I was 12. Cream on the sideline has the Gnash's Teeth. Just be a little bit careful with the Mac. I can't walk up too far. Why are we talking about grunting sounds from the game? Jackie, Triforce completion. Gives him something to fight back, but he has 1,000 gold down. Cream 1,000 gold up, though. If they can get Cream this top lane out of turret, solo gold, he'd be pretty happy with that. He's close towards his Leandries. 2 item Azir is where you really start to pick up the damage. 1 item's not bad, but 2 items is where Azir starts to be really hard to deal with. Kanavi will start to charge up that shield. So charge up. Doesn't charge up at all, but press it onto this brush sapling. Derby has ult again. 2 grubs to the side of NIP makes it easier for them to push towers. Using that Eye of Sauron to zone off bits of the tower. Just missing leave there. Tower will go down to the Herald. Azir's going to get the top side solo gold, though. And I think that is more valuable. You know, sharing the mid lane tower gold between 3-4 members doesn't feel that great. Whereas, you know, you now have a 2,000 gold lead for 369's Renekton. 1.2k gold lead for the Leandries completion of Azir. Looks like they give up this dragon, unless they really want to try and steal it. Lucian's gone topside, actually. Hang on, no, with Lucian showing topside, I mean, you can fight this now. Lucian is... Why are you going around here without your Lucian? He's the core of your composition. I mean, this should have been a free dragon. Now it's going to be a lot more in contestation. Does get taken by the Maokai, but that was not the best macro. Kanavi, rare for him to get out smote on an objective. Aki, the Q smite from Bramble Smash is very nice, though, with the percent HP onto very large HP neutral objectives. Quite hard to beat. But LIP did leave themselves at a very difficult junction there. I think they could have lost that fight. Not having the Lucian there is a big mistake. Now, Lucian does have the Infinity Edge. They're kind of spared from what could have been a very difficult loss for them around that objective. Soulkill has the Serpent's Fang, by the way, helping anti-karma abilities. So Shojin into Serpent's Fang. We saw Shojin into Edge of Night earlier as well from Hoya on the Ambassador. Seeing a little bit more lethality building. Can Ivy lose his smite very often, though? I wouldn't say it's very often. It's Shun who's the guy who's got the worst smite key in the league right now. Shun's smite's not been good at all. Jeje's the best, Shun's the worst, and then everyone else is somewhere in between. Jackie pushing in mid lane. Okay, so NIP have a huge power spike around this Lucian, who isn't going for the rapid... Well, will be going towards the rapid fire cannon now, but... Oh, this is like the one-tap build. With the extra... When you get fire cannon and also the Milio, you jump forwards and you hit someone, they explode. Absolutely explode. Remember when we had the double support item where Lucian would go towards Blood Song as well? For basically an extra press the attack? Ooh, PP God, get a little bit careful there. Milio not good at face checking for wards. Very bad at that, actually. Very, very bad at that. Renekton, not really able to get that much done in a solo scenario now because, well, he's not in a solo scenario. Well, he's alone, the enemy team isn't. Hang on a second. Derby used all of his cooldowns. Atakan spotted up. 369 can start getting rage off of the Atakan. Now, that's actually a problem for NIP. Renekton with this gold lead, stacking up rage on minions, is a problem. Atakan below half HP. Ultimate coming through. The Impale comes through as well. Breath of Life cleanses off that. The 369 is on the flank. Kanavi might die, but the Crocodile is scary. It's burst out, though. Can't get anything done. Cream, where is the shuffle? Atakan, secured by Top Esports. 2 for none right now. But Top Esports claim the objective. Really wonder whether there should have been more follow-up from Top Esports. 369 left alone in the backline. I really feel like they could have cleaned up more players there. Cream with Flash could have gone for a big shuffle. I think that would have solved the fight for it. NIP doing a lot better, faring a lot better in these team fights than they did in that first game. Very surprised that no one died when 369 had that flank. Now, a lot of their cooldowns were used onto Kanavi. Thought that Kanavi would tank the skill shot so 369 could have a free team fight. It's okay if Kanavi dies if 369 can then like clean up the fight. No, immediate damage coming through. Not a good Ezreal actually from Jackalope. I think he should have gone into the clump there. I think it would have been a lot more value. Great fear from Doomby in the middle of this. The empowered Q didn't come through. If it happens half a second later, there's a little bit more healing onto the Renekton. Cream couldn't close out anything else. Good Maokai ult again. You know, these Maokai ults have been very, very clutch. Very, very good. Still, top esports. By the way, folks, look at this number on the top of the screen. 35-2. In terms of the Spirit Pedals and the Bloody Pedals. That's going to lead to, you know, almost a full level advantage in the jungle. No, 369 similar in top side. Mid lane, it's almost a full level advantage. I mean, Jackalope is down a little bit more. There's solo XP for leave, and Jackalope's been forced off for things, but those pedals can mean so much difference. Normally, I don't think Atacon is a game-winning objective, but you know, the petals, they get an extra 25% value. You've got a 33 advantage already, and then you chuck a load on top of that too, and an extra quarter onto them. It's almost like, you know, how much extra is that? It's almost like an extra 40 over them, pretty much. Jesus, there's so many. Dragon spawning now. Leave jumping forwards. Wall stun. Breath of Life, not good enough. It's channeled in the wrong way. You can buffer it a little bit, but not quite enough. Crisp lucky to live. Soloed out by solo kill. Now he's left to like 369, maybe wrong. Flash in for Cream. Spares the blushes of 369. Misjudging his engage. Leave down. That is the huge damage source dead. I don't think Dermy can do enough. Solo kill has to flash away. 1 for 1. But the value of that Lucian being down far in the favor of top esports. 369, another misjudged team fight a little bit from him. Luckily, Cream can spare the blushes. So Dragon claim by top esports, second one. That can they finish off this turret? Ult missing from Dermy. Very quiet on the way. The way has not been what they wanted it to be. Maybe they'll change. His air tone comes through. Great Ezreal hits onto 4 people, but still. Kanavi goes down. A little too far. 0-3 on the Skarnet. Struggling to play into the Maokai ultimate, separating him from his team as they have to kind of like separate behind him. Then also, his aggressive plays being nullified by the Milio. It's hard to play Skarner into Milio. One of the hardest Skarner counters can cleanse out the Skarner ultimate. Very nearly outplayed. You can see why he's targeting the Milio himself. It's harder to cleanse himself. You can technically precast it. Takes half a second to come through. Kanavi is dead. All right, NIP wants a revenge baron, even in terms of gold. No teleport from 369 doesn't need to teleport because you can bring through his ultimate right now. Good percent HP damage from the Leandries. It will go down. How many people are NIP are going to lose, if any? Crisp gonna tank this up. All 5 members have it right now. 369 has himself a dominance. Cream could go onto the flank of this. Cream, how much can he do? 369 gonna get damage onto Aki. He's gonna go down first. 1 down. 369 will live on the other side of it. So it's 1 for Baron. NIP happy with that. They're happy with that indeed. Was wondering again with a flashless Lucian, flashless Milio, whether Cream could have gone for a shuffle. Of course, you can get stopped in your dash by the grim visage of the Hui, the little ball of fear which comes out. And stop dashes midway through. Very nasty technique there. So, good revenge Baron. Pick onto Kanavi, Baron straight after. All this led to is actually top lane matchup, which was 2,000 gold ahead. Almost even now. Bot lane, still 1,000 gold to NIP. Mid lane, still 1,000 gold to top esports. So that's top lane. 369's kind of thrown his advantage a bit. So, leave jump forwards. Knew he had the Breath of Life. Slightly mistimed. Slightly mistimed. Solo kill, stopping 369 having a clean flank here was huge. Oh, so close to cashing PP God there as well. Cream cleaning up a bit of a ill-fortuned flank from 369. Desperately needs that third item. Does 369 to be a bit more survivable? Probably does need a Sterak's, but then the Sterak's kind of sucks versus the Serpent's Fang. Do you really want Sterak's versus the Serpent's Fang? I think that's a problem, actually. Cuts down one of your best defensive options. Serpent's Fang, I'd love to see how much value it's gotten across this game, actually. Hey, Zaref, good to see you, by the way. Oh, I will hydrate. I will do that. Zonya's almost in from Cream. I think that's very important, by the way. Chris has Moonstone. Doomby getting spotted off on the flank. Grim Visage dodged away from. No, that's the Fireball, actually. Chris. Spot out that sapling. The Schlegums in the brush. Bot lane out a turret. Taken by NIP quite easily after this one. 3 items on Lucian. Didn't go for the rapid fire cannon. Went for the flicker blades, wanting that more continual uptime of damage. Rather than that one super long range orbital laser shot from the Milio plus the fire cannon. Death Stance time? Yeah, I think Death Stance would be good here, actually. You can then, you know, put it into the Calm Shield a little bit too, even though it is cut by the Serpent's Fang as well. Leave jumping forward, it's good damage. No armor pen from him. Cream getting solo by a solo kill. Now that's a huge play for him. The rookie player coming into NIP to replace Shanji, getting a solo kill to potentially turn the map in their favor. Well, less of a rookie, but, you know, a player that has been so in and out of a LPL, was on the EDG Doom squad, gets a huge solo kill there. Huge play from him. There was a teleport from Cream. He thought he would be safe. Solo kill must have hit an ultimate over the Azir wall because he didn't manage to separate him out from it. Markel to secure the turret. NIP might be dragging us to a 3rd game. Solo kill. He's done so much work this game. He solo killed Jackie Love in game 1. Game 2, he solos out Cream. Kanavi, well, I mean, the Ambassador shows on mid lane play. Kanavi just making sure that NIP have to stay true to their retreat. 369 on a longer flank as well. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. If they can stop the recalls, they can stop a lot of that gold being spent. 3,000, well, 2,000-ish gold lead to the side of NIP now, a little over it. Flank teleport ward, very hard to spot out there. Cream actually stopping on his Seekers. You know what? I actually think Cream makes a very intelligent decision to not Seekers here. Gets hit by the Ambassador ult. Ah, he mistimes the ult just about. Just still unstoppable in the duration of that, of the animation. Chooses not to use the Seekers. Top Easters will get this dragon for free. NIP were a little late on the resets because Kanavi chased them down. 3rd dragon to them. Cloud Soul Point, not the soul yet. Okay, 369 now behind gold, by the way. Even though he had the 2,000 gold lead, Cole stacked in. I think he's failed too many of his flanks. Failed far too many of them. Reminder, folks, this is a 3-8 team versus a 10-2 team. NIP viewed as one of our weakest teams in the region. Top esports, top 3. Hard to tell on any given day because the top of the LPL has been very, very inconsistent. Death cap in for Cream. Death cap in for Cream. No Void Staff. Doesn't particularly need it. Eclipse in for solo kill, though. Alright, Cream. Shows what you got. If Cream can get a clean fight, the DPS advantage is absurd. When you have an Azir on these items, it's just not fair. Chose to not go boots, by the way. Fully into his AP items. Holy moly, he's one-shotting caster creeps. That's a good benchmark to see. He's one-tapping caster creeps with his soldiers, pretty much. Green spotted out here. Another bush sapling. Kanavi tank it up with double shields. One from himself, one from the Karma. Red buff would be a team red buff. Would like to smite this way if you can. All onto Aki. Do they want to use the melee ult for it? Maybe not. A lot of damage onto him. Flash away from the Maokai on the bot side of the map. 369 trying to take down the Ambassador. Will do. Solo kill down. 369 can now back and teleport into the play. Big mistake from solo kill. 369 still has power left yet in the Crocodile. That's a huge go button. Baron has spawned. Aki no flash. Solo kill not there. 369 can stick onto the bot side turret and does. So he's going to open up a gold lead, which had diminished a lot before this. Can recall, teleport back in, and look to support his team. You have 30 seconds to make a play, top esports. What's the plan? Push in for the inhibitor turret, or play around the big objective on the top side? Maybe feeling they just have to push in across the map. 369 can get inhibitor turret. Don't think he can get the full inhibitor. Top esports need to make sure that no one roams down towards that bot side of the map. Does Baron get started up now because NIP are further away from mid lane? Maybe they do. However, solo kill will be back up and available at that point. There is a ward behind them. They should know about this. They do know about this. They pinged it. 369 needs to recall and come back into the play. Teleport coming in now. Top esports. Back off from the play. They have a control ward on this. Revenge Baron from NIP, perhaps? Maybe it is. All right. Renekton will have to recall, teleport back in. Good Baron damage. Leave. Has that Flicker Blades for continual cooldown uptime. Kanavi's going to get hit by a bit of damage there. Teleport in towards the top lane wave. That's not a great teleport location from 369. Flash in. Where is the steal? It's coming through. It is the steal by Kanavi. The smite key is good this time. Trades his life for it. 369 on the flank and Leave doesn't spot it. There's a crocodile in the bush and 369 rolls all nines of the team fight. Solo kill on the boss side. Kill onto the AD carry here. Flash forward. Jackal will clean up another teleport in from Cream. NIP, the ninjas exposed to daylight. The shadows are no longer their friends. Burned away by the light. Double kill for Jackula, but make no mistake, the hero of the play is Kanavi for the Baron steal. NIP, they gave it a good shot. Got ahead in a number of places in this game, but Top Esports may have just put them back into the coffin. Kanavi gets a dragon stolen away from him earlier into the game. Very determined not to let that happen again. No teleports in for Top Esports to come back into the mid lane. I don't think it's going to be a game end. We do see them splitting across multiple lanes. Kanavi will control that bot side. Inhibitor in mid lane. Renekton will push in for top lane inner turret. Is that one still standing? Hard to tell, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, it is still standing. Still get that one. Gold swing into 6,000 gold in their favor. Oh, NIP. You can see the logic, though, right? I mean, well... Okay, this is the solo kill which started things off by solo kill. He uses his full rotation onto 369 and gets blasted. Absolutely blasted. Dominance coming through. Level 3 at that ultimate. You don't win extended trades versus a Renekton. Just massively miscalculates. Massively. Kanavi flashes in, knowing that it'll still be sunned up. Likely is going to die. But tank enough to make it through to the smite key. And that's enough. And then suddenly, Ambassador is down. Maokai is down. 369 has a free fight. Kanavi is fine this composition to at least say, look, I will die, but someone else will have a clean team fight. If I'm tanking up the Maokai and the Ambassador, it means that the Ambassador is not hitting the backline, and the Maokai is not rooting up someone like 369. Kanavi's died a lot of times, but that's kind of his nature of his job in this composition. You can't really play Skarner that well versus the Milio and the Maokai. Separates you out in the front line and stops your Impale having that much value. Top Esports, on the whole, much better team fighting from them as a team this series from NIP. They've looked better than they have done recently. NIP, I mean, had a good game versus Weibo. I think game 1 had some interesting moments too to play around. Composition was quite hard to play, really. Got about a bit outdrafted this one. I don't know, Doomby very, very quiet. 3,000 gold behind on the Hui. His first career Hui game, by the way, folks. And I don't know whether we'll be seeing this one again anytime soon. Lee jumping forward to 369 will hop out of the queue. Culling accuracy very low there, actually. 369, though, doesn't have flash, doesn't have the E. Low damage so far. Cloud Soul, though, gives him a lot of... hang on a second. Aki's just going to get exploded. Redemption has to come through to give a bit more healing from the Milio. The Cloud Soul, though, giving Top Esports extra ability to chase down, extra ability to escape. And Aki left wondering how he can ever close that distance. That ultimate has to be so good, but the ultimate's down. He's used already. Leave trying to jump forward, trying to use the extra Milio range to get some damage down. He has to be the one to carry the fight. Cream taking some damage, but is safe. Crisp's shields being really annoying, even through the Serpent's Fang. Leave jumping forwards again. Doesn't have the fire cannon, would have to use that Milio cozy campfire. 369, full build now, by the way. 4,000 gold ahead as a Spirit Visage and a Randuin's. Chose not to go towards the Starix. There's no real point going into the Serpent's Fang, right? That being said, Leave very near to his full build as well. Has the Swift March boots. Infinity Edge, of course, was built up earlier. Second line has the Lord Doms now. Going towards what presumably would be the not Death Dance, the Bloodthirster last item. Ezreal nearly at the full build too, though. Cream is actually going towards what might even be a Frozen Heart, by the way. Last item. Has the Zonias ready for some extra armor. Could potentially go towards the Frozen Heart to help him deal with Bit of Ambessa, a little bit of Hui. Sounds like a Mambo No. 5 song. A little bit of Ambessa, a little bit of Hui. Not quite the same. Alright, leave. Needs to be a little careful here. 369 not able to clear through that ward. Spotted it going down. Couldn't quite get there in time before it cloaked itself. Ezreal across the team does some decent damage. Baron in the minute and a half. Top Esports, they're pretty good in the LPL, aren't they? You know, I think they've addressed some of their issues that we saw at first stand, where their bot lane didn't play without a minimap. Kanavi wouldn't support them. Flashback up for the Skarner, by the way. They have been ganking bot lane more recently. Waves crushing in towards the base. 2 inhibitors down. Top lane getting pushed in as well. Do NIP have the wave clear to deal all 3 of these lanes? I'm not sure. Markel can solve 1 lane for a wave, forcing Top Esports to respect it. Aki's next ultimate. That's the only tool I can really see them. Oh my god, it's a lot of damage onto Durnby. Durnby on this way has just not been able to achieve what he wanted to this game. Not at all. Karma Shield coming up so often now. Level 15 support. It's very rare you see that. Has Mikhail's as Chris can give one of his teammates a cleanse through the Marco ultimate. Game changing them. And I will get hydrated, Mecha. Okay, so NIP will survive the full court push. Hang on a second. I was wondering whether Cream would Leave would jump forwards. Guess you don't really want to do that onto Cream, who is very, very fed. 369 on the flank. Full rage. Well, not full rage, but, you know, enough range. Could put the ultimate to preserve the rage right now. Leandri's tick onto PP God. Solo kill. Put toward into that brush. Leave. Ah, no. Aki's caught out. That'll be the end of it, though. Or will it? 369 has his ultimate. You can see the push of pull. Markel pulled in through now as well. Mikhail's onto Kanavi, who ends up catching out the Milio. Uses that flash god. Whoa, Jackalov's dead. Leave gets a clean fight. It's on Cream. It has to be on Cream. How much have you got? The AD carries down for Top Esports. NIP might have just fought through the late game. And 369 can't get it done. Triple kill for Leave. And Top Esports can't close out the game. Baron available. Elder in a minute and a half. Kanavi caught out PP God, but he couldn't quite kill him in time. No idea how Jackalov got exploded there. Big mistake from the bot lane. Instead, Cream teleporting towards the base. Crisp here as well. This is a very, very fed Azir. How much can they do? They have minions on the Nexus. They might just try and close the game while the Baron's going down. 1 Nexus turret down. Good damage through. Onto solo kill. But that's not going to be it. It's not going to be the end of the game. Not the end of the game. Cream will take a Nexus turret. Force NIP to recall quickly. But that'll be it. Cream. Surviving that fight was very important for him. Wasn't able to carry it, though, sadly. Jackalov, Kanavi, 369. Not really positioning well. See right here. You know, they used the Mikhail's onto the Marco ultimate, or rather onto Jackalov's part of it. Jackalov so close to killing off the Milio, but instead puts himself into auto attack range of the Lucian. Big mistake from Jackalov. Puts all of his damage onto Milio, which he doesn't kill, and then dies to the Lucian. Not clean from him. You know, the counter ganks early set up Leave for success, and Leave just bluntly out team fighting there. Leave going forward to the culling again. A lot of damage into Kanavi. God damn, that's a lot of damage. Elder in 10 seconds. Kanavi needs to heal off of something. Cream, no flash this time. Leave doesn't have it either. No, well, none of the carries have flashes, folks. You have a late game Renekton who has to play without flash as well. That's a problem. Elder started up. Some wards on the flank. 369 has GA. Solo kill. His ult to delay that Renekton could be absolutely critical. Jumping forwards, not hitting anything there. PP God takes a bit of damage. The Redemption doing some work there. 369, 1v1ing the bot side. Another ult lands onto PP God. Has some healing. Kanavi in the river. Feel like Top Esports are corralling them quite well right now. Kanavi getting gunned down. If the smite goes down, the Elder might go with it. The whale onto Kanavi. He's going to live for now, but he needs to stay alive for the smite. Solo kill. Gets onto the back line. And Aki takes the Elder. Top Esports obliterated, removed from the rift. And the ninjas in pajamas may well have clutched themselves through to a game 3. NIP gun down the Skarner. Secure the Elder, and we'll march towards the Nexus. What was said to be a done game for so long, at the 41-minute mark, will be brought to a deciding game here in NIP's arena of Shenzhen. Jackalov's late game team fighting put into question here. Leave vastly outvaluing 8-3 and 7. Solo kills Ambessa, picking up another win as the Ninjas give us a 5-game day. Leave, oh leave. Very few players play like this guy in the LPL. He has been the star in NIP. A lot of people would have thought it would be Doinby, would have thought it would be someone else. But Leave has been the guy to really carry NIP. You look back at last split, you look back to this one. Leave has been the core of when this team has succeeded. NIP brings to a 3rd game. Holy crap. I think that there was a big issue from top esports in this game. 1, Jackalov was not good enough in team fights. 2, I think that Shanji's, it's not playing today, obviously shared a solo kill, is on the other side of that. 369's flanks, when he had that 2,000 gold lead, was very poor. It was very poor. I think that, however, with all of this, Doinby has had a very poor series. I think that Cream is vastly outvaluing him. I think that this game was not about the Hui. It's not about that at all. But still, NIP managed to bring us through to a late game. The Lucian Milio, critical in those late game fights. And some big damage miscalculations from Jackalov. Yes, I understand going towards the Milio, but you can't die for it as easily as that. So a 3rd game for top esports and NIP. And we get ourselves one last game today. Alrighty. So we'll get ourselves through to our MVP, I suppose. I think Aki is MVP this game. I agree. I actually think Aki is the MVP. I think the counter ganks early into the game were absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. You do not get to play a game like this without those Maokai ganks early onto bot lane. Without him stopping that 2v2 between the Renekton and the Skarner early on. Okay, enjoyed looking, Amber. Thank you for sticking around. Yeah, they pulled it back. Yep, it came down to an Elder Flip, but hey, there you go. Kanavi had a stinker too. The thing for Kanavi is it's very hard to play the Skarner in this game. You get cancelled out of your W when Milio Qs you. Your ultimate gets cancelled by his ult, and when you drive in, the Maokai separates you from your team with the ultimate, and there's no other engager on your team. So for me, I look at Kanavi, yeah, that's awful damage numbers. I think that a lot of how Kanavi played is also due to the draft. So that one, I'm like, well, whatever. And he still got the Baron steal, right? Still got the Baron steal. So I think Kanavi, I'm like, well, whatever. Given the draft, I wasn't expecting much anyway. Whatever. For me, the big mistakes came from Jack 11 Crisp in that early 2v2 top lane, miscalculating, dying, giving kills over towards the Lucian. And the late game team fights from Jack 11 as well were quite poor. And then I think that the late game, the mid game flanks from 369 were not good enough. When you had a 2,000 gold lead, it was, yeah, it was not good enough, really. Yeah, the Milio had mega value. The Milio was absolutely insane. Insane value from the Milio. Also, by the way, happy birthday to Varus. 13 years of Varus today, by the way. What the shit? I was just added to 3 Twitter conversations about frickin'. There's so many spam, so much spam on Twitter messages now, man. There's so many. I swear I get added to like 6 a day. It's ridiculous. I mean, the Baron steal was clutch. It was. And like, yeah, look, Skarner doesn't get to do much this game. This is a very good anti-Skarner draft. Seeing this now, I want to see more Milio into Skarner again. If it's actually possible to play it through laning phase, I want to see more Milio into Skarner. Skarner already feels a lot weaker than he was before because both him and his items were both removed, like both nerfed, but yeah. Crush. I mean, the jungler Crush hands. Are you kidding me? I remember Crush. Are you kidding me? I remember Crush. Holy shit. Well, rest in peace, Crush. His family and friends supported through a very difficult time. Skarner Throne? No, it's not on Skarner Throne. No. It's a very hard Skarner draft. For me, like, former DRX coach Crush. He used to play as well, right? Damn. Pulse check? I can do that. Thank you, Goran. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, right, I need to get myself another drink. I fried my vocal cords a little bit in that last one. Crush. Yeah, I remember him playing back in, yeah, I remember him playing back in 2016, 2017. He was on Sandbox for a while as well. I have very fond memories of watching him back in the, you know, golden era of LCK, really. Shit. So sad to hear. Alright, there is our MVP. I mean, it probably has to be... I think it's... I mean, Aki was really good. His counter-gags were insane. His counter-gags were insane. Okay, I'm gonna get myself another drink. Do we have pre-roll on right now? I gotta run some adverts, and then we'll come back. Yeah, Crush, who was... No. I mean, like, the counter-gangs from Aki were critical. This is insane. Like, this play turns the game. Okay. Okay, ready for some more words with friends? Oh, there's a fake and a headliner. Only 5-letter words. Oh, Riffle's in there, so there's an E is hidden. I reckon Y is fake. I reckon Y is fake.
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加已就换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
Is that a word? Not sure. Not that many words for this one, actually. Yeah, very sure. Oh, Y is fake. Y is fake. For the lifer, I don't know. We'd gone. Do we lose? Rip. Oh, it's fake. What the hell? Ah, rip. Okay, whatever. Okay. Well, give it another go. Happens. Oh, Penta. Tent. Wait, we've done this round before, actually, I'm pretty sure. Tent. Nice. Pattern. Huh. Didn't even know it was a thing. Is that a word? Okay, so we get into a game 3, somehow. Yeah, T should be in there. Is there a last NE one? Maybe not. That's a word? Huh. And there's one last 5 one. Well, there's a 5 one in general. Did we get Pate? Yeah, we did. So, I don't know. What do we even make of that last one? Obviously, Aki was much better in that game. Aki was much better. This team really needs Aki online, actually, for them to do anything. It's actually less about Dermby than I thought. Because Dermby was completely invisible that game. Completely invisible. Dermby's actually having quite a poor series. I think Solar Kill's been doing quite well. I don't think we have a time for another one this time. So I'll leave that one there. I need to do that thing. Like, close my door properly. Okay. Meaning of net is the British spelling of it? No, it's not. No, it's not. I've never actually seen anyone spell net like that in. No, I've actually never seen that. So that is cap. Leave did really well defending the base. Yeah, he did. He did. But I also think that, you know, I think top esports struggled to time their flanks well. I just think that I think that Ezreal I think Jackalow didn't play the team fights particularly well late on. I think he mistimed his jumps in. I think he left himself. Oh shit! David Attenborough's died. Wait, no, what? No, it's age 99. Why did they? Wait. Why did they post it like that? No, his 99th birthday. Why would you post it like that? No context. Brit just said, David Attenborough, legendary British broadcaster, biologist, naturalist, historian, age 99. Normally when you post that, it says dies in age 99. No, legit. Look, you tell me. You tell me. You see this? You see this, you tell me what you... Like, what does that read like to you? It looks like he's died. Fuck this fucking page. Like, you tell me. You tell me! That's not okay. Like, fuck this page, man. Wait, they actually fired the person who was like... What the fuck? They actually fired the person who did that tweet. You're kidding me. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's get ourselves to our last game. Yeah, same hands. I saw the same one. And like, there's a good yeah, they've kicked the person who wrote that tweet from that page. Good. You can't make posts like that, man. That's so stupid. Okay. Like, I saw the first part and I was like, what the hell? And obviously read towards the end of it and it is... Yep. Okay, right, one last draft. What are we looking for from both teams? Aki needs comfort. Aki needs comfort. No, that... Yeah, but Burfon, that's also never used within British English. Compliment for Zeref. Zeref, you are a net gain to the Twitch chat environment, to my experience of streaming, and the general vibes in your vicinity. Oh, I will get hydrated as well. I mean, it's Red Bull, but it's all I've got right now, so. Get caffeinated. Oh, postage check. I'll do that as well. Okay, whatever. Was Lilia picked? No, not so far. No, not so far. I think that for Aki to have comfort, I mean, realistically, it would be... I think it would have to be Sejuani at this point. Or Neferi, maybe. Not sure. And we wait for our champion slate. Last draft of the day. What was the result of this morning's games? It was 2-0 to FPX over TT, who look really dead in the water. They've really lost their spark. And of course, you're here for this result now, and we'll see how this one works out. Neferi and Vi both banned away. Vi, one of the other comfort champions for Aki. So they're kind of banning it out for themselves, but Kanavi very good. Oh, Kanavi so good at both those champions. Annie, Rise, Rumble banned away. We've seen some Annie support, but it's just banning out some more of the Doomby comfort picks. I suppose Doomby could go towards the Galio. It's been another comfort pick for him. Lilia, are we first picking Lilia away from Aki? Just say, well, you're not going to get the Lilia, which is one of your comfort picks. Yone is also open, by the way. If you let the Lilia through, even though Doomby is not a good Yone player, I think you lock Sejuani Yone. Gwen locked in for 369. Not many things which can lane against that very well. But still. There's no Shinzao for Shinzao Gwen. Gwen's pretty good against Sejuani because you press W against her ultimate. Does Aki go Lilia now? Do you go Lilia Yone yourself? I think that's the big option I see available. Really? No, I know it's comfort, but please do not lock in that Viego. They lock in the Akali. Can technically go top lane, actually. No, Doomby does play it too. Of course he does. Have they played at top lane yet? No. And Aki does go for the Viego. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you go like Lilia Yone now and you're just so happy. Well, I guess you don't want to go Lilia Gwen, so maybe you're spared of that now. But then what does Kanavi go? Sejuani, yeah, that's also pretty good. Yep, Sejuani, we were calling that out for potentially Aki earlier. Okay. And then I think you have a couple of choices. You know, Sejuani, Yone, I mean, you can go for the Corki if you... Wait, is Corki even played yet? No, you could go Corki, I guess. But Cream is an incredibly good Yone player. Okay. Yone in towards Cream. It's Viego mid. Not sure I trust that one as much. Because the Akali's already in. Now, there is a chance that the Akali goes top lane. There is the chance of that now. I mean, I actually do think you should flex that Akali elsewhere. I mean, if this is the Akali top, the Galio could be mid, but I don't... You never want to go Galio into Yone. That's awful. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Just likely Galio top into the Gwen, neutralizing that lane. Hey, man, good to see you. And then, of course, the Akali going in towards the mid lane. So, bot lane to be picked. What have we still got available? No Ezreal, no Varus, no Lucian, no MF. So Jhin is the big thing here. Jhin, Corki, Zerigon as well. NIP needs some... they need DPS. NIP need DPS. Do you go towards Jinx? Do you go Jinx and just say, well, we'll go Jinx, Viego, reset comp? It's pretty bad playing Jinx into Yone. Not great into Gwen either. Could go Xayah against triple melee from top esports. Nautilus banned away. I mean, Kai'Sa's available too. And top esports would have liked to go Kai'Sa. In fact, they still maybe can. I don't think NIP want to go Kai'Sa as much. This is a Neela game. You know what? There's like 6 melees in the game. It's actually not a bad Neela game. Jhin for leave is insane. And I think the Jhin is perfect here, actually. Even... Hey, Adma, good to see you, by the way. I actually think Leave's Jhin is such a hyper carry, you can make it work. And it's long enough range to escape the engage. Kai'Sa playing melee range into all this stuff is really risky. Yeah, you have some self-peel, but... I don't know, man. Maybe have to go for Rakan last pick. Rakan's not been picked yet, right? Yeah. Top esports might go Xayah Rakan now. And then that's a problem for NIP, because then you don't have great support option for the Kai'Sa into the Rakan. Well, I mean, you could go Leona, I guess, but then you're still playing quadruple melee into Xayah Rakan. Oh, God, you'd be playing quadruple melee into Gwen, Yone, Xayah. Is Ashe completely unviable? Ashe just really struggles versus Gwen, Yone, because you can just never peel for that. Okay, Peepagog goes towards Leona. It's a comfort champion for him. But NIP have picked quadruple melee into 2 of the better anti-melee champions in the game. I don't think that's a good draft for me. You're looking for resets on Viego. And we'll see what... I mean, I'm going to assume that it's solo kill taking the Galio. It might actually end up being the Akali top to deal with the Gwen. But then you have to play Galio into Yone, which is a bit rough. Well, solo kill has played a lot of the duelists before. Sam knows a little bit more about that, actually. Looks like we do have an Akali top lane. Maybe that'll change things. Alright, let's get ourselves into our last game of the day. Thank you for choosing to watch LPL here. Whether that's on my Twitch YouTube or on Nivea's YouTube as well. I think this draft from top esports is pretty damn hard to overcome from NIP. You've picked a lot of melee champions into some very good anti-melee champions. What's a VOD review request? It is me reviewing a game of your choice. And there are a couple I've got stacked up. I need to really disable that until I've got time, because while we're on LPL, I just don't have time for anything else. We'll get into our last game of the day, folks. And we shall see who comes out the victor between NIP and top esports. And thank you for joining us today for LPL coverage. Both myself and my brother have spent many hundreds of hours now. I've casting this region. I'm a professional League of Legends caster, as is my brother. You might see us on the LEC, amongst other things. I've cast over 1,000 LPL games, and it's always entertaining. Let's get into the last game of the day.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Do we have any level 1 plans? No. 5-man fan out. Crisp and Jaculov protecting this one brush. As long as they can. Anything interesting? We do have the Akali top lane. So it's Akali top lane. This is something that we did see into Gwen when Gwen was strong around 2022-23. Has the Akali with the Ignite and the Electrocute. Can get the Electrocute. Does quite well there with the early trade, actually. 369 needs to be a little bit careful. Loses the early trade. Bit of a reality check there. Bone plating for Akali helping out that trade too. Does lose extended trades. Doomby. Gotta be careful there. Misses that E level 1. And Cream hits both of his Qs onto him. Can actually get a Q through the wave now and poke him out again if he wants. Misses that one, but... Okay. E available from Doomby. The step backwards. That's better there. Because what you do is you slam him, hit him with the E, slam him again, because your passive gets reduced when you hit with abilities. Galio can be quite good against melee champions. Early push coming in from the Zyra Khan. Early curve push from the Yone. Gwen's doing okay in top lane as well. So Sejuani pathing bot to top, as is Aki's Viego. Barrier Gwen. That's true. That's true. I actually hadn't noticed that. I thought it was the same color as the exhaust, and I got a little bit current about that. We have Barrier, Ignite. So, both low cooldown combat summoners. Good trade there with the Grasp, actually, from 369. Grasp, very good for the sustain. Akali top is so strong into Gwen. Been hoping for this counter pick. Problem is in Pro, it's quite hard to play around 0 CC top laners. Especially if they're not like hyper carries in the same way, right? Akali can be a bit weird on that front. It's been a while since teams have had to play around Akali top lane. Good wave control from Gwen. This is important. No, Gwen gets to go back with a bit of a CS advantage, actually, despite losing the first early trade. Goes back. Gets some boots. Gets to refill on the refill pot. Well, gets to buy one in the first place. Get back into lane. 369, making it through potentially annoying part of the lane, where you don't really have the ability to trade that hard. Cream winning in push in the mid lane. No surprise there. Doomby will be able to clean up as much farm as he can, though. So, NIP, picking out another invention of the chefs. TP God, does he go for a trade? He's trying to. Extended dash away from the battle dance. Important there. Overpush from Cream potentially. Good damage onto Doomby. We'll stack up that Q. Gets a full CC onto him. Is it going to be a flash forwards? No. But a flash away from Cream will see him to safety. So a bit of an overpush from Cream. Fight on the bot side now. Ignite drops from PP God onto Crisp. Heal from the Q. Jackal getting a good trade back. The feather pull. Helping even things back up. And of course, HP traded onto the AD carry tends to be more important than onto the support. So Jackie and Crisp not unhappy with that. Also, they still have their own summoner heal too. No Ignite to reduce that anymore. I will get a Hydro, I shall do. So, 369. Head in the early lane. His individual laning has been very good this year. Last year, I think it fell off to a historic low for himself. I think his laning was the worst that it's ever been. I think in this year, this split, been much better. Much, much better. Say that it wasn't fantastic at first then. He was okay. Then again, none of top esports were really that fantastic. A lot of people, you know, they hate watching top esports now because of the way that they performed internationally last Worlds, at First Stand, I guess at MSI last year as well, bombing out to G2. But reality is, when they're regionally, teams don't punish them. Not in the way that international teams do. I don't know whether it's a difference in prep, a difference in playstyle. Probably a bit of both, realistically. He failed to clear the ward. Crisp. Crisp. Boots and Ruby Crystal built up by Crisp. Call fields for Jaculov. Dragon has spawned, 2 minutes until the grubs. Doomby went for the Duran shield, by the way, first. Gives him a little bit more HP and, well, effective HP to use in lane. Ooh, missing out that QE. And double using his full rotation. 369 trading very well, though. Solo kill. Good level 1 trade. Not exactly getting that much more after that, though. Why are we still doing Grasp Gwen? Because into lane encounters like the Akali, it gives you better continued presence on the map. It means that if you take one bad trade, your lane isn't over. You can play... You're playing less for hard wins. You're just playing to deny the counter pick value. Cream hitting level 6. Catalyst coming in from Derby. He does like to play as higher damage Gallios, going for a lot of ages into Leandries. Ooh, misses out that cannon. Kanavi coming in for the melee synergy in mid lane. Galio all coming in nice and early. Coming through, doesn't hit. PP God's on the run. He's here first. Crisp is coming up and has heal. The Yone ult buys time. How much can Crisp do? Gets the knock up. That might be crucial. The melee synergy coming through. And a second stun will come through. Spirit Cleave for the shield. PP God not able to finish off the kill. And Cream rescued by his jungle support. And NIP just outrun. Thought they were first to play. And, well, they were. But turns out Sejuani with melee synergy just does it a little bit different. Oh, Dumpy at least makes it out alive. Cream Yone realized that he could get the delay, enough delaying CC to allow Chris to come into the play. Chris flashes, gets the shields in, gets the knockups. Ends up being, what, 2 for none in the mid lane? Oh, of course it is. No one else had died so far. I can tell from the scoreboard at the top, can't you? 369 takes a bit of a hard trade onto himself. Soulkill had used the Ignite onto 369, who had a barrier onto him as well. I guess we missed that 1v1. Did we get a replay of something which happened up there? I think they used it just now, actually. So Kanavi walking towards mid lane, knows he has the melee synergy. Cream starts stacking up his Q. It's a stun onto him. Really good ults to buffer through the Shield of Daybreak, because he was actually stunned for a bit of his generation of the ultimate. If the stun had come through before the R button was hit, I think that's a clean win for NIP in the mid lane. Very tight timing. Level 6 from the Sejuani. Gets some value too. PP God sadly can't live himself. Torn from Doomby. Keeps him alive. So now Cream, which, you know, he's on one of his most played champions of all time. I'm trying to remember which one it is now, actually. What is his most played of all time? Ari's his most played. Then Akali says, which one is it? His Yone goes down to about 6th place now with Tristana and Corki really cropping up in the last year or two. Yone 64% win rate over time. Good KDA on that. Surprised as Ari is his most played actually, but I guess has been an Ari meta for a little while. Kanavi going to the enemy jungle, level down. Just a tiny bit. 1 camp behind. Actually 2 camp attends to the 4 kills. Robs will give him the extra XP for this. Cream coming over. Now the thing about Sejuani with a melee laner is that if they come over and do the objective, you clear objectives very, very quickly because of the permafrost stacking. There's no cooldown onto objectives. Look how quickly they take it. That's why sometimes Sejuani Rumble can be very good at taking objectives too. Needles coming through. Block from solo kill. Doesn't have the ignite just yet. Barrier coming through. So ult for ult, barrier used. Using the true damage Akali. Kind of forgot that skin line existed. Not gonna lie. I was more of a pentakill guy myself. How did Sejuani Yone get through? Because there are a lot of choice bans you want to throw against these players. There was, I think Annie and Ryze have been banned the entire series versus Doomby. Doomby now leaving mid lane, walking bot lane to secure the push in. Knock up under tower. Single target Q, trades back well. However, Doomby leaves mid lane, gives a plate over towards Cream, who's already now at 1,000 gold. His ult smack up. Cream trading pretty well so far. I really think NIP should have drafted Sejuani instead of Viego. I completely agree. Completely agree. I think they could have gone for the Sejuani Yone themselves, and it would have been a lot better for them. Although, that being said, Doomby's not a great Yone player, but I think Aki needs to be on comfort. Technically, Viego is, but I just don't think it's a strong enough champion right now. It's the same problem that Shanji has. Shanji and Aki... Hang on a second. Cream's going to hop over the wall. Not going to be able to steal anything here. Just trying to spook them, I suppose. So, 3 grabs to top esports. First dragon to NIP. Crisp on the run. Has level 6. NIP needs to be very wary of this Yone. This Yone is in a good draft. Spirit Cleave absorbs most of the slam damage. If you got no flash, potential for a bigger play, but I don't know whether Top Esports had good enough information as to where Viego was. Could have potentially gone onto that flashless Leona. Not that much damage there between Sejuani and Rakan, but hey, might have been worth a shot. Instead, moving towards bot side instead. Don't think they'll dive that. Quite hard to do that much damage against level 6. Cleanse Kai'Sa and PP God. Might be able to force them off of tower. Top Esports needs to be careful not to overstay here. Doinby could teleport in. One misplay could give a reset over to Aki if he made it down there in time as well. Solo kill. Igniting. Barrier used as well. Good cues even into the Shroud. Blast Needlework also hitting. 369 playing very well into the assumed counterpick in top side. Solo kill. I think he had a good series so far. His first game on the Scion, solo killing Jackie Love. Second game on the Ambessa. Crucial plays against 369 and Cream at points in that game to extend it to the point where NIP could win through the late games. Zenith played in bot side. Viego's coming over, but as is the Sejuani. Jackie Love has the passive stacked up onto him. Viego's coming down, but it's a little bit too late. Kanavi will still use that Heartsteel for a little bit of extra damage. Just ends up being a lot of chunks. Jackie Love bearing the brunt of it for Top Esports. PP God for NIP. NIP don't get to force the Zyra out of lane. Kanavi there just a little sooner. Kanavi's been playing a lot more tied towards bot lane than he normally does. Chris not getting knock up. Aki, hang on a second. Do you really want to go for a big play? Wow, Aki coming down with Galileo. Where are the feathers? Do they have the cooldown of it? Could damage onto lead, but not quite enough to get the kill. Flash away from the knockup. Crisp could technically flash in for a Q as well. Cream not able to cancel Doinby. I wasn't paying attention to the minimap, and apparently neither were Top Esports. Jackie Love potentially really should have gotten the hell out of that a lot earlier. Good kill. Aki understanding where his team was on the roam. Good play from them to get ahead in a losing bot lane scenario. They get something back. So, this is after the initial play had gone wrong. I just don't think they expected Aki to walk up like this. Flashes beyond the Rakan to get the point-and-click stun onto the Xayah. Flashes away, but Leave gets enough damage down after that point. Gets the passive. Taunt comes through very close to getting the kill onto Leave, who has to flash out of that knockup. Would have killed in return. Well play from NIP to win the hand check versus Jackie Love. Still ahead in gold. That being said, the Cull getting stacked up by Leave might change things. Going towards the Yuntal right now. Double AP solo laners, so wants to go for a higher AD build. See what his second item is. We've seen Yuntal into Infinity Edge. We've seen Yuntal into Wild Arrow. Not Wild Arrows, into Hurricane. 369 just used his ult is W. That's a problem. TP God doesn't land the stun, but lands the slow. And that'll help a little bit more. Oh, under the tower. 369 buying some time, but not able to get enough of a slow. Enough damage to finish off solo kill. He does get himself his first kill in the lane, going towards what I seem to be a Storm Surge first. Has two stacks on the Dark Seal now. 369 laning well individually. Didn't expect the roam at that time. Jackal, good damage onto the mid lane turret. 3 grubs will spawn the mites. Top Esports. Current champions of the LPL. Made it to semi-finals of first stand. Somehow. Despite only winning one series the entire damn event. Coming into Split 2. I guess it's... things that I would call it Spring Split. Because it is an LEC. But that's kind of like... I always feel like Spring, Summer, Winter... It kind of ignores the fact that there is actually a summer, there is actually a southern hemisphere which doesn't have the same like season pattern. It's not always the same everywhere. Not every even has that, you know. There's like monsoon season, there's the dry season and rainy season in some places, right? I shall get hydrated again. Thank you, Mecha. You know, Top Esports, for all the criticism of them, they're very good regionally on the whole. Dragon in 20 seconds, Herald up now. 1 kill in it for the feats of strength for that part of the equation. Objectives 1 apiece, so it has to be 2 for that. First tower, of course, being the last piece. Jackal pushing up well, but Leave's about to he's about to cushion that dank Cull. Double control in that ward. That is a very well unwarded bush. Aki and PP God roaming around together. Hell getting started. And Leave has cashed in the call now, basically evening up the gold lead on bot side. Derby's here, has first item Rod of Ages. Decent amount of AP for that. Has flash too. 1,000 gold down, which means that Cream is terrifying with the Blade of the Ruin King. Herald claimed by NIP. First turret going to go to the side of top esports, so it's the mid lane turret, which is important. Because now when you're trying to make these big roaming plays with Viego, Leona, ult over the top of it on the... with the Galio, it can be a bit of an issue. Because you don't have that... You're more likely to get spotted by top esports, so you're less likely to be able to push up and do something. Solo kill now left alone under the bot lane turret. Jungle support are coming. Have to be a quick dive if they want to do it. They're just trying to intercept that wave. Doubled root onto Aki and PP got from the feathers. Teleport now in. Jackie does have ult. Not a well-timed teleport, I will say. Maybe things are a little bit different. Quickness comes through as the Sidroniel Leave coming into the play too. Not been able to spend all of his gold yet. Feels like this is just going to be a great deal of nothing. Teleport called in from 369 and from Dernby. No one dies. That's kind of it. Aki ulted backwards. A couple of ults from top esports. Everyone got a bit panicked, but now we chill. Cream, while all this is happening, was pushing up on the top side. Well, rather, no, he ends up teleporting towards the top side. Dernby not able to teleport up to this. 3 grubs will make this a quicker tower kill. It won't be the full tower, because Dernby has recalled in time. Viego's on the top side of the rift too. Cream spotted Viego on the ward. Close the control ward, give himself a bit more of a safety net. So NIP, one of the big things we talked about earlier, hey, they do have 4 melee champions into a lot of good anti-melee champions. Often you end up getting clumped up for a Yone ultimate. Xayah feathers. Rakan's very good anti-melee as well, because you can hop into and out of fights. Gwen puts down the W and puts the needles over everyone as you try and run forwards to close the distance. Tower taken up by 369 on the bot side. So NIP, gonna have to find some inventive ways to separate out top esports before, you know, Gwen teleports into a play, starts shredding them in a way that only really Gwen can. Just perma fist fight. If you don't have an enemy champion on your screen, you get benched. Oh, God. Maybe. Maybe. Of course, on the other side, you know, NIP, they do end up finding that one window. They get the reset. With, you know, solo kill, trying to assassinate a person, Aki getting the reset. I mean, every single champion that top esports has is a good champion to reset on for Aki. Typically, the value is, 1, you know, dude, are they fed? Are they strong? But then 2, it's also, what's their basic abilities like? You know, Rakan's basic abilities are good as an engaged support. Yone can jump forward and do a load of damage. Needlework used to clear out a bit of the wave. Solo kill uses the ultimate. W's not great from 369, actually. Well, there's no there's no teleport's going to save this. Needlework comes in. Kill goes over to solo kill. Tower will go down as well. NIP playing a well around that. Aki will get himself a reset to not really much value. Ults into the brush. Herald is still alive and available down here. They don't really need much of a charge off for this, but still, good tower, good kill. However, you know, while this is happening, Yone is taking a red buff. Dernby gets a wave in mid lane, but can't kill the tower. This mid lane matchup has been pretty dire for Dernby. Dernby has been 3,000 gold down or something like that, and I think every single game this series. Last game when he had the Hui, his first career Hui game, was really bad. Really quite poor. 3,000 gold down, very quiet, really was on Leave, Aki. Solo kill determining that game. Bit of a 4v5 in that one. In game 1, before that, his Silas was not as accurate with the chains as he would have liked. Dernby doesn't have to be that high up in gold to do much here. The thing is, Dernby is very much like what Baus became in the top lane, right? Dernby won worlds with a playstyle similar to his in mid lane. Many years before Baus was on the same kind of level, but PP God gets an ult on top of his head. And we maybe see if they can get themselves a reset. Resets are the name of the game for NIP. They're trying to get him towards this Ronnie, who does go down. 1 for 1. The fight continues. Aki could potentially queue in. Look for a fight. So, 1 for 1. PP God for Kanavi. Jungle for support. Big cooldowns used by both sides. Dernby's ult the longest one of them, not having that much cooldown reduction. That's can't up and available. No smite for top easels. Can't really can do much about this one. Cream will be able to spot this going down now. You should know that it's not in the center of it. You should know this is happening. It's not in the center of it. You should know that's there. There's a blue ping. They know this is going down. They'll give it over. And I'll say, well, okay, not much to be done about that. Don't have people in position. But, I mean, what are your cross maps? At least to have a good cross map. They're pushing in mid lane. We'll get an extra wave there. Gwen pushing up bot side. Cream, you got to be careful. You don't know whether they've reset off of this just yet. Make an educated guess. I mean, a lot of teams have been giving Atikan for free. I don't think Atikan is game ending. Top esports choose not to go top side. Instead, potentially playing towards Dragon. It would be the second one of the game. Hextech Rift, of course, very important, right? Spotted started doing this. Hexcase will help resets coming through. PP God is not on the bot side of the Rift. There's no contest. Second Dragon over to top esports. Even just a single Hextech Dragon, though, very impactful for all three of top esports' laners. You know, Gwen, Yone, Xayah, all casters, but auto-attackers. So the attack speed and the ability haste, both kind of doing double value for them. Not everyone gets as much value out of it. So, for instance, Rakan doesn't care about attack speed. Everyone else does on his team. Even Sejuani cares about it, because it helps with the proccing the E passive. Significant gold lead for top esports. And a lot of that is in mid lane. A lot of that is in mid lane. Infinity Edge in for Jackie Love. That is a big power point. But then again, Leave has that on the other side. It's just the boots really the difference between the two AD carries right now. So this is the full AD burst from Leave, which I think makes sense because NIP, they want to shotgun down the first target and get a reset for Viego. This is the best 2-item burst for AD damage, AD attack damage that NIP could get on their Kai'Sa. I think Leave choosing the right build for the state of the game and for what NIP need out of their composition, doing the jumping forwards. Can I be waiting for his Q cooldown? We'll get that. Gwen recalling. Has himself a Negatron cloak actually, just for the base magic resist. Very, very efficient item that. NIP leaving their support on an island. Thought he was safe on the recall. He is pretty tanky, actually, all things said and done. Has a Bramble Vest on top of everything. Maybe that'll change things. Jackie Love coming up. And then PP God will go down, even with the Bramble Vest. Can't survive that one. Top lane turret now under fire. 3 grubs, remember. Push through that one very quickly, especially with a bunch of auto-attackers up there. Quick mistake from PP God. Punished very harshly by top esports. 2,000 gold ahead now is Cream. 1,000 gold in the AD carry roll. As Jackie Love gets himself a Zeal. So what happened here? So under the bot lane turret, we saw teleport out. Right, so both cooldowns were used. Both cooldowns were used on that side of the map. Aki tried to ult then W forwards for the cancel. Don't be using 2 of his a little bit quickly. I mean, 369, very good timing for him to realize, okay, use the E and the W, quickly get out. Very heads-up play from him, actually. Leaf has the upgraded Berserker Grease. $3,500 gold lead now for top esports. Knavi on the bot side, clearing out some vision. Gwen at 2 items worth of gold, but not spent on 2 items because he stopped off the Negatron cloak. Wanted to go for the Nash's Tooth second. But can't really lane into the Akali and multiple magic damage threats as well as he quite would like to. Perez potentially looking for an engage. PP God has no flash just yet. Aki has no ultimate. Might have to flash over the wall. Okay. That's going to be the quickness. Now, punish onto the teleport. Doomby has flash. Is tanky, though. Is there going to be a fire back from NIP? Leave on the flank. Wants to stack up that lethal tempo. PP got caught into the play. Leave not doing damage. Solo kill. Doing pretty well delivering the Gallo into the backline. Where's the second ult? Just about misses it. Big manages to get the kill anyway. Top esports getting reset onto his solo kill. Gets another Cream. Trying to do his damage's worth, but he can't quite get there. It's on 369 Cream to get something else done, but they can't manage it. NIP resets a win despite the fact that top esports started that fight on their terms. Leave. More than enough damage to help kill this Baron. The Blade, the Rune King, not even needed on someone like the Viego as well. NIP find themselves a reset into a Baron. Now, how the hell have they done that? Could have sworn that NIP would not be walking out that one alive. Baron goes down. Bunch of kills going their way as well, with 3 kills going the side of NIP. You know, at the start of this fight, I thought, well, okay. Aki is going to be forced to flash over the wall or something like that, but he uses the flash and his ult. Uses his ult away. Thought, okay, right, they're out. Now Doombe's stuck in the front line. Sure, that's a good sign. But then you look further and further and you think, okay, that's all of your disruption ultimates used onto Doombe and onto Aki. It's not onto Leave. It's not onto Solo Kill. He manages to deliver into the backline. Solo Kill making the play really work. Solo Kill manages to get some huge extra damage coming through. Follows through with the E. Kanavi dies as he tries to flash away to buy a little bit of time, maybe for a Q to come through. Not the case. And the damage of Top Esports never goes onto the backline, ever. The resets come through. Dragon now alive. NIP, they've earned themselves that one. Get to push in with the Baron. Gwen pushing on top side. Top lane inner turret already down from that cross map earlier. There's still a 2,000 gold lead on Cream in mid lane. Wasn't able to use it that well in the last time. Credit to NIP. I said, well, it's going to be tough playing as 4 melees into the enemy team. It's going to be tough trying to play around. The Viego resets, you're really going to be able to get that first kill. The answer is yes. I think Top Esports misused their CC very heavily trying to get quick kills, which they just couldn't do. Just couldn't do. Solo Kill played very, very well as well. Guys, Solo Kill, I need you to understand this. Solo Kill was on the worst team in recent LPL history in the EDG Doom squad. One of the worst ones anyway. You know, that team which really fell apart with the likes of, you know, Vampire, Fisher, Solo Kill. Some players have gone on to do much better. I think Monkey and Vampire have improved a lot from there. Of course, Leave was on that roster too. Solo Kill and Leave were both on that roster. The fact that these players have all had glow-ups away from that team is something that needs to be studied. But Solo Kill was not a player I thought would amount to much in the LPL. His recent series, though, for NIP have been very, very good. He's coming in to replace Shanji in the top lane. Disagreements between him and potentially Doombe from what we were hearing from social media. Mid lane turret's going to go down. Gold lead starting to disappear for Top Esports. Basically about to even now, actually. 2 dragons apiece. We're getting in towards the late game. I'm getting quite worried for Top Esports. You know, the tab he built up for Leona and for Galio makes him really tanky. Look, you're not going to kill Doombe that quickly. This is not an easy Galio to kill. Okay, this is better. That's much better. The Leona using his gold lead. Doombe, however, guess that's Zonya's. Taking a long time to kill. Solo Kill maybe has an angle. Gwen CC'd up in the front line. Where's the extra damage? There's not that. All right, NIP not able to pull the trigger with the Akali. Big win for Top Esports. No resets coming through, and the Baron buff largely useless now. Starts off with a good pick onto Doombe. I thought, well, it might take too long. No, took just enough time to come through. Didn't overstay their welcome to Top Esports. Clumped up. PP God, Aki, Solo Kill, couldn't get into the thick of things to get damage down. And while yes, Leave is at 3 items, couldn't get a reset for his jungler. Solo Kill still has that ultimate. Cream jumping forwards. Here comes Crisp, forcing an ult backwards. Trying not to overstay again. Leave. Maybe looking to ult into the backline. Remember, there's a good enough reset for Aki. Things get very, very interesting indeed. Much better fight from Cream on the One that time. Much better fight from Kanavi and Crisp. I feel like that fight around the Baron was Top Esports misusing their CC, not actually saving enough for the likes of Solo Kill. You can see at the back end of that fight, Solo Kill didn't really think he could dive in with the Rakan having his ultimate and his W up. So he couldn't do what he did that last fight. Back out onto the map now. Doombe alive, level 17. 2.5 items. Doombe has made a career out of dropping farm to make plays across the map, but it's a lot of gold to be down. Yone at 3 items going towards potentially the Chaotic Rooker or Spirit Visage coming in last could be really nasty for NIP to deal with. Heavy magic resist, problematic all the same. Doesn't matter which item it is, it's just a problem. Leave at 3 items with the Feats of Strength. You know, he's strong individually if he's hitting target dummies. I just don't know how he's going to be able to get into the fight. Now, both Solo Kill and Leave need a significant enough opening for the CC to be down. Almost wonder if NIP need to just throw everyone into the play and just hope that someone gets a free fight. Because if either Solo Kill or Leave do get into the backline, well, maybe they can open up the resets. Maybe. You know, it's not a done thing. That's the idea, right? That's the idea. Jekyll clearing up mid lane. Death Ball coming through again from top esports, not leaving people out to dry. 4-1 setup, not going 1-3-1. Understand how dangerous a Leona Solar Flare could be. Especially with a minute until Dragon, you don't want to be losing Xayah's cooldowns, whether they're summoners or ultimate. Zerby trying to go towards the Zhonya's in time, and does. He does get that Zhonya, so the stasis available. Can sometimes use that to stasis out of the likes of Rakan knockup. Sejuani ults. 30 seconds till Dragon. NIP. I mean, look, they're still in this game, folks. They are behind gold. They're still in this. If Cream doesn't get a good enough ultimate, if you manage to get an easy reset because someone mispositions, that's it. I mean, I'm looking at Solar Kill and Leave opening things up to get a reset. Here comes the Galio ultimate. Maybe this is what they need. Sejuani in the front line. Where is Leave? What's he doing? He's a half HP and he's caught by Yone. The Kai'Sa goes down and the resets do not come through in a particularly good time, but Solo Kill maybe has something left to say. The Akali cleans up 2. Currently 3 for 2 in favor of NIP. Doomby, low HP. Thought that with Leave dying it could change everything. Dies of all the teleport can complete. Dragon alive, 3 for 3. The 2 damaging members alive for top esports. There's a smite for NIP, but you definitely take the Yone Gwen over the Viego Akali in terms of DPS left. Jacula dying with flash up. Huge burst from the Akali. Solar Kill once again proving his worth. Solar Kill has had a magnificent series here with NIP. Yes, they're a 3 and 8 team. Yes, they're a lower tier of team than top esports. And that's plain to see just in terms of the win column. I thought this was over as soon as Leave died. Now, PPGod gets into the backline, delivers Galio in there too. Kanavi goes forward to make sure that Leave has to pay attention to the rest of it. Ult onto the backline, Leave dies for free. But while all this is happening, a lot of initial damage has come through, and the Akali can start to use that R2 onto a hell of a lot of people. Yes, he misses the direct damage, but the Q's enough. Just repositions into the right place. Solo Kill, once again finding the angle to clean up the kills, which NIP couldn't quite get themselves. And reminder goes, up until this year, Solo Kill was a bit of a non-factor in the LPL. I genuinely didn't think he was going to amount to much. Same with a lot of the players on that EDG Doom squad roster. Many of them starting to prove us wrong. Leave was part of it. Monkey was part of it. Solar Kill. Vampire as well. Fisher, too, had a better time of it over in the LCK after that point. PPGod using a bit of HP to that callback. Dragon did go over to the side of top esports after that, worth noting. They're on Soul Point. The Hextech Dragons stacking up a lot of ability haste and attack speed for them. There is a Spirit Visage on Cream now. Helps him with that shielding. And of course the healing coming through from a couple of different sources. Don't actually know whether that applies to lifesteal. I believe it does. I think it increases all healing coming through. Okay, Baron being started. Good Baron speed from Sejuani plus melee. Gwen of course helping with it too. There's an ult from Aki to get into the pit. He could go for a steal. They should see it now. Aki, hard to keep him out of the pit. Going low all the same, though. Might come down to a smite fight. It's secured by Kanavi. Xayah ultimate out of the Galio, but he will get taunted. Potentially walks up and goes down. PPGod onto the Xayah. Akali goes in, and it's a triple. Immediately 3 down. But once again, the solo kills. The solo ladies of top esports stand tall. Quick triple kill for 369. Make that a quadra. 4 dead at the hands of Gwen. It is an absolute bloody mess as the Akali cleans up a lot of the backline, but with the 2 solo laners alive with Baron buff, top esports still come out with a slim advantage. Aki just not able to get the resets in the way that he wanted to. Not quite able to. Didn't quite get the steal. I think that Doomby's ult into the backline was very strong. It bought a lot of cooldowns, which meant that Solar Kill could utilize them. However, now you have a late game Gwen running towards the backline, has a Abyssal Mask going towards a Death Cap. Be able to take this one out. Yone going towards the mid lane. Remember, they have those 3 grubs as well for tower killing potential. Aki back in, but not able to do much with the Zenith Blade onto the Yone, flipping back to his soul. Well, flipping back his soul to his body. You know how it works. Recall coming in from Cream. Might have himself a full item now. Potentially going towards GA, potentially a Bloodthirster. Either one is fine, I think. So, W hit from Leaf. What did Leaf do in this team fight? No. Derby goes into the backline. Leaf dodges out on the Yone ultimate. Leaf tries to damage, but 369 just obliterates Leaf. Jesus Christ, 369. His team fighting is absolutely absurd. No, Leaf thinks he's got a window into the backline. Instead, he just finds Gwen. Gwen just completely one-shots the Kai'Sa. Jesus Christ. 369 also had some good games today. You know, his Renekton had some mid-game throws, but was incredible in the laning phase. And a bunch of the late-game scenarios, too. Comes into this game, completely one-shots Leaf as he thinks he finds that backline. 369 being a bit of a difference maker here. Zenith Blade in. CC not landing after that point. Solo kill into the backline. It's charmed up. That could be a problem. Here comes the galley wall. No one's low enough to execute just yet. Where are the resets? Where's it coming in from? Gwen goes down. That is important. Oh, that's a big reset to give over. Jackalove is free-firing. But you do not want to tangle with that stolen Gwen body. So OMB flashes forwards for that Taunt Cream. Low HP. And here we go in with the Rakan. Resets. Where are they? It's 2 kills go over towards 3. The tier top esports over to 3. Solo kill. Low HP and can't finish it off. NIP think they found the angle, but they find a road to the morgue. Top esports lose 1, and it's their Fed Gwen, but it does not lose in the team fight. I think that's the end of the game. I think that's it. 40 seconds left on the death time. Is 30 for PP Gold, but he's much less important in terms of wave clear. Cream will teleport out there. The rest of the team will rally up to him, and NIP very, very nearly resets to a win, but drive a little bit too hard, and NIP, make no mistake, made it look like it wasn't a 10-2 team versus 3-8. This didn't feel like a top team versus a bottom team. It felt like an even clash. Top esports will climb past the 10-win mark to 11 wins. And NIP, sadly on their home stage, face another grueling defeat, 1-2. I think in that last game, solo kill really made a name for himself. This guy coming in to replace Shanji on the roster, I didn't believe in it at first, given his track record on the LPL, but what the hell do I know? I think solo kill had a great series today. I think he should stand up tall. I think NIP should largely stand up tall too. But this is an entertaining series. It was a high-level series for the expectations of NIP. Top esports, they made some mistakes. I think in that second game, a couple of mid-game fights, a couple of late-game fights misjudged. A couple of their drafts punished as well. Top esports do walk away winning this one, keeping themselves on track at that top of the table, but still, a couple of worries there. 369. Very good game on the Gwen. Very good. Probably is the MVP of that game 3. Walked away with MVP of game 1 as well. If I remember on that Rumble. He's been on good form for top esports. Well, thank you everyone for joining me today. My name's Nymaera. I've cast over 1,000 games of LPL here. I'm a professional League of Legends caster, and the LPL has no official broadcast anymore, so regardless of where you're watching it, whether that is here on my channels or on places like LPL English, I will dominate. Cage will when he's streaming it as well. It means an awful lot. We need as much support in the LPL as possible right now for you to remember the teams, the players, this great, wonderful region which has consistently been world-renowned. World-renowned. Thank you for helping me keep doing what I'm doing. My brother obviously also does a lot of things here. It's not always me doing it on this channel. And yeah, Sam. I don't know where he's going. Sam, I don't know whether he's actually going to be streaming today, so we'll figure that out as it happens. But yeah, we will wait around, I guess, for highlights, and then we will see where Sam's at. I'm gonna go see if he's still in. He might have gone out for like a coffee or something like that, but I'll go quickly see that. Sam, oh yeah, Sam is doing NLC later, so he probably isn't. In that case, then I should probably let's go find someone to radio over to. Let's go find someone to radio over to. Let's have a think. Who is live? Kitty's live. She rated us yesterday. Could go up to Kitty. Yamato's live. Oh, Kedril was streaming at LPL today. Cool. Finn's live. What's Finn doing? Oh, he's doing solo queue. Ragdoll. A couple of different people. Alright, to check through some of these highlights. solo kill really gave that a good try. I think this guy's fantastic compared to his expectations. Is Hysterics online? He is online. Yeah, you know what? I did say I'd pay it back to him at some point. Cool. I know that Hysterics said he was a bit done with LPL. Okay, folks, I'm going to raid you over to Hysterics. Say hi from me. He was very kind to raid us the other day. Give him lots of love. I'm going to raid you over to Hysterics now, and hope you have a good time. See you in a bit, folks. Enjoy Hysterics and whatever he's doing on his co-stream. I didn't see exactly just yet. But enjoy. See you in a bit, folks.